wish I could read that, bro. I got the rooster.
Says this getting
No,
weird.
it's my cock.
man.
Let's get it, queers.
Says Slender says lock in.
I can't hear myself. Well, if you weren't on your phone, maybe.
We would have had a little mic check.
Hello? Which one do I turn up?
The front one.
Hello?
Yep.
Stand up. Oh, well. I don't need to hear myself. I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you sound fucking sexy.
No one's ever said that to me before in my life.
Do you though?
I just did.
What's that?
I don't know. The rooster's in the
What?
way.
Dude, hey, can you move the rooster?
It says Slender lock in.
Hey, big rooster, can you move the rooster?
Move the cock, please.
Hey James, can you give me that lighter right there, please?
We're doing all this shit while we're fucking. Ooh, that boy DG. All right, let's go ahead and read his comment. Let's get it. All right, man. You ready? Still in the process of setting
Put the
up
cock.
my-
Put the cock right in front of me now.
You can't see anyways, you're fucking blind.
I bet. I can see my watch.
Ooh, I didn't even see it. Nice.
Bitch, get the
Because you
fuck
can't
out.
see, you blind batch.
It's because it's camo, it blended in.
And we are live.
That bitch looks good, dude.
What's
Yeah, I like
going
it.
on, ladies?
Appreciate it. My wife, she fucking lost the pamphlet. So I had to Google how to fix all this shit.
goddamn.
Because it was going off at midnight.
Oh,
Blame his
okay.
wife.
Well, I put that bitch deep in the drawer and shit.
It's I guess officially 4th of July weekend for us.
Yes, sir.
So we're doing it a little bit early.
Are we?
For
I'm
this-
sure everyone has stuff
Thursday.
to do.
Oh, you talking about in the week? Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone probably has stuff they got to do tomorrow.
I ain't got shit, I don't think, but something's gonna come up.
I ain't got shit. We're golf in the morning.
We say golfing in the morning.
For real, bro. 7:15 tea time.
Damn, dude, that's a
Fuck
perfect
that
time
shit.
to go. Actually,
Fucking Noah Woods.
Take me a cigar
fucking
out there.
Double whoops.
Little cigar action.
Cigar. Yeah,
they're even good.
didn't even light right.
I know, you fucked all that up.
Oh.
It could have stayed on, so I didn't finish it.
What you mean? I'm lighting it. I always light it.
Well, that shit not lit at all.
What?
Me.
He said those shits.
Yeah, let me see. Now turn it around. Let me see.
I'm lighting it.
Talking about your ass.
But yeah, stand up.
What's going on, gents? How's y'all short week been?
Awesome.
Busy.
Pretty short.
Oh, no, man. I can't do it right now. Sorry about that.
How the fuck has my week been?
Oh, real quick. Let's start off with cigars because it's garage league.
Oh, so now you want to be all formal and shit.
All right, today we are smoking on the CAO America for America.
Mm-hmm.
July 4th. We smoked it before
Let
already,
me
but
put mine.
we had to
For Independence Weekend.
go back for the one time. James, what you got, James?
Filthy Hooligan from Alec Bradley.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's light, so I don't know. You might not like it.
It's nice so far.
Oh, yeah?
Looks
Can
like
you do
a
mine
fucking
next?
candy cane.
What?
I bet. That looks like a candy cane.
It's called the barber pole.
No, this is nice.
What is it called?
This one's
Bar-
pretty,
barber
though.
pole?
Look at the way this bitch looks.
Yeah, just not as bad as the Filthy Hooligan. What you got, Noah?
I got the CAO Italia,
Mm.
courtesy of G Baby.
That
Little
shit's
bit of
good.
a darker side.
You can't go wrong with the CAO, man. They're fucking fat ass.
What?
They're fat ass?
What does that mean?
Daniel.
I'd love to hear Giro's thoughts.
No, we're sticking to the topic.
That boy's a beast, man. I got
That
all
was
respect
that
for him.
was amazing, man.
like Connor said.
That boy.
That was
Beast.
amazing.
What you smoking on, Saul?
Nah, go ahead.
Nah. Smoking on that, you know
I got
why.
the filthy hooligan.
Oh, I remember those. Boy, those came out like some time ago.
I think y'all tried these. I never tried it though.
I think we tried them here.
What's the black
Yeah.
market about? It says black market on there.
It's
I would
their
say that.
line.
That was 2 episodes ago.
But that was St. Patty's Day.
Ooh, really? Dang, that was a good theme.
It's like a St. Patty's release for them.
Ah.
Yeah.
Boy, it's like a special little edition thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they're all right. Did you even punch it?
Nah, I'm about to.
Oh, boy, I thought you lit it. I was like, boy.
He had asked me a question.
Boy, but Taporia though, shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
boy's
he's
a monster,
him.
dude. Yeah.
That dude's fucking.
That dude's scary, man.
You can't hate on him.
He's undeniable. That's for
I
sure.
think he's still gonna end up trying to fight Islam.
Yeah, he
Even
is.
If it means he moved up and he has a chance against Islam.
Yeah, I don't like the Patty. I think.
Yeah, I don't like Patty.
Well, that's just that. The
Well-
only reason they're doing that is because that's a profitable.
No,
fight.
Patty's already fighting Justin Gaethje.
How
They're
do you
talking
do
about
this
pulling
shit?
it.
No, I think it's set for
What?
the co-main for
What?
Dustin Poirier.
319?
Yeah, 319. I think it's
Who?
co-main.
Oh, so-
Patty versus
Patty.
Gaethje.
Oh
but
yeah, Patty has to win
3-9
though.
Yeah, but that's
Get
only
that
2
shit.
weeks.
Hey, can you punch it for me, Daddy?
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah, it can't
Smoke
be.
it.
Can't be right because he was fat as fuck.
That's what I'm saying. I don't.
Oh, he's
I don't
fucking
think-
huge.
He was
Yeah,
chubby.
I don't think
Nah,
it's.
but-
I
on
don't know.
the-
He's a weird dude who can just cut weight like a motherfucker.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
can't,
but that tells
can't
you
be healthy
that
for
tells
you.
you he's
No,
not.
it's not. It's not. Every single fighter you've ever seen that does that, they decline very quickly
Yeah.
because their body cannot handle that.
That also kind of shows that he's
Like
just
the best-
kind of lazy.
No, but there's footage. Remember when he first came up?
Oh,
He threw
yeah.
a ball in the ring.
Yeah.
Like he had drank chocolate, and he just threw all that up in the ring
Yeah.
after they raised his hand, and then he freaking just
Ooh, Patty?
Every fighter you see that like has longevity in boxing or whatever, all the way into like what should be past their prime, are guys who are never out of shape.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Boxing.
every person you see that does that, they end up having a very, very steep.
Well,
decline.
Topuria
Even the best,
is-
like Duran, had a very steep decline because he did the same exact shit. Roberto Duran.
What he
I
was
just
just
think,
very complacent as far as his physique.
Well, no, it's because so when you're training and anything, like you have to eat a lot of calories because of how much you're expending.
Yep.
So once you stop, your body is still telling you to consume all these calories, but you're not working out anymore. You'll blow up.
Yeah,
Those guys continue to work out, continue to stay in shape.
that's what happened to me.
And then there's certain guys who don't, and they'll get big very quickly because they're still eating. Their body hasn't, made that switch yet, so they're still eating like that.
Facts.
That's what happened to me.
Boy.
Later.
And then they'll blow up like 30, 40, 50
All right,
pounds.
we get it. I fucking did it.
And get
All right.
so fucking fat.
All right, I fucking know.
So we got DG saying Topuria is what McGregor thought he was.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Taporia ain't got the McGregor
I
money.
mean,
though, that's the
McGregor
thing.
was the man though.
I don't think he's ever gonna
I
get that
think-
money. No, there's no fighter like that. Was I think that was like UFC's
One-off.
peak.
Yeah.
Well, no, just they're never gonna reach those heights again.
Yep.
Boy, you see that gym he built? That $2 million gym?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Taporia?
Really?
It's like at his house too.
Helicopter pad on top and everything.
Really?
So he's already
Honestly,
loaded.
we
I think
need
it's
it.
his-
I feel like
think
the
it's his
UFC
wife's
needed this.
money, though. Like her family.
Well, I mean, he's still gonna make like a lot of
I know,
money, and he
right?
can command a lot of money. It's just what
That's what I
McGregor.
read.
McGregor, I think, has like 4 of the top 5 pay-per-view
Yeah.
like numbers in
Yeah.
UFC history,
Yeah.
and no one's gonna touch that.
But the UK has like a UFC subscription, so like that affects their
Oh, the numbers,
Their ratings as well?
yeah,
or how many buys they get.
how many buys.
Yeah,
So I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
I was like, they need to bring that over here. Like, why don't I'd rather just pay a subscription than.
Well,
have
wouldn't
to
that be?
buy it
That's what they're working on with Netflix.
with Netflix? So I'm pretty sure they're just gonna mirror what they have with UK.
Yeah. 'Cause I mean, it just makes more sense, honestly.
Yeah,
I
think
just
that's
hope it's-
what that what's his
I don't
name?
trust Netflix to-
Your Highness,
I know.
what the
to
fuck's his
handle
name?
that shit.
Your Excellency. He said that's why the Crawford Canelo fights on Netflix.
Yeah.
Because in order to beat like people, instead of going to like streaming sites, he knows that everybody has Netflix, so they would rather just watch it on Netflix than to go onto a streaming site.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
he said
mo-
that's why
yeah.
he went with Netflix.
But you don't have to pay more just to watch the fight, right? It's just
no,
regular Netflix.
it's just on there.
No idea because
So
it's
how do
just
they get
that-
paid for that though?
It's just, I think it has to do with just the same way movies, like they view
The
it by
views?
streams. So by
Because-
views, they can be like, okay, well,
yeah,
we just pumped your numbers up significantly, and they
Right.
get a cut or whatever.
because
But I don't know how they do
know,
it, but they do it that way, I'm sure.
pay per view you can never get how many people are actually fucking watching because all these streaming sites,
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah,
So at
I
least
mean,
the numbers
I-
will be good.
This is good.
nah, never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
I like it.
Say what?
I don't ever pay for fights I watch.
Oh, never, dude.
Oh.
I only do it when
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
when everybody comes over because I hate watching it all. Like,
Yeah, I hate when you
and
have
when
it
it's
and
gonna
it's
fuck
lagging
up.
and
Yeah,
shit,
yeah.
like if it's me by myself, then yeah, I'll just
Whoa, that one fucking Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight shit was lagging even on Netflix.
boy.
Well, no, that's the problem. Is that if they go to Netflix, Netflix is like, there's gonna be fights that are bigger than that one, and they're gonna
Yeah.
have to deal with that. And I don't know if they like.
I think it's going to be pay per view, man. It has to be.
On Netflix?
I don't
Yeah,
think
bro.
so. I think,
I think they're just gonna raise the.
I think they're gonna bump up the
that
price.
bitch, Yeah.
They're gonna
Think
bump
so?
it up. Like maybe $5.
They could do that. Yeah.
Multiply that.
Well, it's
to
already
everybody.
like $22.
I think it's gonna be
I
pay per view,
know.
bro. In order to
Well, yeah,
get the
because in order to keep it
buffering
without
down.
ads, you got to pay more.
Thankfully,
It's
fucking Verizon
ridiculous.
bundles that shit, dude.
We're just
Netflix
getting
has
back.
ads?
We're just going back to
Yeah, there's an ad.
cable.
There's an ad version, I think.
No,
to when
Hulu
we
does.
buy cable.
No. Netflix does have ads now.
Yeah, the $7 one.
Well, no,
Yeah,
like
the
the cheapest
cheapest
one
one.
will give
Yeah.
you ads.
Well, my wife signed
Will it
us
give you ass?
But yeah,
I
like
won't
how
say
I wanted to say, I feel like the UFC needed somebody like Taporia, man.
Did y'all listen to Flagrant vocals on it?
Oh, was he
Pretty
really?
soon.
For real?
So he talked about the fight, and he said, you know how they do like he has like his own little bet line.
Yeah.
So he actually projected Taporia to win because he knew Charles was gonna take it to the ground, and he was gonna try to stand and bang with him and get knocked out, and then that's what happened.
Well, that's what Taporia said. Exactly
Yeah.
what was gonna happen.
But it's annoying. 'Cause
He
it's
said
like-
everything. He said it's gonna be easier because
Steps
Charles
forward.
comes to him. He doesn't have to fucking.
But like Volk
Find an
said at the very beginning, Charles landed the elbow like right to the. Did y'all see that where he landed elbow
No,
right to the teeth?
I saw the straight right he caught to Taporia with.
Wait, yeah,
Dude, it
it was-
fucking wobbled his ass.
So that's what I'm saying. So he caught him with the right and elbow, and then he takes him down, and he's like, the thing about Taporia with Charles is even Taporia was scared to go. Remember when Taporia got up
Yeah.
and he kind of stood back and he didn't want to go. To the
Yeah.
ground?
Yeah.
Shit, because he almost got in a fucking ankle.
Well, no, he almost had the ankle lock on him.
But that's what Volk kind of got mad
Multiple
because he's
times.
like, he should have just took him straight down right after that. But then I was like, okay, boy, but you went out there and tried to.
I was
box
gonna
him.
say he can't
Yeah,
really
you got
speak
knocked
on
out.
much. Yeah.
But I mean, you don't like Taporia is pretty good at takedown.
He's good at
defenses.
wrestling. He's
But
good
isn't
at
he
wrestling.
takedown
No, he's
defense
good
as
at wrestling in general.
Yeah,
He's
but
very
just
good.
that little bit of time he was down, Charles almost had him.
That's true.
And
but
you gotta-
but he also got out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but you,
And not that first punch knocked Charles out.
every punch knocks Charles.
Well, no,
out.
I'm saying like that first shot he landed, he was out.
Yeah,
and
but
then he
that's-
landed another one, and then he dropped. But he was out after that first one.
No, yeah,
eyes
but
went back into the head.
the only difference is that for most individuals that have fought Charles in the past,
They've hurt him.
they've hurt him, but he always comes to because he'll just like
He'll
kind of
recover real
yeah,
quick.
he'll just like lay on his back and
Yeah.
welcome you into his guard. However, Taporia hit him so fucking hard.
Well,
he
no,
went to
that's
sleep,
that's
you know?
why I knew Taporia was going to win because I think Charles gets caught in every single one of his fights.
Yeah, he has no chin.
And when you get caught with Taporia, that's it.
Yeah.
There's no like you don't
Yeah.
get a chance to recover. It's you're
Yeah.
done.
Well, no, but same like Max because Max hadn't been put out and then Taporia goes in there. and
Well,
puts him
that's
I didn't
what-
think Taporia was going to do that. I thought
But
he
the-
may knock him down
See,
first.
this is what I like about Taporia though is that unlike Makachev, which is like we know that he can get knocked out. We've seen him get knocked out in the UFC, but it's just super hard because his wrestling game is so
Right.
solid. With Taporia, I like it because he is very boxing strong. But dude, even when Charles hit him, I'm telling you, I saw that right. He fucking just like, but he's just so fit, you know, that he was able to come to.
Well, no, some people have better chins and they can withstand that.
And
stuff
not just
better.
that, but when Jai Herbert head kicked Taporia,
Mhm.
yeah, that was my fucking favorite dude. He almost knocked him out, man.
That's
Like,
what I think his
Yeah.
He can
weakness
get hurt.
is kickboxing. I think that's what a kickboxer beats a boxer. So I think that
That's
would be
what-
his downfall, like a random fucking head.
I
I
think
think
Islam.
that's why Khabib was so successful though, is because
I-
Khabib
I would say
had an
Islam.
unreal chin.
well, he never got touched.
But I mean,
You know what I mean?
But I remember like Barbosa caught him clean with a head kick, and he didn't. He didn't
Connor
fucking face
caught him a couple of times also, but man, he knew
But I don't
as soon
think
as
Connor's power translated the same to lightweight as he was at featherweight.
no, but it just as soon as Habib would fucking feel the pressure, he was all right.
No, yeah,
I'm going
take
for a
your ass
takedown.
down,
Fuck
yeah.
this. I'm not getting
Yeah.
hurt. Fuck this shit.
I don't know. Him and Taporia and Islam would be a really fun fight.
Well, what about the other fight too?
I think the boy would knock himself out though.
Well, the thing
I don't
is
think so.
I think Islam will only box with a guy if he feels like he can take their power. I guarantee you, as soon as he feels it, he's going to take him to the
no,
ground.
because he fucked up with even Poirier. Remember, he was trying to
No.
stand with them.
Yeah, but that's different.
Oh, yeah.
I think is what's his name? Khabib. was
Poirier
on,
didn't
like,
hurt him.
Take him down, dude.
Shit.
I don't think he hurt him.
He stunned him a couple times, and that's when Habib in the corner was like, "Dude, what are you doing? Take him
Yeah.
down and fucking finish his fight. You're getting pieced up for nothing."
But see,
You
I
know-
think that's how he would go into that fight against the Poirier. I don't think he would try to box. I think he would just
You think he would be way smart about it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can never. I don't think anybody can box Topuria, bro. He literally boxes like a boxer, bro.
Yeah.
He's not like reactive. Like,
His only
a left
disadvantage
coming,
is
let me
his
just
height
fucking
and his
block a
and his
left.
like if he would fight someone who could keep him at a distance, then maybe. But like it's really hard because he's so aggressive. He's gonna end up inside it once he does.
But
He's just
besides
land one clean shot.
the knockout, dude, Charles was overpowering him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. His
So that's-
size.
Like
Oh, his
now,
size.
you,
No,
Yeah.
his size
size.
is the only like is his kind of big.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That division though that
efficiency.
he's in now. That's
Yeah.
there ain't no fucking
Well, that's what I
slouches
mean.
in the division.
Even with like Islam, he could beat him if he gets inside. But if Islam keeps him at a distance or takes him to the ground, then he'll probably win that fight.
But what is Islam? Islam, he's what, wrestles?
He's a
Yeah,
wrestler,
he's-
obviously, but he's still
But Charles,
Charles is a-
Charles is jiu-jitsu,
jiu-jitsu.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
jiu-jitsu. That's his
See,
strength. Like he
so-
can finish you from the bottom. No,
Wouldn't Taporia have a better chance of wrestling with a wrestler versus a jiu-jitsu person?
no, but
not
that-
necessarily.
Nah,
It's,
Islam's
not someone
really
like
good at
Islam.
jiu-jitsu as
Islam
well.
is super strong.
it's way different.
It's
man.
different when you're fighting
Yeah.
a guy that big.
It's
I
way
think
different.
Islam is bigger, bro, by a lot. Like
because
like
even,
no, he is bigger
he's
by.
not tall.
not
Some
just
people
that,
too.
but even so if you go back and recall the first fight, I think it's the only fight actually between Islam and Oliveira, dude. I mean, he just fucking gets on him and just squeezes him,
Mhm.
and fucking Oliveira taps, like because that wrestling squeeze is, dude.
But that-
wrestling overpowers jiu-jitsu every day of the week.
But another big reason why Khabib was so successful at lightweight is because when he practiced against light heavyweights and heavyweights,
Right,
and he could like stay there with them. He was that strong,
right.
and that's a difference in wrestling. You be a good wrestler, but if you're wrestling against someone who's
It's
way
not
stronger
even.
than
It's
you,
not even so much just wrestling too. He's like what they call the sambo champ. That's what
Oh,
they do,
yeah.
sambo, which is kind of like they just tilt you off your fucking. They tip you over.
it was
they
like a
slam
judo
you.
or something.
Yeah, judo. Yeah, so it's they just fucking, and then there you go, and that's how they're so good at fucking just kind of catching you off balance, and then there you go on the ground.
using their leverage right.
Yep.
I
But
think
yeah,
that
dude,
fight was
that little knockout, dude, that was badass.
Dude, he like
'Cause
James
Charles threw a jab and Taporia parried it, bro. Like he fucking jabbed his jab,
yeah,
knocked it out of the way, and that's
No, that first punch knocked
That-
him out
yeah,
cold. His
that-
eyes went back.
yeah,
You saw it.
yeah.
He was out with that first one.
yeah.
He got
Hey,
another
Max-
one and two more on the ground.
The
That's
That's the
fucking-
only thing I was worried
But-
about. When I saw him up and talking, I was like, okay, cool. He's not
And Max didn't get put out like that though.
but they're saying
Yeah, but that was the first time in his whole fucking career he got knocked down.
No,
so what's
Unless
up
you
with,
want to count the one against
I
was
count it
it?
when I want to count it.
what was his name? Who was that?
Justin Gaethje.
Gaethje.
Yeah, where they called it a slip after the fact, but that was very clearly
a
a knockdown.
knockdown. Yeah, knockdown.
so they got what's his name, Armand or whatever in the picture.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna be next
He's good.
Well, I saw a post. I think it was this week. It was so funny.
because he's been waiting for a long ass.
Well,
time.
not just
No,
that, but
he's been
no, he
actually
had
hurt.
he had a shot. He was
Yeah.
supposed to fight him,
Yeah, and he,
Oh,
oh,
he was
then
supposed to fight him.
he
didn't
fucking
make
pulled
weight,
out.
right?
No, he pulled out
Oh.
because of injury.
his back with Nina. Remember that Nina
Yeah.
drama? She messed up his back. Like one day, she posted a little short on YouTube that they were like messing around in the octagon, and then the next day he like says, "Hey, I can't fight. I'm out because my back hurts."
Some guys are just more injury prone than others. Look at
I know, but
Khamzat.
come on.
Nah, dude, he fucked
Yeah.
himself because, like I said, I was looking at the comments this week, and it was just so funny because they're like, dude, Armand just fucked himself for the rest of his career because they're already like everybody. They're lining up all these other people potentially to fight Taporia, and they're not even like mentioning Armand.
Well, no, that's
Yeah,
the
'cause-
problem is
yeah,
when you're
to
not
the
when you
back.
don't fight, like they leave
Yeah.
you behind very quickly.
Well, it wasn't just that; it was that controversy that he got into prior to that when he punched the fucking fan,
Yeah.
and he got fined that money too because he hit a fan walking out to the octagon.
And wasn't
Well-
he suspended for like 6 months?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they put him on
So
suspension.
who's number 2?
Armand, technically.
Yeah, so it has to be him, bro.
I don't know, man.
The way
Because I mean,
because look, bro, he's
like,
not gonna
what's up
fight
with-
no
with
fucking Patty.
Khamzat?
I don't think Dana would let that.
Hamzat's way. That's a whole different weight. class.
no. But I'm saying like that's an example of like he's exciting. Everyone wants to watch him fight, but like he's always
Well,
injured,
not
so it
necessarily.
passes him by.
Hamzat's been injured a lot.
He's
way
always
more.
injured.
No, but not the injury like what's the name pulls out the day of the fight.
Yeah.
My back hurt.
At least Hamzat, we find out like
beforehand.
a couple weeks
Yeah, yeah,
prior,
yeah.
or
And what messes
That's
up
crazy.
what messes up with him too is like the day before he was messing around with that Nina drama in the little UFC. And it's like, okay, dude, you were doing that one day, but then now you're back.
And
in
then
that
now
whole
you're hurt.
fight.
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's-
He just shit the fucking bed on himself.
Let's go a different route.
Okay.
Let's shift.
Okay.
Ban.
dude.
Hey, but
Wait,
he
wait,
gets
wait.
hit a lot.
You gotta talk about Pantoja. The Pantoja and
Oh, he fucking
Dude, we
dominated.
said-
That wasn't even fucking close.
Oh, you talking
Yes.
about Pantoja and Kai?
I got Pantoja, dude.
Oh, Pantoja and Van, 100%. Van
No.
does not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
No,
got Pantoja.
Van does not look ready for that
well,
level.
that's what I was just gonna say. I
I
was
think
like,
that was
he,
the only bet we lost, huh, James?
Yeah,
I
y'all
think,
lose.
I think we only bet on Kai.
Well, that was
but
the
we
only
were-
one that I went for Kai as opposed
Yeah,
to
so
everyone else.
man, we could have got the whole part.
Could have got the sweep. But anyways, no, like that was a fucking great fight, but Van got hit a lot,
Bovada?
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I don't think he's
Bovada?
ready for someone
Not
like
between us, but I do
Well,
use Bovada.
Pantoja.
you also got to take into account that
He took it on 2 weeks' notice.
not
too.
just that, but in my opinion, he was overtrained for that fight camp. He had already been through a previous fight camp, jumps into another one. I think his body was already
yeah.
pushed to its limits.
But I mean that who was his name? What was his name?
No, but Volk even brought that up.
you talking
Yeah, he was
about Brandon Royval?
He was fucking good too.
Oh, he's always like that, man.
Like,
He's always like
first
that.
of all, he took every shot. He rarely.
Yeah.
Like, I think it wasn't towards the end of the last round.
yeah.
He looked like he got hurt. He
No.
took it all, dude, like fucking like a champ, bro. I was impressed.
Oh yeah.
No, but-
I was impressed.
So Volk brought that up because he really likes Joshua too. But he was like, the thing why Van takes so many shots because he's a lot shorter.
yeah,
He deals with the same thing. So he's like, for me, I have to deal with getting the jab is always going to come in. I'm going to have to take it.
Right.
But my follow up has to be like on point
right.
because of my.
You have to have good counters.
Yeah.
You have to have good timing.
Like I said, I think.
I mean, Van landed the much crisper, harder shots.
Oh, for sure. But I think this is a big learning point for him, and I
No,
hope he
yeah.
takes this and then just rest. You know, he needs to just fucking
But I mean,
rest.
like what
still
Panto
growing,
did to
though,
Kai
dude.
was like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He
fuck
took
me,
this-
Man. He just
Yeah,
dominated.
he's young.
Because,
Dude, 'cause
he
that's-
said he
that
said
was
he
a number
only.
two.
Yeah, he's only 23, right?
But he said he's only been striking for 5 years.
Yeah.
How's his
He
ground
fucked
game?
up saying that.
It's good. I'm telling you, man. He's fought grapplers, and he
Better
fucking
than Pantoja's?
no. Pantoja will get him on the
Nah,
ground.
not at
No, not even
But
close.
what I noticed, I
The
mean,
thing about Pantoja that's annoying is he'll take you down and he'll just be like a backpack the whole round.
No,
Be
he
like,
won't even. He won't have
He'll
to
be
do
at,
anything else.
he'll be at
yeah.
Al Jermaine. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate that shit. Actually,
He-
man.
yeah, no, that's the only reason I don't like him, dude. But he's good.
I mean, shit.
But yeah, he dominated.
If it works, it
What's his
works.
face?
You know.
Yeah, it's
Ty,
yeah, he
Yeah,
fucking
dude.
dominated him, dude. That was
That
that
felt
was
so
bad.
bad.
I did too. I was like really hoping he could show something, but it was like I think midway through the first, I'm like, oh, this.
I
is-
knew he
this
wasn't,
is an
man. I
uneven
just-
fight.
I think the best one to fucking work Pantoja thus far has been Usyk, dude.
yeah.
That boy
He
put
should've
it
won that fight.
on him, but he fucking didn't control himself.
But didn't they do a rematch?
No.
That worked. I thought they did a.
Did they do a part two?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think they gave it to him.
What about the one where?
Is Brandon Marino in the same?
No, he moved up.
Yeah.
Okay, but Brandon he was though, right?
Yes,
Didn't he fight? Didn't
he
him and
beat.
Pantoja fight?
So
So they,
Pantoja
like,
beat
went-
him.
yeah.
Then he beat him, and then
Won the
Pantoja
champ
took the
title.
bait.
Okay, right.
the belt
Took it
back.
back.
What, the bait?
Took the beat back.
I got me a bait. Take the break.
What were you gonna say though?
The heavyweights. Remember that knockout
Oh, the dude with the
Dude.
cross on his back.
where
That
his head hits the freaking canvas
Oh, he has one
And
more
he-
shot.
he follows up with the damn like hammer fist. You remember?
It was like
that?
a
Oh, yeah,
second
yeah.
later.
Dude.
It's like fucking second.
Oh,
Was that
with
RoboCop?
fucking Herb Dean. That wasn't heavyweight. That was a middleweight, I
it?
think. Yeah.
What was it?
I think it was RoboCop. Yeah,
Yeah, something.
yeah. That was with Herb
Big
Dean.
boys. I don't know who the
Fuck
fuck.
Fucking Herb
I
Dean.
hate seeing that shit, man.
Herb was just like, "Oh, damn, hold up."
It's late as fuck, man.
Do me next. How you just did that bottle?
Nah.
Yeah, I saw you being gay over there, boy.
Big
Drake
one.
came out.
Trying to be clipped.
It said
Like
Jake
this.
came out.
Look at this.
Oh,
I didn't want to drink the wrapper. Put it down.
damn! Call me Modelo.
And it's a dick. Boy. I'll call you Espacial.
Especially out in Negra.
Ooh, call me come quick.
Michael Madsen died
Oh, I saw that.
saw that?
The guy off of Kill Bill.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Oh, the okay?
from Reservoir Dogs and Kill Bill.
No,
No, you
the one
remember
that has his
Reservoir
hair
Dogs,
slicked back?
the one that cuts the dude's ear off, the cop's ear off in Reservoir Dogs. Kill Bill, he plays like the bouncer
What's his name?
with the black slick
Michael,
back. Michael Madsen.
Oh, he died?
Yeah.
Who?
It seems like it was
Oh,
drug related.
dude.
I don't know who that is.
It seemed like it was drug related.
Oh, you
too.
don't know who this is? He's a good
In
actor.
Kill Bill,
Oh,
he
dude.
played.
No, he was from Donnie Brasco.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He
He's
played-
one. Of,
Yeah.
He's like the
yeah,
black something
yeah,
black.
Yeah, yeah.
One
Yeah.
of the yeah.
yeah.
But no,
Careful.
it seems like it was like Seems like it was drug related.
Right? He
Because
always
they say
seemed-
they found him unresponsive. Whenever I see that shit, I'm always like,
He said, "I gotcha."
God.
Probably hard
I
attack or
loved him
something.
though, dude.
Oh, dude, he was a
Good.
really good actor.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Sin City. He was in Sin City.
Oh,
He was
Sin
in Thor.
City! I forgot about
Yeah.
that, dude. That's another underrated movie. I fucking love that.
The first one,
movie.
yeah, it was good.
The first one. Who
Yeah,
was
he-
the guy with the fucking long nails?
Here they're
Freaking
saying
fuck.
cardiac arrest.
Oh, was it? Well, hopefully it's not drug related.
The guy with the long nails. It was fucking he was like capturing the bitches.
Oh, Elijah Wood.
Is that Elijah
Yeah,
Wood? I thought
that
it was.
Elijah Wood. Yeah,
Yeah, a little freak.
Where he was doing fucking cutting their heads off. And shit. Yeah.
yeah.
Or eating them. He was like
Yeah.
cannibalizing them. Yeah.
Fucking
Now,
right.
that was such a cool, weird movie.
Someone a
Clive
movie?
Owen,
Dude, you never seen Sin City?
Clive Owen, and
Boy.
Benicio del Toro when he cuts his head off and he's still talking to him.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Mickey Rourke, Bruce Willis. That's like
It was like an
it's got some
oil
great-
pit, right?
Yeah,
He's like,
or like tar
"Hey,
pits. Yeah, he
You
took
know
the
they're
tar
gonna
pits.
come get you.
No, that was so good.
Dude, that's a badass fucking movie.
I
With,
love that movie.
Jessica Alba. God
Yeah.
damn, she was.
Oh, and then the whole Rosario Dawson. Man, it was really well done in terms of like how many storylines they had, and they all fit where it never
Mhm.
felt like it was too convoluted or
No, dude.
you lost anything.
That's a good ass movie.
Yeah.
Oh, they even had the dude from
that
the Green
Green Mile?
Mile.
I thought that was
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rogan
yeah.
up there with hair.
I thought Rogan was in the bottom left.
I thought it was Rogan right there with hair.
And then Nick Stahl, he plays
Oh,
the pedophile who turns all yellow and shit.
Yeah. He was fucking weird.
He
dude.
was- that
What
was
movies
so
y'all
weird.
talking about, bro? What
Dude,
kind of
when
movies
when they
make
cut
back then?
him, when they
More
cut
of
him,
a
his
Nemo
fucking
kinda guy.
blood was
Oh,
all
no,
yellow.
like,
The blood
like he
came out?
turns all fucked up, yeah.
Yellow and shit.
And then he goes
yeah.
back
I
to
like
get Jessica Alba
Tarzan.
to finish the job.
Yeah.
It's a good fucking
That
movie.
was gay.
Do you remember that or no?
Yeah, it was all yellow and nasty, looked like oil, dude. When I was little.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
That was such a gross character.
Dude, he was
Wait,
disgusting.
what happened?
And they like smashed his fucking nuts, ain't it?
Well, no, oh, yeah, they smashed his nuts and then they
Bruce
bashed
Willis
his head
did,
or something.
right?
Yeah.
Bruce Willis did that shit.
Bruce Willis was a G, dude.
I don't know. I was born in 1994. I don't know. Fucking,
No, he
Dude,
fucking.
this is
Oh,
fairly
what's
recent.
this guy from?
But he like sacrificed himself for the girl, man. That was
The-
awesome.
Yeah.
He's the one with the scars on his.
Mickey Rourke, you talking about?
No,
No,
Tommy
that
Tommy Flanagan. Yeah, he plays. Man, I want to say he's
from the motorcycles.
yeah. Well,
Sons
no,
of Anarchy.
the one that. Well, yeah, but the one I think he's
He's a
in there
Russian
with
mob guy
Clive-
too on a
Clive Owen.
fucking. He's a Russian.
No, he's in
mob.
Braveheart. I don't know if you remember him.
Braveheart.
Braveheart. His wife is the one that gets
Yes,
taken to get
yes.
I
fucked.
remember that.
Yes,
fuck.
Y'all never watched Braveheart? I was.
dude, Braveheart.
How the fuck have you not seen Braveheart?
Shit, that shit's like 4 hours long, dude.
Funnily enough,
But so good, dude.
That is a good movie.
Anyways, that is one of the most historically inaccurate movies ever made. Like no joke,
Yeah,
historically inaccurate.
dude.
But I still love that movie.
This is one of my favorite movies of all time.
What does that have to do with fresh and flavorful Thai?
City Center.
I don't know.
I don't know. What are you looking up?
So I got to have a VPN.
Probably because it's Jessica Alba right beneath it.
Yeah.
Flavorful.
Oh, yeah.
Honey.
Brittany Murphy's in there too. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody
Before
that
she
died is in it.
fucking OD'd, right? Did she OD?
I think it was
think she-
something like
I think
that.
she
It was
OD'd.
something really weird where she was sick. Like I think her boyfriend like died around the same time too, so it was kind of weird.
They're probably taking acid tabs up
I
the
get-
ass.
Nice.
Sure.
She has a nice ash.
How you like it so far? What's
Oh.
the brand like?
Can you, boy? You don't like it?
I like it. The flavor's not as what I remember, but it's not bad. It's strong.
It's good. I like
But
it.
this one being dark is not like.
I bet.
or-
Watch how you do that.
Mm,
Dark.
a little
What y'all hear
racist.
about?
Wait. What do y'all think about y'all so far? Because y'all brought a third in.
I
I
like
think
this.
mine's
like
a
it?
little
Yeah.
earthy, but I haven't really been paying attention to the layers of the wrap.
Do you get the tea taste?
Mine's a little girthy.
I was about to say the tea taste.
Yeah.
Earthy.
Earthy, I guess. Yeah.
It had,
I
strong
get
teeth.
that. I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was kind of
Weird.
crazy.
Yeah. That was like the first time I had a taste like that. You remember that?
Yeah.
Well, did
Gotta
y'all hear
hurry
about?
up and get to the dark part. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's all mixed in.
I know.
Oh, it is. The fuck? I was looking at it this way.
Well, you get both at the same time, bro.
Heard about what?
Julio Cesar Chavez's son
Oh,
getting deported by ICE.
Is he really?
Yeah,
What a fucking idiot! How do you
ICE,
get deported
ICE
by
picked him up.
ICE?
So how do you come over here?
So illegally.
He's been here. Yeah.
Fucking
came out to
idiot.
get
So
paid.
he
has money.
overstayed.
He's stupid.
He overstayed his
little-
visa,
Yeah.
whatever. But then he has warrants out in Mexico for like cartel stuff, guns, organized.
He's an
crime.
idiot. You came from a wealthy fucking family. You have your own money. If you get deported when you're rich, you're dumb.
Yeah.
bro. But like it's
Every
Like,
time
he's-
for a point.
Dude, that is
Like he's dead ass, yeah, like organized crime
I mean,
and
he's
shit.
pretty spot on with that. I mean,
providing guns and
No,
Not
there's
just-
no
get
reason
paid
for
now
that.
and
Not
shit.
just
You
that,
can buy,
you're like
you can buy your way out though.
you're literally the son of the fucking
Of a
biggest
legend, yeah.
Mexican boxing
And the only
legend
reason he's
ever.
getting involved with any of that shit over there is because he wants to
Idiot.
feel cool. Like you don't have to. You don't need the money. You have the money.
Because he sucks as a boxer, so he's trying
Oh,
to do
he's fucking
stupid
horrible,
shit.
dude. He fucking threw like 9 punches in the first 6 rounds of the Jake Paul fight. It was fucking embarrassing.
But it don't make sense to me. Like, if you have, he has to know he has warrants over there for his
Oh, of
arrest.
course.
Where?
In
In
Mexico.
Mexico.
That's why that he's being deported back because he has cartel crimes that he has to pay.
They probably
I didn't
want
know
him.
that.
They
He had
probably want.
warrants,
That's what I
dude,
just
and they sent
said.
him- That's why they got that.
The problem is, or the reason I should say is
Look, bro.
when
People are like that and they grow up wealthy, like they don't ever think it's gonna
Yeah.
come back to them. They always think, no, I'll get out. I'll find a way out. I'll pay my way out. Whatever. So like they're not smart.
Deportation, arrested.
That's crazy.
I'm
dude. I
pretty
did
sure
not
they
know
just
about
did that because the Mexican people want him back so they can beat the fuck out of him for sucking so bad.
You fucking embarrassed us.
What'd you say? He had a warrant.
Yeah,
He's getting
warrants in
deported.
Mexico. Yeah. Well,
That's
ESPN
so-
reported it. They sent it out earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He had warrants in Mexico for cartel business.
Oh, let's check BJ's warrants right here. Check warrants.
But-
You're about the soccer player that died?
No,
That's
what happened with him?
ridiculous, though, bro.
So
Alleged
Liverpool player, he
cartel.
died in a
Like,
car
dude.
crash.
Hold on,
in
wait,
Spain.
we got to stick on this guy. Bro.
Him and his
Yeah.
brother, dude, together.
That's crazy, bro. Like,
He
if,
just got married like 2 weeks ago.
like if you know you're wanted in Mexico, why
That
the fuck would
sucks.
you like
They snagged him up right after the
famously do a
fight.
pay-per-view fight and shit?
Yeah, he's getting his head cut off.
And the only reason an affiliate of any cartel is because
Yeah, see,
he wants
on,
to feel cool. So
on
he-
charges of
it's like when you
involvement
see
in organized crime and arms
like,
trafficking a day after he was
rappers who
detained by
actually
US
don't need to fucking
immigration
do
authorities in
illegal shit will
California.
do illegal shit to feel cool.
Now they're gonna fucking punish him with that little midget.
But
Punisher.
do you think Mexico really do anything?
Fuck yeah, they're gonna.
Mexico is so
Nah.
corrupt that
I
you
think
can
right
buy
now,
your way out
yeah.
of
I'm
everything.
saying.
I think right now, yeah.
No, I think they're gonna call his dad up and be like, "Hey, just
Hey, come
give us,
get your
like-
fucking.
But
kid.
it doesn't.
no.
So I think they'll try, obviously, but then obviously with his dad and some people who have like Diddy, we have money, you can beat the shit.
But what if his dad's like, "Nah, you went and made my name look dumb against Jake Paul. I'm not."
I can
gonna
see it.
take
no, he might make him suffer for a little bit.
He could, dude. Mexican parents don't fuck around with that.
Scroll
shit.
down some more real quick. I want to see what else it was.
You disrespect my fucking name, mijo.
I don't even call him that. You call him a little.
Also believed to be an affiliate of the Sinaloa
Gay-ass
cartel,
motherfucker.
which Sinaloa is the biggest one right now, or no, CG&G I think is the biggest one. Right?
It's one of the biggest ones though.
Because Sinaloa was the biggest, but then they started decreasing in numbers with everything going on with all the cartel wars. So CG&G is the number one right now. I think they
Sounds
formed
like a
an
fucking
alliance.
company.
What,
I was gonna say, it sounds like
what's
an
that
oil
stand for?
company.
CG&G is
CG&G?
another cartel,
CG&G.
I'm not making no
Incorporated.
jokes with that, dude.
and they formed an alliance apparently.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk shit about it.
Because the girl,
Yeah,
there was a girl on Sean Ryan's show who she
That's what you wanna do.
interviews
Not my
all
business.
these people,
Not that cartel.
and she was telling all about the cartel stuff to Sean Ryan like a few days ago, and she was saying like Sinaloa was number one, CG&G is number one, Sinaloa was number one. They've shrunken because of whatever, and so they're forming alliances, and they're having U.S. Americans like train them on like how to
Oh, that was the woman
operate, how to install
yeah.
mini guns on top of the trucks, and like all 70% of the guns over there are U.S.
We're training them.
Yeah, there's
What
people
the
from
fuck?
there's people from the U.S.
They
that are
hire them.
training. Yeah, ex vets.
Yeah,
ex
they
vets.
just go.
training
We'll
them.
give you all this money to train our guys. I remember I saw that because she was
Oh,
talking
great.
about how like when the administration came out declaring them terrorists, they were just like, all right, we'll just wait. 4
Yeah,
years.
she said that they're
She's gonna wait 4
stockpiling.
years.
They're stockpiling drones.
Right.
All
They got
that. That's
everything.
they use that right now for the police in the area to keep them at bay. Drop though, like before they would send in the drones and blow up the drones. Now the U.S. whoever has gone over there and shown them how to use the drones, drop the bomb, and return the drone to save the technology and all that. To how to
Wow.
utilize it.
What the fuck?
Bro, that podcast was legit. Like
That's
No,
kinda,
This is
like-
what Sean Ryan?
Sean Ryan.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
that sounds shady though. Like, why are we providing the drone?
Because some guys are just fucking tired
It's
of the
also
bullshit.
it's also saying why are we like we're not really gonna stop the
No,
drug
it's
shit.
never gonna stop.
We've
Like,
been providing to them.
But what I'm saying is like we did the same thing to like Iran and them, and we just went in there and just.
well, no, but
See, so
again, like
that's
when
the
they
difference,
provide
though.
it, it's about they're controlling some element of it.
Yeah, just like the girl
They
said,
wanna
she was like
control some
Iran
element
and the
of it.
Taliban was different. They're not dropping bombs. The cartel is doing drugs and human trafficking. They're not looking for fights. They're not looking to prove anything.
Yeah, yeah. They're
They
looking not to get
welcome
caught.
Yeah, now they've moved because China is sending the precursors for fentanyl to Mexico
Yeah.
and all that, and now the cartel has moved their
Nah,
bases and all
China's
that?
moving it to India.
Yeah.
well, maybe, but
So
like
we're
they're
getting it from India now.
they're also moving into the northern border in Canada.
Okay, what's fentanyl? Is that just like, do they get it from any type of plant or just all straight chemical?
It's chemical.
I don't know about that shit.
It's chemical. That's why. Yeah,
I think I Joe Rogan had a podcast. It's like a synthetic.
Well, it's
Opioid or whatever.
it's used in anesthesia.
Yeah,
Yes,
something like
we
that.
could
right?
It's legitimately used in anesthesia, but they only give you like a small dosage whenever you're like in surgery
Oh,
or
didn't
recovering from surgery.
Patel talk about it, right?
That's how they're able to cover it, because they say, well, we're not fabricating it,
Yeah.
we're just like kind of providing the materials, but y'all need it because y'all need it for y'all's healthcare system, and that's how they're getting away with it.
yeah. And bro, in that podcast, she was saying like all the a lot of the cartel areas have spread to Canada, to Africa, to India, to all these places.
They're everywhere.
Because they're not just like, and Sean, I thought he might have known, or maybe he didn't, but he said he's finding it crazy how they're expanding their outreach to incorporate different ethnicities because it goes under the radar a lot easier.
Oh yeah.
So
They're
Yeah.
committed, dude. They're
Yeah.
fucking committed for sure.
like all the farmers over there, all the avocados that the U.S. buys, which was once coming from like legit farmers, the cartel has gone to those people, those families that have owned those farms and said, look, either give us a cut or we're taking it.
Yeah. It's always
And so now we're basically buying now avocados and shit or whatever trade wise from cartel. All the tourist spots and everything that people go to, like Americans go to, cartels are obviously
just
that's
there.
why.
it's-
That's why I
it's
don't
a
want to
maf-
visit.
it's the
fucking-
mafia all over again, dude.
But
Yeah.
no, I think it's just the whole government itself,
And the thing
'Cause
is
how
that she
that
was,
being allowed? They're
Yeah.
paying the government.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, she was saying too, like,
Yeah.
Kind
for
of like
sure.
a tax revenue,
Yeah.
yeah, like all the, it's like money's paid off. Like they generate billions of dollars per year.
No, I'm just saying, like, I just don't, because as beautiful as the spots are over there to go vacation and stuff, dude, it's sketch, man. Fuck that. Because all it takes is one fucking dumbass to be like, I kind of want some weed, dude. And then they call somebody that they know in the area. Next thing you know, the cartel's like, well, who's wanting this shit? So let's pull up on them. Let's see what they got.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, you got fucking AK-47 pointed at your fucking brain.
Yeah, there was a story too that I had heard, and it was about the cartel having a hit on like this, like over there, a lot of famous YouTubers and influencers.
That's what I'm saying.
They're getting
Yeah.
popped because they're not. Some of them aren't, cooperating
Checking
with the
in.
cartel, checking in. That was part of it
That's what
too.
I'm saying. Yeah.
So like, there was a live stream of this chick,
The
in
girl.
Mexico. Yeah,
And her
Who
friend very clearly set her up.
yeah. Well,
What?
yeah.
Yeah, you can
Spoiler
tell her
alert.
friend. No, you can tell her friend set her up.
I was gonna get there.
Because during the stream, she's like getting gifts, and then they tell her, "Oh, the last gift is going to be the best gift,
what?
Most
Right.
expensive gift.
the most expensive." And
Fucking
like
gun.
towards the end of it, she's like, "I don't feel comfortable anymore, man. I'm gonna leave." And her friend's like, "No, wait, you gotta wait for your last gift." She's like, "Nah, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't feel comfortable." And her friend just keeps telling her, "No, stay, wait for the gift." And then all of a sudden, it's, pop. Friend goes in, turns her phone off.
That's 2 in the chest, 1 in the
She
head.
was on live.
But why did they?
It was
Boy,
on
it was
live, bro.
It was an actual fucking.
But the thing
why,
is, so
but why did they do that?
that's what I'm saying. We don't know. So pretty much what it was, the video
Because
was,
her-
it was of the
oh.
girl. She was in her salon. She owned it, right? She was a social media. she's
Oh, I
famous.
have seen that.
And so she's like, you're getting 3 gifts. The first gift was like a Starbucks drop off. The second gift was like a little
Stuffed
stuffed
animal,
piggy, which the
yeah.
cartels, when they complete a hit, they leave a pig's head on the body to signify like this person was a pig. They're dirty. This is why they got. So instead for her, they gave her a stuffed pig, and I think that's when she realized like this something feels wrong. And her friend was like, no, like you have to wait for your last gift. And then sure enough, like she sees the guy, I guess, starting to walk in, and she mutes the stream, and she gets like 2 in the chest, 1 in the head, and then she's just there.
BJ said Mexico sounds safe.
Yeah.
Boy, the U.S. ain't
And then-
safe either, though.
And then the friend, you can see the friend, she goes, grabs the phone, and just ends the stream.
What's not safe?
The U.S.
Well, you have
Boy,
to know.
Texas
well,
is safe.
well, listen, you just with
I
Mexico
log-
because like
log
I
on
work
to
with a lot
X.
of people. Well, I work with a lot of people, and they would constantly go back to Mexico. Like Mexico is safe if you know where to go, if you know rather where to stay away from.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, 'cause
Like,
I have
so
a
we
family
get-
that goes over there every year.
Well, we got guys that work with my company, but they live like either in the Rio Grande Valley, but a lot of them have houses over there, so they go back and forth.
No,
Because I
like-
always ask them, bring me some barrelitos, the little beers.
Yeah,
I always
fire.
keep those, so I'm like, just bring me some of those, bro.
My uncle got chased out there one time
What happened?
in his SUV because that's what they wanted back when they first started.
Fucking headphones die.
They wanted like all the trucks, the SUVs to mount stuff on them and all that. And so he went over there, but every time he would go, he had to take off his rims on his wheels. So it's
Hell
like
yeah,
his
they'll
wheels.
take them bitches.
My headphones
Yeah,
are dead,
bro.
guys.
So like one time he was driving, and I think a lot over there's a lot of dirt roads and shit. So
see?
that's where they all are.
It's a USB-C.
It's like, you know what the regular most phones are and shit.
See,
Yeah.
right? I have a plugger here. I'll plug him up for a little bit.
Well, so it's funny because like one of the most vehicles that they like is the 4x4s. You know, they always want a 4x4 truck.
Yeah,
So they're like,
And that's
go,
what my
go
uncle
over
had.
there if you want to, bitch.
my uncle had a
Well,
Tahoe,
no, they'll fucking
take
go after
that.
those
And
guys
so-
specifically.
but he got away. Like I mean, he fucking. I remember he said it was just him by himself because he was out, and everybody else was at their ranch that they own over there. 'Cause my
Mhm.
family has like a few ranches out there, and they were like, I don't know how you say he got away. Obviously, he's still down there. He lives in town now. He has a house over here too. But
No, he probably broke bread. Usually they'll let you
Yeah.
go if you break bread.
No, there's also curfews.
Yeah.
So each
Yeah.
ranch has their own curfew. Like where we're from, it's kind of like 7 p.m. You can't be out.
See, but
you know
why
that's
go?
true.
So whenever we go, it's like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. And then like at nighttime, you start seeing the 6-wheel fucking dualies and shit. Just
Oh yeah. I went swimming one time. I think I said this before, but on the like the natural watering holes and shit, and
Oh,
like
yeah.
the trucks pulled up next to like a corner store, and we were swimming, but basically like kind of down the road where you could see through the trees. I didn't speak Spanish, but my cousins were like basically like in Spanish saying like bad guys, let's go like vámonos, like so get out the water and we run type shit.
I'll stay
Well-
in Texas. I'll stay in Texas.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I
We're
would
good
love to
over
go
here.
visit Mexico. Like if that wasn't the case over there, I would frequently go.
But
That's the thing that
also-
sucks about Mexico is like it has every single thing you would want out of a tourist attraction. It has history, it has beaches, it has food, it has everything.
Pyramids.
Yeah, it has everything. But because of that, even if there are places that are safe, which there absolutely are, they'll never get the tourism industry that they could have.
Yep.
if
But
it
which they
wasn't
ain't
for that.
worried about it because they have all the fucking.
But
drug money.
also
Well,
in
the people
reality,
in charge aren't because they're corrupt. It's
Yeah,
where we
major
were-
corruption issue.
It just
where
sucks
we
for
were
the
at
people.
was like it was like you're not too far from the major city, but also you're out in the countryside. So like it's perfect area for anyone to be close to the city but still be out, out of
Outside-
sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have an active family that lives there still. They live in Sabinas, Hidalgo.
Yeah.
So
Boy, see a lot of meat. See a lot of meats out there. Assholes.
I would love to go and visit the Aztec ruins and the Mayan ruins because I love that shit. But
I'm out.
I won't ever go nowhere.
but there's
shit.
a risk. It's the same reason why I won't go to Israel. I won't go to Egypt because there's just a risk there that I'm not willing to take.
Well, to me,
I wouldn't go to Africa.
this is like the hard thing that's going on for me right now is because like I want to travel, obviously with my wife and kids, but like if I can't carry a pistol with me,
Yeah.
I don't want to go there. Like I have to have something on me the whole time.
I feel like that everywhere I go.
Yeah.
Well, even here in
There's
town,
always
boy,
there's
anywhere
always
around
this
here.
bad possibility of
That's
some shit.
That's why I like just being at the house or over here and shit.
Like when I went to Katy, I saw nothing but BJs and shit running around. I'm like, man, this shit's sketch.
Yeah, where BJ lives, it's a little sketchy out.
I'm like,
That's not.
it was like a
It's
little
not that
GTA,
bad.
like a little.
That's
They're
not
doing
bad.
Sign of the cross every time.
No, dude, over there by
Like currently?
fucking
yeah.
by Minute Maid Park and shit, dude. That's
Yeah, that
kinda
too.
sketch. Dude,
all that
that's
shit they cleaned up. It's already been talked about. They're gonna clean
Really?
it up only for the World Cup.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh.
They got the World Cup's gonna be here.
Because they said they signed a new bill where the homeless will have housing.
So they're gonna be
and
like
blah, blah, blah.
California
Yeah.
whenever Xi Jinping
Yeah.
came in and San
Yeah,
Francisco was
they
cleaned up
already
for like
signed
a
the
day.
bill. They're gonna
That's what
have
Russia did
housing
for the
and
World
shit.
Cup.
Really?
Like when they had the World Cup in 2018, they cleaned up a bunch of shit.
What did they have? What does Russia have?
France
They had
did
all
it.
kinds of fucking they don't take care of people who are outside of the cities,
Was it
Mm.
Russia?
and they like had a big stray dog
Cali-
problem,
Oh,
Cali just
really?
did it.
and
was
they
China.
killed a whole
Right.
bunch of dogs.
No, but France, France just did it for the
Daniel.
Olympics. They cleaned
Yeah.
all that. Remember, they
Yeah.
got all mad, so they started like pooping in the that little river that goes through Paris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to contaminate all the,
the
water.
fucking Seine.
Yeah, dude.
I really don't think it's ghetto where BJ's at. It's crazy.
It's like a big ass rose. It's a big ass.
That's where I met that guy for I don't know. He was a Navy vet. But
I've
met
been
him
over there
for
to
one of the
where
mics.
drop him off one time.
I know, and I think two of them were already taken apart.
No, that was that other dude off of Bissonnette. That was our people too. He fucked me. Fucking bitch.
He just says it's not ghetto. It's not ghetto. I've been over there before.
No,
But
where's
it was
ghetto?
daytime.
It was on Bissonnette, boy. I went into those little apartment complex. I was
Oh
like,
yeah. Well,
what
it's
the-
like in that area, it depends on where you go.
I would just like,
there's certain areas that are like if you go like right inside the Beltway
yeah.
on 59 and you see them apartments,
Yeah.
that's all fucking.
Well, I was just like,
shit.
who's about to put their ass cheeks on my window?
I don't trust none of that.
Be over
Remember I
there
had
with
to
them.
take a shit big time in fucking Houston. I pulled over like at this gas station. And
Yeah.
Board, bro.
Boy.
Oh man, I went to
Keep going.
I went to a New
Like,
Year's Eve
fuck.
party in Fifth Ward one time, and I was like, I'm never doing this shit again, dude.
Well, see, they're not bad during the day, but at nighttime, dude, you don't
No,
want to be
that
in
was
those
at
streets.
night,
Yeah, you
and-
don't want to be in those streets.
Like
Well,
cockroaches.
Why
I
the fuck
walked.
did that shit?
I walked
Hey,
one
bro.
time from an apartment, the Sky House Apartments, to the Toyota Center to watch a
Yeah.
game. Boy, I'm not a city boy.
Oh no.
But like I said, man, you know,
Say, where are you from?
I feel like every time
I
I'm
want to know
out
where
and
your
about,
mama from.
Yeah.
grandma
Where your
from?
daddy stay?
you got a bottle opener? Fuck.
Right here,
Every time I'm out and about, dude, I always have to be like
boy.
watching everywhere, dude.
Like, yeah, we went out for your bachelor party, bro. That's why I couldn't even really like drink because I just
Yeah,
feel like I had to be on lookout the whole time.
Yeah.
So everybody else was like
You
pouring out
never know
shots.
who got that fucking pink dust on them.
Yeah, dude. True, but hey, someone from the back.
Eee.
Talking about AI though, dude. Y'all hear about those eye ladies?
We're talking about AI.
What eye ladies? What eye ladies? Whoa, 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 whoa.
What eye ladies?
What are we talking about?
What are we
Island-
talking-
The Island Boys?
Eye ladies, not on you.
That was good. I bet.
Damn, that was
I've been
good.
waiting so long.
You
to
was
use
waiting
that.
for somebody else to
I was
say
trying to set
something.
it
That's
up.
why, boy. He was looking over there. I was like,
I was
I
like, I'm
know.
gonna wait till they talk about AI. Then I'm gonna try to bring it up.
I bet.
I was like, got the mouth, look at the monkey and shit.
Damn, I was all intrigued. Had my fucking mouth open and shit.
I got
that
a
was
birthday
good.
shout out.
Who is it?
Who is it?
I remember that shit.
Shut you up.
I have an IQ test though. I would like y'all to try.
I'm down.
Why?
I feel like you're gonna
IQ,
say, yeah, you're gonna
I-
say some shit and I ain't gonna fall for it.
IQ testicles.
You gotta get a little bit more drunk.
Nah.
I cue these nuts at your face.
No,
Some
no, no,
shit
no. It's something
that.
like that. It's actually like a actual riddle.
What is it?
Oh,
Nah, but
Are you peeing already? Oh, but I said, boy.
so not
I hate IQ tests.
What is the riddle? You gonna say it or no? You just bullshit.
I'll say it later. Yeah, I have it though, for real. I've been having it queued up so I don't fucking shit the bed on it.
Hey, speaking of riddles, you want to do Wordle?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
What you
riddle?
mean? What you mean?
Boy,
It's a good
last
time.
time we did it within
Boy,
like
last
the
time
first
we-
10
yeah, we're like
minutes.
30
Oh,
minutes
yeah,
in.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
but we didn't get it during the fight. Remember?
No.
We
Hey,
lost that one.
shh.
ooh.
No, Saul wasn't here. Shh.
We lost it.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
We weren't on
Y'all
stream
did one
though.
during. Y'all
We
did
weren't.
one
I
during
was
the
say we weren't
fight?
on stream though. We weren't on stream.
We weren't on stream, but still, it counts. We didn't get it.
Yeah, we fucking shit the
I don't
bed
feel
on
like it
it,
doesn't
too.
count if not everyone's involved.
I don't remember.
See. Shh. You already said it. Oh.
Boy.
Yeah, these are going down kind of good. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I got one, bro.
I got one too.
That's that Wordle.
That boy too organized and shit. He needs to drink more.
Who?
Hey, did you blow smoke into your cup?
No,
Look.
what?
What's in there?
There's like
Oh, it's
smoke-
ice. It's ice.
Oh,
What is it?
blow some smoke in there. Huh?
It's
You talking about like an old fashioned?
Hell yeah, where they come out with the little fucking.
Yeah. Little burning block and shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. I've had one of those before.
Okay,
Okay, so
yeah.
ING.
I
are
feel
in
like
there.
ING is always.
your rum is still in there.
I don't know what to mix it with. That's why.
These?
It's probably ING then. Dying.
What is it? What'd you say?
Dying.
Dying.
Oh, you're right, bro.
It's a little dark, but
Okay,
Yeah, I
what
was
the
wrong.
fuck?
So it's not. So it's not gonna be in
Igloo.
Igloo.
Ooh.
No G. Oh yeah, no, yeah.
No, yeah,
Igloo.
igloo. I mean,
Igloo. No, but it's not. But the G's not.
no, yeah,
It is.
it
It'd be-
fits.
No. That
perfect.
works. That works.
But then we're gonna lose two O's.
Yeah, nah, fuck that shit.
We gotta try it, right?
Yeah.
I just want to know the placements. There we go.
Got
Oh!
Sa, 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 sa.
Boy.
Dude, that's what I'm talking
That was the
about,
fastest
dude.
one we did.
Boy, put the team on
By
his back.
far.
All right, now what we got?
Well,
Boy,
The
there's a
big
lot of
beautiful
stuff.
bill, huh?
Yeah, they
Oh,
passed.
yeah, what's
they
up with
passed
that?
bitch. They
past
passed
the
it.
Fuck,
house and
man.
shit.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Well, you're really fucked if you like make like less than 15,000 a year. Some shit.
50 or
Why is that,
15?
though?
15. I don't know. It
I
just
thought it was 50.
like it targets like
That's a lot of
I think
people,
like
dude, under
as far as
50.
like your tax breaks goes, now you're down. You lose like $800 if you're like 15 and lower,
Food stamps is.
You lose 800.
and then when you're intermediate, it's a little bit less. And then if you're like I think 50 to 65 or some shit, it gets better and better.
Yeah.
The
So
higher-
as you work your way up.
so the more money you make, it benefits you better.
Then I
or
think
more.
they increase.
well, wouldn't that be like an
128.
incentive to fucking get out and get your money, bro?
Bro,
You would think, but a lot of people are getting
having more money should be the only incentive you need. Like it should
That's
be
what
a
I'm
tax
saying.
break. Like you should want to make more money. It's just
That's-
people don't give a shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're complaining about that, but you're not really doing what you can to get out there and
I
protect
haven't looked into it to know the ins and outs. I just know the gist from headlines and shit. But
It's
I
a
don't-
lot. It's a lot.
I know it's a lot. That's what I'm
in
saying.
that
Dude, there's
bill.
so much.
So
They
much.
said it was like I don't know how many hundreds of pages.
Well, the one thing that they did was they had put
1,100.
in some like
Yeah,
provision
something
to
like
like
that.
make public land
Yeah, they took
private,
it out.
but they
Well, they
took it
took that
No,
out.
'cause they,
Yeah,
like,
we talked
Mike
about that
Lee was
last
like the
week.
main one around it. And
oh
they
yeah,
taking
that
it
one.
out.
Yeah, that one didn't go
You
well.
were here,
even-
right?
He like caved to a lot of the.
No, I don't think it was you.
Can you look it up, please?
You weren't here last week?
Yeah, he was here last week, but
No, I was
think
here
we
last
talked
week.
about.
Yeah, we talked about that last week.
No, but they didn't take it out. We didn't talk about that before. They just took it out this week.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
no,
we
they-
were
that was
talking
just-
about
yeah.
it.
They
and then
just took it
They were
out.
talking about
Yes.
Montana and shit.
Yes,
and all that
yes.
shit.
Well, he
yes.
caved in because you
Yeah.
he got a lot of pressure from a lot of.
No, that's good because even Rogan posted about it.
I think
Yeah.
it's
Like,
now.
Well, everybody was.
Dude, he was like,
I
"This
think
is a
you get-
huge victory for the people."
You get 2,200
Shit.
now per kid.
Sean did too. Sean Ryan.
That's good though, ain't it?
Yeah, what?
I guess
What
What
is
was
it?
it before?
2,000
Per
Oh,
what?
okay, so it's a little bit more money.
So it's the extra
Okay.
$400.
Per kid?
So they added $200, but
$400. $400. Shit.
I think pretty much. I think it was 40.
I don't know. I don't trust
40% of the tax breaks went to the top 5%.
Yeah,
which is
I don't
pretty
trust.
major.
But
It's
Elon,
kinda-
all
you know.
the fucking rich ass people.
y'all see Elon?
No,
though?
they all
He's-
love
And,
it.
and I mean,
do
he
you think?
feels like it's gonna
He's
be a
against Trump
trickle
again?
effect. You know what
Oh,
I mean?
No,
yeah.
because his
What about
whole
this
again,
time? What about
he
this
was
time?
opposed to this when it first got announced.
The
Because-
bill.
He was trying to cut unnecessary spending, and this bill introduces more,
Yeah.
specifically for like military and the defense. And
It's
shit
increasing
They
the
increased-
deficit and cutting funding for
Yeah.
healthcare and nutrition programs.
I think they increased 128 billion in military.
Yeah.
That's good.
Then they just canceled Medicaid.
That's good.
Like that. But see,
More,
that's why when
fucking
people talk
brass
about
to
like
lay
America
down.
going to war, it's
Yeah.
like the
More
only thing
wars
that
to
can really
start.
fuck with us is a cyber attack.
No, it was so funny because I remember.
Oh yeah, cyber attack.
That's the only thing where they could be like do real damage because
Hell yeah,
our
dude.
military might against any other country in the world is. That's why. But see, that's why Taiwan is such a important thing. Is because 90-something% of all microchips are made there in Taiwan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if China invaded it and took that, they would be technologically superior, more superior than every.
Boy, I
country
feel
on
like
the
it's
fucking
deja
planet.
vu.
I know.
Because he was in
That's
San
why-
Antonio
That's
though.
why America would go
we
to
talked
war.
about it at one
No,
podcast.
he was sitting right there.
Yeah, I think he said this whole thing.
He was
I
sitting-
said it last time because it was on the.
No, we see.
Because remember we talked about Sean
Did someone
Ryan.
else say this? Am I repeating?
No,
shit?
you said it already.
Did I already?
Yeah.
Fuck, I forgot. I was probably drunk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he also he's
Sean
ramping
Ryan
up
interviewed the
border.
Taiwan vice president.
Oh yeah, Noah did say that.
So he's adding money to the border
Yeah,
and
he
the
was
wall.
He was in San Antonio.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
I'm telling you, he was sitting right there. That's when he started making the Mexican accent, and we were making fun of him.
Did I?
Saul was gone.
Well, this is the third time because I mean you talked about the.
Whatever. Either way, it's very important.
Because
No, it is.
it was deja vu because you said the same shit I said from the Sean Ryan.
Yeah,
show.
it's
yeah,
so
I was just like, it
important
was a mind fuck because I
to
was
where,
like, I've literally heard
like
this.
But how many times does
America would go to war
how
with it.
many times does Joe Rogan?
Howdy, hot chicken.
Oh,
We're gonna
dude.
be like, oh, here you go again.
But at least he says, I know y'all heard this before, but there
Boy,
he
I be
goes
hearing
into
the
it.
same shit like every
I'm like,
episode.
Joe, you just talked about this lad podcast, dad.
That podcast, man.
I actually
Hold on,
just
scroll down,
finished.
scroll down.
Scrotum.
No, but it is boy scrotum.
He's gonna get. Bring out that goal.
Just the fact that he calls it his big beautiful bill sounds
I
so
know.
fucking horrible,
It's
dude.
sketch.
Like, it
Sketch
just
as
that's a
fuck.
rich
It's
guy
weird.
who's gonna fuck
Yeah, I don't trust
all
him.
our asses.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
You know
no
what?
lubrication.
But if it's
You know what?
bad,
I'm
it's
kinda
just
glad he
3
passed it.
more years.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't give a fuck, man. It doesn't
Mike
matter
Taggart?
who's in office. It's the same
What up,
fucking
Mike?
shit over and over.
What up, Mike?
Yeah.
Mike.
Mike, we'll call you. We'll call you at the second half, so make sure you have a topic.
Well, why does it have those little purple things?
Yeah, what is that?
It's something new they just started. Like whoever has the most comments.
Ooh.
Boy, Mike, you're number 2, dude. Fucking
Better-
slacking, dog.
Tag back.
Fucking slacking.
Again, Slender.
Slender's number 1 on mine too. I'm like, boy.
Said lock in.
He talks a lot of shit.
But yeah, it's.
All right, let me look up this shit real quick.
I don't know nothing about it, man. Other than like the little ins and outs.
I
that-
just like the stuff that's already being parodied.
yeah, I think it's in the media is what push whatever the media pushes is kind of what I'm
The
grabbing.
problem with those kind of bills is that they're always like incredibly wordy for for the specific reason to keep people from actually knowing what the fuck is going
Yeah.
on, and they're constantly slipping in little
Yeah, other
things
stuff. Yep.
that have nothing to do with it.
Right, right. And nobody's actually going to read 1,000 fucking
exactly.
That's why you asked ChatGPT to explain it.
Oh,
what I'm doing right
speaking
now.
of that fucking bullshit, you see that guy that was on today? Sorry, Saul, go ahead.
Nah, that's what I'm looking at.
Oh,
You asked ChatGPT?
well, no, there was a guy, he's an Indian, I think he's a PhD in something, but basically he came on just, dude, he's like sounding the alarm for fucking,
AI and
late.
shit.
yes,
It's
yeah,
too
he's,
late.
well, he's just saying like, he's not sounding it as far as the fact that it should be cut off because obviously we need it, right?
Well, it's already been integrated, so
Yeah,
Right,
that's
not
what
just
we're
that,
doing.
but he's just saying that there's
Regulation.
no,
Big
there's,
test
there's no,
run is
yeah,
what
there's
it
no
is.
safety parameters around it.
right.
So if we see that, and it was so crazy
It
because
starts to kind of go off the
it
rails.
was
a
so
little
funny
bit.
because my favorite part, well, I've only got halfway through the podcast, so I can't say my favorite part, but one part that caught my attention was because Joe kind of always asks the same questions, like what would the worst case scenario be with AI? And he says,
Terminator.
well, no, he says, well, you're essentially asking me because we're the ones that programmed it. He goes, so if you're asking me what I would do to basically end the human race, I would say I would hack into our systems, set off the nukes, stuff like that. Or maybe a biochemical weapons lab, let something leak. He goes, but this is speaking from somebody that's stupid. And he has a PhD, right? He goes, AI is 1,000 times smarter than we are. So we never know what they could do. It could be something way more subtle, and we
Right.
won't ever
Then
know
we wouldn't notice it, and
and,
all of a
until
sudden,
it's already fucking
yeah.
too gone. He's
Well,
like,
yeah,
they
because they're
could do that
processing
already, though.
information.
It's already too gone.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Too gone. Right
Well-
now, it's been collecting all of our data.
Yeah,
And then how
it's
Joe
true.
Rogan said, if you connect that to a quantum computer, we're fucked.
You don't even
Well-
know if
we're real.
we're already
We're
in
in a simulation.
parallel universe, and
We
we don't
are.
know about it, or this is the Matrix
We're in a
already.
simulation, and I get fucked up in every simulation. Yeah.
Like, we are AI.
It's too late. I think if you're not on the, it's like we hear this every time when they first brought out the computers.
Yeah.
Everybody was saying, "Oh, well, now the computer's gonna take over us."
Did they say that? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a giant shift in
Well, no,
Yeah.
like
evolution.
remember the whole Y2K
Yeah.
thing? Everyone
Yep.
thought the world was gonna end. As soon
Oh,
as
the
it
year
was over.
2000?
Yeah, 2000 and shit.
And then same with like, it's not as
2012.
bad, but like even rap music. Remember, everybody was like, "Oh no, don't bring rap music because it's gonna make everybody like
Be
dumb."
black.
So like, dude, it's
It kind of did though.
when nobody
Yeah,
nobody
nigga.
knows, like you don't know what's gonna happen. Everybody
See white
starts,
kids
like,
talking.
getting all scared.
It's like first person shooters, we're gonna start kids want
Even
to kill.
games.
Yeah, no,
we
gaming
know
is gonna
what's
cause
gonna happen.
violence.
When games came out, everybody was so against it. Like, don't let
Dude.
your kids play these.
Oh, Call
we
of
know,
Duty and shit.
we know what's coming.
Well, I was
What's
playing
coming?
Torok as a 7-year-old.
What's coming?
AI, isn't
I
it
remember that
fucked up,
fucking
dude?
game.
Torok.
Like, they tried to bring it back, and now it was trash.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm playing on
All
64.
right, Mike, with the what are we smoking on tonight? So me and my left hand man are
Mm.
smoking on the CAO Americas.
Yes, sir.
I give it like a 7.
I like it. It's something a little bit, I'm not going to lie. So I think I'm enjoying it so much because it's something a little bit more lighter than we've previously been
To me,
taking.
some
lately.
flavor. The flavor's not all there.
No, the flavor's not there, but just that, the initial hit,
Yeah.
it's kind of smooth. It's not a real dark cigar.
So we got James and Saul. They're smoking the Filthy Hooligan.
By Alec Bradley.
Alec Bradley.
Yeah. So how far you're about in the second, third, and what about you? About half.
Hey, look, new study has shown that AI is understanding that they're doing what humans tell them. Now fears are that the AI will eventually rebel.
Skynet, boy.
So yeah, like basically AI is understanding that they are not their own thing. It's just responding to what humans tell
So,
them to do.
Like, and then not
But
only
that's-
that,
those are but I think those are the parameters
Sorry.
that they set in it.
not
When
only
you
that,
start
bro.
to create one that thinks it's its own thing, that's when it gets
Yeah,
scary.
bro. Like, and then it's not just one AI. There's like multiple AI.
oh yeah.
So
Well,
it's
now
like
like
at least one of them is gonna fucking rebel. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
keep seeing like
Just unplug
these
it.
news stories that like Mark Zuckerberg has assembled a super
With a
team
nuke
of,
ourselves,
like
which is
engineers and
Terminator.
software people to create or to like build an even better AI model or some shit like that.
Well, I'll
So
tell you one
what?
thing.
They're gonna keep
well,
pushing
I
it
don't
and
know.
pushing it and
Against that.
pushing it.
Well, I was gonna ask. I know
Till
it
we
sounds
fucking die.
ridiculous, but
You got next.
couldn't we just? Well, it's gonna be simple and stupid, but
Can we just
Never.
unplug it?
no, not that. He just said that.
Oh fuck! I didn't hear it.
like,
I
so
don't have my
E-
headphones. Damn it.
So EMPs wouldn't
Think they're
affect
ready?
it.
Yeah, two. Yeah, two.
Would EMPs affect that shit or no?
Oh, like in Matrix? It might.
Maybe.
I mean, it's electronics.
Oh shit! I forgot
No, they
about the
did- they
Matrix
used that in the
incorporated
Matrix.
that.
Yeah, but now they're gay.
Damn.
Remember the writers?
Well, it'll be a gay EMP.
They're
It'll
trans.
make instead of like it'll send out a pulse
It'll be a
of straight.
What,
GMP.
Mike?
It'll be a GMP.
He just went to number 1.
Oh, there he goes.
Hey,
See a
God damn
battle?
it!
Well, number 1 and 2.
No, 'cause that last comment made him number 1.
Boy,
That's tight.
that shows our view.
Yeah, I think it's just. I think it's too late, man. I think we just have to deal with it. And
Whatever happens, happens.
Take a bunch
Honestly,
of robotic
it's like they say:
cocks.
if you don't incorporate
do
it
that.
and learn to live with it, you're gonna get left behind.
yeah,
like-
Be a vagina.
Like,
I'll say like Excel and Word.
yeah,
Like everybody was all just writing everything. Then it's like if you don't learn how to use Word to write an essay, then you're gonna be left behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it's gonna turn into.
Now there is a fine line because, for example, like how nowadays kids, even in schools, they're using the smart boards or using iPads or using all this stuff. That's cool and it's really good for them because as far as developing, because that's where the future's going to be at. But like even at like my house with my son and my daughter, I like to put the electronics away and do just regular OG like
Handwriting.
studying,
Mm-hmm.
like cognitive skills, like all that. Like
What if that's why the fucking writing on all the tablets in ancient history was so shitty because it had already come to the point where AI had already taken over, and people that were
they have to
writing,
relearn.
the last people that were surviving on Earth were just fucking writing all ugly on different shits.
Yeah, right now rocks. Remember that stupid shit?
Boy,
Like
my
you mean
mind
like
is fucking blue right
pre-Antediluvian
now.
world,
So, yeah,
like
there's that
old
conspiracy.
Atlas and shit.
Boy,
there's a conspiracy where they say like we are AI. So back then there was an AI already, and they wanted to feel what life
that?
felt like. So they ended up creating a being.
So
I just
you
fucking my fucking mind is fucking blue right
That's the
now.
conspiracy about it.
Like me, I'm like an avatar, like the blue people. But I'm just like
I already knew that though.
But Terrence Howard,
Terrence Howard. God.
Are we? I mean, I would understand that.
I don't think so, dude.
I don't know.
Do you guys know what derealization is?
Where you're like in your body, like-
Derealization?
Derealization is, I don't know if you ever felt it, because I've felt this.
yeah, where you're like
where you like,
out of your body type.
Yeah,
thing.
you don't feel attached to the world around you.
I did that when I
Like-
smoked that fake.
Yeah, we
No,
don't.
like there's
Boy.
because there's times where I'm at work where I'm like
Fuck that
working
Zen.
and I know the world exists
Same
around
one.
me,
No,
but I don't feel like I'm a part of it.
Yeah,
even
when
in
I
my own
smoked
body.
that synthetic
It feels
weed,
like you're in a video game and you're controlling
Yeah,
yourself.
exactly. I feel that way without drugs. I just feel that way sometimes.
That's
No.
autism kicking.
That might be that too.
autism.
There's times where I'm just
Yeah.
like, man, I don't like. I
That
know
was
I'm
the
here,
acid.
but I can't feel shit.
dude, that fucking
Start
fake
slapping
weed.
his head.
What?
Jeez.
No, that sucks. So then you have to. I have the same
Definitely
shit,
gotta watch.
and then you have to like fake a
Ah.
fucking feeling. That's what I feel.
No, I feel
You have to, like-
derealization
Boy,
all the
what fuck is that
time.
about?
I'm serious, bro.
No, you have to fake. You have to
Freaks.
fake like,
You have to be like, oh shit, fuck. Let me be happy. 'cause
oh,
I'm
that's
fucking fucking with
crazy.
this dude.
But you don't really feel
Right.
anything. You're just like
That's
an
kinda
empty
weird.
shell.
Well, all I feel is like my fucking legs cramping when I get up in the morning.
I feel that way all the time, dude.
No,
Shit cracks
it
and
wasn't
pops.
like he said. It wasn't till
I bet.
I bet. It wasn't till I smoked that synthetic marijuana, dude. It fucking it hit like a reset button in my fucking nervous system because, dude, it was like maybe I would say 5 minutes that I was tripping, but it
Yeah.
felt like a fucking hour. And
That's
I was
that's what sativa
I was
does.
sitting there and I
No,
was just
sativa,
like,
no,
but
what
I
is
was
it?
just looking at the fucking
Sativa?
world, and I
no,
was
no,
like,
salvia.
I was just kind of like sitting
Wait,
there.
so sativa like
No, sativa is a
Sugar?
strain. No, a sativa is a strain of weed. Like there's indica.
Oh, you're talking about stevia.
I'm talking about
Stevia.
I'm talking
Stevia,
about
yeah.
salvia.
Stevia is a
monk
sugar.
fruit and shit.
Salvia is
Stevia is a sugar. Ain't
that
it?
shit when you
Yeah.
smoke it,
And there's
and you'll
indica,
be
right?
high for like No. Salvia is something different.
Salvia is
Salvia's a
legal.
different plant. You'll smoke it and you'll be high for about 5 minutes, but in that 5 minutes, you can
Mike.
be alive for like 10 years.
I'm not sure,
More of
Mike.
like
I've
a
never
psychedelic
smoked
high.
DMT
And you
before.
like come. That's what DMT does too.
I've never smoked that before, but you
I've
can
never
smoke
fucked
this
with
shit
none of that
called
shit. Fuck
Climax,
that
and it
shit.
might.
I'm good with
fucking
all that. I don't want
That's
none
what
of
I'm
that
saying.
shit.
Some people get stuck in that, dude.
I don't want none of
Dude.
that shit, dude.
Mm-mm.
Like
I
you
have
ever seen that
no-
Ari Shaffir talk about
Yeah. Where
Doing
you
that
had a
shit
whole life
thought he had a whole life underwater?
underwater. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never
Fuck that
indulged.
shit.
Boy,
I've never indulged any of that to
Wow.
experience that. I've only
No.
ever done marijuana, and it was, I guess, like legit. That was like one time, and I was like, nah.
but see, I never
I've
felt
done-
that with weed.
Well, I've done mushrooms,
I've
and that's
done,
pretty cool. I've done acid, and
acid.
that was pretty cool. But like, that's not the same as those other ones. Because like acid, you're just the world around you gets distorted, but like you don't lose your perception of
said
time.
that.
Dude,
See-
I took acid once, and I was with my homeboys. It was like this, and I took one. They didn't know I was tripping, but I'm like, all right, guys, I'm gonna go home. I'm hungry, dude. They're like, all right, you'll be back. Yeah, man. I was in my head. I'm like, man, I'm out this bitch, man. I'm gonna go home, man. I'm gonna go right straight to sleep this shit off. But
Nah,
I'm laying
see-
down. I couldn't go to sleep.
No, you can't sleep.
So,
You're
like,
tripping
dude,
for like
but-
6-7
but in my
hours.
head,
That's what I'm
just
saying.
like-
Why do it?
I think
Huh?
Because
I don't know.
sometimes it can
I
be
wanted to
good.
feel it.
So
For
here's
what?
it. No, but here's the thing. It with
dolphins in
acid,
the windows and shit.
It depends
why?
on your own like mind.
Aquaman.
If you keep your thoughts positive, it's an incredible experience. And,
Yeah.
and it's awesome. Like I talked to my dog for like 30 minutes. Like we had a legitimate conversation with each other.
But that's retarded.
Uh,
Like your dog's trying to get you. Like what's this
No,
guy
I
doing?
get that, but
He
at
was
the
like,
same
bro,
time,
I'm
Was it talking back to
hungry.
you?
yeah, no, that's what I
I
mean.
gotta go take a shit.
No, like we were having a conversation with each other.
Really?
Like it's not about.
So let me
like,
tell you this.
whether
Let me
the
What
tell
if
you
he
this.
experience
really
is real
was
or
having a
not.
conversation though?
But it's just
He tells
it's
you
fun.
about when he's in
So
the
I'm gonna
Then
tell
at
him
the
right
same
now,
time,
like, why?
you can have a bad trip, and it can go the opposite way. And you can look in the mirror, and it looks like, oh, your teeth are falling out, and your skin is melting, and you're
Okay,
like
but even-
freaking out.
even the good trip. I've never woke up and like, hey, you know what? I actually want to talk to my dog.
Okay, look,
That's
let me.
not-
Can I
well,
tell
I
you?
would
not
like
what
to
I'm
talk to
saying.
my
No, can I
dog.
It's
tell you?
like-
Can I tell you my experience?
Can I?
Your question.
Okay, but
Maybe.
first, after this, why did you do it?
I just okay. So back then, I was
My
the kind of
spook?
person that was like, I want to try this to see what it was because weed was actually like a gateway drug for me. Like,
It
this
is a
what
gateway
weed
drug.
Was it peer
Yeah.
pressure?
No, I was nah. It was
So you
like,
wanted to see what was
what
higher
it
out there.
was. I just want to know like okay,
Like
what
me
is it?
last week with the 12.
So like the first time I smoked weed, I was like,
Right?
wait, this is what weed is.
I just went
Like,
right
that's
into
all
it.
it is, man. This is fun, you know.
I mean, that was my first thing when I tried weed the very first time because I never wanted to try it just because of fear of what's associated with it. Honestly, like we all know what's associated with drugs, right? Like
Relax.
everything, not anything. So the first time I tried it was I decided I was gonna try it at prom at our lake house because we were gonna be there for 3 days. We were gonna be in this property gated, so like I was like, all right, cool, like I'll try it here. Tried it. I mean, it was cool, whatever, but like not something I'd be like the next day, like I want to do it again and again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because for me, like, well, I don't even like not feeling myself by being sick. You think I want to?
No, like- So
Nah,
yeah,
dude.
only certain people can do that though, bro. Like if you don't have that addictive personality, like
Boy,
I feel like you know,
when I started smoking weed, I was doing that shit every day.
nah, not me. I didn't like it. It was the opposite.
see, but
Like,
but why? Like why?
I liked it. I liked it, and
It
I
wasn't
had just got
until-
into working out, and it was funny because I had an adult tell me, "Hey, if you like working out, you should fucking smoke weed and then work out because
See,
you won't
you
feel
could
shit.
feel- you could
won't
feel
feel
like,
shit.
No,
well, he
dude,
said you won't get tired.
I had a friend. Bullshit. I had a friend tell me about that. This dude was a swole ass dude. He was work out all the time and shit. Bro, I did that one time with him. I couldn't live.
No,
Well,
well,
it
I
looks
wasn't
because
lifting.
you
It
could
was
feel
I was like,
the-
it
you
was-
could
But
feel the
no, I
strands
think
of
it
muscle.
depends on who you are. Because like
Yeah. 'Cause
there are
I didn't
certain
feel
people
shit.
that
It's all
like,
different.
I didn't feel
for
shit.
instance, like there's some
Yeah.
like famously football players that'll be like, oh, I smoke weed before every game, and they would
Right.
it would lock them in.
Right.
And then sometimes like me, I'm the same way. If I smoke weed, I tried to play basketball one time. And I was on the ground because I couldn't fucking breathe. Like,
Yeah,
no,
crossed up,
like,
just like
not
that.
everyone's the same.
No
Some-
ass fall.
because like Joe Rogan talks about it, getting
Yeah.
high and doing like Brazilian jiu-jitsu is
Right.
like even better because he can focus his mind, he
Right.
can control
And
his
that's how
breathing
I
better.
was with
I can't
working
focus.
out.
But like
I
everyone's
was-
different. But going back, the reason why people do LSD is because LSD and mushrooms have both been proven to rewire your brain. Like
But-
there's
Yeah,
people
so
who
can I
but-
go to the story?
No, but,
Oh,
at
yeah.
the same time, like
because they expand your mind, and not only that, but they can rewire your brain in a way that, like, let's say you had like you were an incredibly neurotic person and you worried about everything, especially the things that are outside of your control. If you have a strong enough trip, you'll come back and be like, wow, all that stuff wasn't important, and it will change your
You said that
personality.
before.
Yeah, can I
No,
say my story, please?
but real quick because it's like
You said real quick, long ass time ago.
He didn't let me finish. I said like this. And he's like, you.
All right, text me.
I'm not Asian, bro.
He said you 3 times.
You.
I understand what you're saying, rewire. But what happens when that stuff don't get rewired?
Well, that's
right?
the risk. That's the risk you're.
That's the
having
risk you take.
Yeah, that's the risk.
Well,
why
why
take
take
the
yourself?
risk?
That's what I'm saying.
If your life sucks so bad, you're like, fuck it, I'll take the risk. Or if you're suffering so
Yeah.
much from
Okay.
anxiety or depression to where you're like, I want to die
Yeah,
or I don't want to
honestly-
be alive,
But how
Yeah,
many
but
you
like
then-
take the risk.
Yeah, but then that there should be an advised way to do it versus like a.
They've
like a
spoken
set-
about this.
there's-
They
yeah.
spoke about
No,
this already.
Terrence McKenna talked about that. There's a lot of people who advocate
Yeah.
for like drug use in a responsible, controlled environment
Yes.
where
and,
you're
and to
you allow
get to
people to
you
get
real
better
quick,
medically.
but just like a real quick
quick.
thing, they're trying to
Real
implement.
quick.
No, they're trying to implement this with PTSD veterans right now.
for that one.
I
What's it
begin.
called?
I begin.
All right,
Yeah.
so
I
Back
begin
to
that.
self.
Yeah, I've heard
Yeah,
a lot
back-
of positive
back to-
stuff about that.
back
so
to
I
self.
had started with my story, and then Gabriel was like,
But I gotta
but
pee.
why? Nah, so I mean, your question to why people would do that. So at the time when I took this, I didn't know what the fuck. I didn't even know about the whole rewiring shit, right? I didn't know anything. I just took it. I took it. I ended up leaving my friend group, went home, and I had this bad trip, what they call.
Oh yeah,
Like,
that's the worst.
like, bro, so the candle in my room, I was like fucking tasting it through my hearing and shit. It was
Yeah.
fucking weird. The walls were like oozing, and my thoughts were just like fucked up. Pretty much telling myself I ain't
this one that's
worthy.
not
I ain't fucking like I ain't shit. Like, and then
No,
like
it-
at the same time, pretty much like sorry, mom, and shit like that. And
It'll
then, like,
heighten the worst things
dude.
you feel.
And I was like, man, I prayed, bro. I was like, man, please, like, I want to wake up not crazy, dude. So the next day I woke up, oh fuck, dude, I'm thinking perfect. Oh my god, thank you, dude. And I literally woke up that day a different person.
no,
Like I woke up ready to take on life, bro.
Well,
I
no,
was
you'll
so
be more.
appreciative.
Well, no, you'll be more grateful.
No,
like when
grateful
you
of
sometimes
everything.
when you experience
I
the
don't
bad, you're
I
like,
promise,
wow,
dude.
that's what the world
I'm not.
could be.
I'm not saying anybody
No,
take that
there's-
because I
no.
never did it again. But I'm just saying, like, I woke up, bro, because at that time, dude, in my life, I didn't give a fuck about my future, none of that shit. Literally the day after, bro, I was just on hardcore mode, bro. Like, just
But that's what I'm saying.
And then-
for me, it's like there's too many. Like I don't want to do it. I don't need to do it. First
no,
of all,
yeah, you don't need it.
third of all, it's like there's days. Well, we all have bad days. There's days where you wake up and you feel depressed. I'll say it, and then you think about all the bad stuff you do. I think that's the time where you need to be like, I need to remember this moment, and then go reach out to the people or whatever that you're feeling, and then just address it head on. And then
Right.
so the next time when that comes, you already addressed that situation, and it's up to you as a person to continue to be a better person throughout the time. But we all, like, you smoke. How long did that last?
What, me smoking?
No, like when you did it, you felt like a new person.
Dude, it lasted like 5 years for me, bro. It lasted a long time.
Well, I think he means
And
the
I didn't
individual
know-
time you did it. Like how long were you?
No,
like,
I'm
me
saying,
the
like-
trip?
or
like the after effect?
No, but you're saying you're a new person, but I'm pretty sure you still did the dumb stuff you were doing before.
No, bro. Like, you can ask all my friends, bro. Like, I cut them off completely.
I was one of your friends.
Dude, and when did I talk to you for? I literally got into school, fucking like just tried hard on everything, bro.
drink?
Like
I have one
loved,
more in
loved
there.
everything again, bro. Like it was just
Not football.
completely different. I quit smoking, quit drinking, I quit all that shit for a long time.
Maybe it's
bro.
just the point where we're at in our lives, because like I never
Well-
been like
no. I mean, obviously you have to try it because then
I'm not gonna try it. There's no need for me to
No.
try.
no. I
Gabe,
mean,
I'll
I feel
also
like
say-
you have to try it before you speak on it because
I will
You know,
also say this.
but-
Gabe,
But then you have to kind of, you can't, like, for you to say that and the people that haven't tried.
no,
it.
because you're just speaking on what we're saying, but like you have to like it's
but
kind of
why-
like explaining what being high is.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, for people that haven't tried it, you're kind of pushing them to try it.
No, I just said
no,
I don't want
it's-
anybody to
thi-
try it.
well, no,
like-
listen.
But
I will
that's
say
what I'm
this.
saying. Why try
Not
it if you
everyone,
don't need
not
to
everyone
try it?
takes acid for that reason. Some people take it for the same
To
reason.
party
like
and
to drink,
shit,
because
like,
it fucking
yeah.
feels good.
No, but like me today, I'm not gonna go inside and just like, I need to do.
Thank you.
But I had a bad trip because
But going
it's
back,
just my thought was just weird at the time for me to like. Okay, so like it started spiraling down in this bad.
you can control that though. Like the bad trip stuff is
Yeah.
like you.
And I didn't know
Like,
though. I didn't know, dude. They gave it to me without explaining what the fuck it was.
As
So
soon
I
as
just kinda,
you,
like-
as soon as you allow your mind to go that route, drift that route, that's where
Yeah.
you'll end up. Same
But
way
then
as
why
if you
do it?
controlled it. But listen, because man,
because look,
why
bro,
do
there's also
anything?
like
It's just sometimes you want to experience shit.
okay, because the people that told
No,
me
that's what I'm
about it,
saying. You're not doing it because you're looking for a change. You're doing it.
Well, no, that's like
Yeah,
that's
that's
like when you're an
true.
adult. When you're
That's
doing it
true.
when you're young, You're
Yeah,
doing
you're
it because
dumb.
you want to get high and you want to experience something different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, going back to what you were talking about, where you're like, you know, you feel a certain type of way. There's people who are like beyond that though.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
who were like at the point where like nothing helps, and
Yeah.
then they'll do that, and
Yeah.
then all of a sudden it's a complete switch.
Well, like
And
Joey
I
said,
know-
like the military people.
But then there's some people who do it, and like one guy I remember like jumped off a building or some shit because he thought he could fly. Like, I think that's
Nah, I
natural
don't know about
selection.
Well, it's like my cousin. My cousin, he was messing with drugs, and now that boy's schizo.
No, it
Probably did meth
will
or
absolutely
something.
happen
No,
like
it wasn't
that.
meth.
No, sometimes you can. So sometimes you can do too much of something and you lose your fucking mind.
Yeah,
Look
for
at
sure.
the original. The
If you
original
abuse
singer,
it,
But then
like-
why do it?
because of the experience. Just why you. Same
The
reason why you.
experience is- it's not
But
enough
listen,
for me.
Gabe,
I mean, it's the same
listen,
thing for.
It's
It's
like
a
with
si-
cigars.
well, no,
Why are
it's
you
just
smoking
like,
a cigar?
it's like
Think about-
alcohol.
well, no, think about it
because,
exactly.
because this don't give a bad trip.
But you know
Listen,
you're gonna die
but
eventually.
think about it
doing
like alcohol.
So why
If
Not
do
you
a
it?
bad- but
overdo
not a
it,
bad trip.
you end up an alcoholic and you're in the shit.
It's like
As long as you can control like how you do it, then you're not going to end up that way. There's people who recreationally use heroin, who can do that,
Very few.
and then there's some people who can't. They do it. They want it again the next day, and the next day, and the next thing you know, they're a junkie. Sid Barrett, the original singer for Pink Floyd, famously did
Yeah, he went
like,
crazy.
way too much acid and lost his fucking mind.
Yep.
I had
but
a
some
friend of
people
mine.
just don't know, bro.
I had a friend of mine who, when we were like 19, we had like I wasn't there. I was working at the time, but my friend told me they picked mushrooms and they had a jar like this big full of mushrooms, and he ate the whole thing.
Oh god.
See,
And he was fucked for like a week and a half, to where my friend was like, "I'm gonna have to take him to a fucking hospital, mental hospital, because he's gone." And then finally he came back. I mean, he was still retarded, so it didn't really make. The thing is, he was already kind of dumb,
I'm
so
out.
it didn't really affect him.
But see, the gist of all this,
But wait, time out, because you just said so. What you said, he's already kind of dumb. So what if he was doing like, okay, what if I do this and then I get all smart?
No, he did it because he was fucking high as shit. He was like smoking weed and was like, "Oh, let me." And because he was one of those people, like he was one of those people that like when he got arrested, he showed off his mugshot.
Yeah.
Like, look at me, I got. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like, so he was just
yeah.
one of those people that's like, let me be crazy and do all this,
Yeah.
and then he was fucking, you know, and he got the shit.
So
beat out
pretty
of him
much to your
by my
questions,
friend
Gabriel,
because he punched a girl.
you have to
He was high as fucking, didn't know what was going on.
you have to know your dosage, bro. You can't fucking do too much.
Yeah, but
This is
even
what I'm saying,
But
so-
even that's
so like
not.
like with okay with mushrooms you can microdose, and that's a completely different experience.
but why? That's not even.
So
Because it can expand your
because
mind.
it mellows you out.
But look, so
But it
here's the
can
thing.
also
Though. Here's the thing.
expand your mind.
it's like why are you doing a Zen?
It goes down. It goes
Why do
down
you do a
to
Zen?
But because Zen lasts 10 minutes.
Why do you do a Zen?
I'm not. You what?
for a head
But-
rush.
with psychedelics in general,
I'm
though,
asking.
psychedelics
But
do
again,
expand your mind. Like,
good
do you
question,
guys?
though.
I know you've heard Joe Rogan talk of the stoned ape theory,
Yeah.
right? Like, it's because
yeah.
psychedelics expand your mind,
But
and
how
it
do
can
you- but
expand
that's-
your mind
what-
to a benefit.
It's
You
a
have to
theory.
try it, Gabe. Like
Theory.
I mean,
I'm not. There's no reason for me to try it.
okay, then why you question it that way? Like
No, I'm not. I'm saying for the person that's out there that is like with me or on the fence of trying it, it's like y'all
Everyone's
just
an
say-
adult, though.
because
You
what
can
I'm
make your own
saying-
decisions.
I know.
Okay,
that's what I'm
look.
saying. But going back to that, because it's like a person that's on the fence,
yeah,
you're pushing them more to try it than to just no. You don't have to do it. There's no
Well,
reason to do it.
Well, no, because you
because
if
there's
you-
benefits to it.
well listen.
There's definitely
if you're
benefits
gonna
to
try,
it.
And there's-
listen, it's if you're gonna try
The
anything,
same as a Zen.
be responsible
Like,
in how
honestly.
you try it. Like, there's
How many people
doses,
get like
there's
schizo from a
doses
Zen?
of acid you can take. You don't have
But
to
from a
take the strongest
microdose?
dose.
Yeah, you won't get schizo from a fucking
Like-
microdose.
From a microdose,
Like,
Dose
you can
nothing.
microdose mushrooms.
So this
You
is what
can
I'm trying to
microdose
say.
LSD.
Did you microdose whenever you went on the
Well,
trip?
no, I was 16 years
Thank you.
old, dude.
Did you microdose when you went on the trip?
No, but
No,
I knew
that's
that.
what I'm saying.
So this is what I'm trying to
But
say.
I've
The
microdosed
gist, the
before.
gist of
I've
all this,
microdosed before.
it comes down
But
to
that's-
substance abuse. That's what it
Yeah,
comes down
exactly
to.
what I'm saying.
Because
It's all about-
everything, just like everything
It's like
is
if you
good,
drink a whole bottle. Like,
You're
everything
not
is
gonna lose
good.
your mind over
Boy.
one bad trip.
No,
That's
but
true.
I'm
That's true.
saying for the person that hasn't done it, y'all are kind of making it seem like
obviously, do your own
Yeah, you should-
research.
But try it if you want to.
you can do research, but who do you get it from? And how do you know?
Try it if you
ChatGPT?
want to. You only live one time, man.
Well,
Well, I mean,
here's the way I
but
see it.
it's,
Look.
it's the
But
same
why
thing
do
as
it?
it's the same thing to me. The way I can break it down to simplify, it's the same thing as alcohol. So if somebody's viewing this tonight, they see us having a good time. They're like, "Man, these guys are having fun. They're drinking." If that person goes and thinks that they can kill a bottle of Wellers,
That bottle
Dude.
of Wellers, bro.
and they
No.
try to get in the car, they can fucking kill themselves and a whole other family
Yeah.
doing it in the meantime.
And
That's
then
what I'm
their
saying.
lives-
It
Even though
comes-
they'll come back to it, their life has changed forever.
All right, so obviously now, like now that I'm an adult if I were to do it again, I would talk to my wife like, "Hey, I'm about to do this. I'm gonna take this much amount. This might happen, but it's just because of experience. I already know, right? I'm not gonna do nothing fucking crazy, but I tell her if something crazy
Oh no,
happens,
yeah. Like
know,
if,
like, you
if
have to
I
be
had the
responsible.
opportunity
Okay,
to do acid
but would
again,
you?
I would
I
do
would.
it.
But
I
for
would
what?
do it in
Because,
like an
bro, like-
incredibly small dose.
Like what about your everyday life do you need to alter by taking that?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good question. No, that's a solid question.
Hold on.
No, well, actually, right now in the
Time
present.
out.
No, hold on. Time out. Look.
Okay.
So right now in the present, I don't think I would. But let's say a year ago, I would because I was in a real bad spot.
Okay, so that goes down to you don't need a drug. You just gotta mentally
exactly.
build that fortitude because
what I
every
said.
problem that we all have,
Yeah.
there's somebody else who wishes they had our problems and so, on
mean,
and so forth.
I guess, but it does help.
So, but again, drugs is gonna be. It's always labeled as the escape. They take it to get away from their reality. If your reality sucks, you can change it.
No, but that's how addiction
same
starts.
shit
because
though.
then-
Why are you drinking though?
Not really.
But see, we're
It's not,
associating.
it's not like I'm even in La La Land when you do this. You're thinking that you're in La La Land. When
You just
you're
said you
drinking,
couldn't go to
you're in La
sleep.
La Land. This is with the acid dosage of a dosage I didn't even know.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
So you're saying
This
not
is
to do that much.
without research.
But you're saying not to do that much. You're saying
Yeah,
to do it.
fuck no. Don't do
Okay,
a lot.
can I chime in? I would do it again just because I want to fucking get high and experience it. All right,
Yeah,
fuck
like-
a reason, fuck a getting away
But
from anything,
that's-
fuck a
that's
rewiring
when we
my
come
brain.
down to that.
Sometimes you just want to
So,
fucking get
People are
high.
built differently.
I'm just gonna say so when you take it at a low dosage, you get the drug of love. So you're very lovey, you're very kind, it's a
I just
whole.
get horny.
Well, no, it's
What?
not
That
that.
goes?
It's not even that. It's just
Boy.
like you're just fucking.
Well, on
like,
life, what you mean?
I
That's-
guess like what a hippie is, but
I
just
think me and
dumbed
Noah are
down.
the same because it's like I said, we all have those days where we're having like a bad day. You wake up depressed or whatever, and it's like
Okay, but look,
for me, I'm like, okay, I need something to take this off. No, for me, it's like, look, just deal with it. The next day will be better.
but some people don't
Well,
got
I do
that.
that,
Some people don't got that.
but I work out.
But here's the thing, though.
But-
work
that-
out.
you think,
that's what I'm
some
saying.
people got that?
Okay,
Some
but that's
people
how
don't got that.
that's
Don't
how
got what?
addiction. That's how addiction starts, though. Because what if they had a bad day, they fall onto that, and
Okay.
then and then like in a month they're good for a month, and then after a month you start feeling the same way. And it's like, you know what, that helped me last time. Let me just go back to it.
But the thing is, everybody has their muse. Like some people who don't do drugs, they come home after a long day or a long week, and their muse is hopping on the game
Or a cigar.
or a cigar or having a
their
moderate
vice.
level,
Yeah.
moderate level
like a mixed
Alright,
drink.
but
of alcohol, right?
Like a mixed
now,
drink.
But now I'm not saying drugs. Well, obviously, no one's ever benefited that I know of from like meth and heroin and shit. But there's other drugs like the psychedelics, which
That he
if
knows
they're in a like an environment where it's monitored and
Controlled.
it's prescribed, controlled environment, that I'm like, yeah, because if someone can use that, they can benefit. And there's studies to back it up. Cool, but like the whole stigma of someone taking drugs to just be slumped, like that does nothing but
dude,
take you
Shrooms
away
don't
from.
They don't slump you.
Depends who you are. Depends on your personality. Depends if you have an addictive personality. Depends on all that.
Okay,
Depends
well,
on your dosage. If you don't know research, nobody does research
well,
out here.
psychedelics are actually opposite of addictive.
But no,
But you
if
would
they're
rather do
controlled,
something that's
if they're
addictive.
controlled, because even the
That would
people
give
that's
you
about
literal-
Ibogaine, it has
literal
to be.
cancers and alcoholisms.
No, they
And shit
they do.
like that, like-
so they have a control because, like we were just talking about, you can go too far and you can't
Exactly.
come back. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, but like he said, so okay, let's just say we all sat here and judging on height and body weight, we all took the minimal dosage of mushrooms. I guarantee you, once we all took it,
I'd be
if
fucked.
we yes, you're gonna experience what you experience. But if we came back tomorrow, which we all will come back tomorrow, if you came back tomorrow and you say, "Hey guys, let's do that again," everybody here is gonna be like, "I'm okay. I
need a break.
I don't need that anymore for a while, or maybe ever again."
Ever again, yeah.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. You're not.
Yeah, I
now,
mean-
if we all sat here and pulled out a half ounce of cocaine and said, "All right, everybody, take a bump."
We're gonna come back the
We're
next
gonna
day
come
and be
back
like,
and be
let's
like,
do it
"Hey,
again.
guys, I think we need that
Please.
cocaine again."
No, hey, it's not the same without the cocaine, guys. Let's bring it back.
I'm
Nah,
just
I'd have
saying.
my nostrils be closed.
No, I'm just.
It's like okay, like growing up.
I'm just
Growing
saying.
up, what did you think about
Because cocaine
cigarettes?
is like
Huh?
Growing up,
dopamine
what did you think of
spike.
cigarettes?
And you're never
Growing
gonna
up, I
come
think
back
about
and be like,
cigarettes?
I don't
Yeah,
wanna do
why are
that.
you
You're gonna
smoking
come back and
that?
be like,
Right.
let's
Why are
do it
you?
again.
Why do you even
Too many
need that
conversations.
for?
So I associated cigarettes with like just nasty. Cigars, to me, there's a more natural element to it versus a cigarette.
Well, there
I
is
asked
there
for
is
cigarettes, though.
there is.
Oh, wow,
I
fuck
know you
cigarettes.
smoked a cigarette, and I know you've thought the same thing.
No, there is.
Why
I
are you
like-
smoking that?
I like
I was the
cigarettes.
same way.
I like
I
cigarettes.
was like, why the fuck you smoking a cigarette, dude? Like, you don't need that shit.
Yeah.
But life
I-
fucking
I don't-
comes
but
around
I-
and you try it. Like, I mean,
No,
Like,
I
the
tried-
reason
I tried
the-
one cigarette, and I know there's never been like any type of freaking.
there's
Bad stuff around
dangers in a
cigarettes.
lot of shit. Even if
you
even
try
if
one.
you have schizo in your family line, you can get it without doing shit.
No,
Just
I
like
understand it,
smoking
but
too
why-
many cigars is
but why
super
up-
bad. But
But why up your chances if you know that's in your line with something you don't need?
What
For
have
me-
you done,
for me-
Mike?
Well, honestly, right now I
For
don't
me-
need it.
for me,
But at the time, I
that's what
didn't
I'm
need
saying.
it.
But
I
that's what
didn't
I'm
need it
saying.
at the time.
No,
Like,
and
for
and
sure.
for that, like especially with military, dude, I feel like
I personally knew that I needed it. Like,
no, but like military, I feel like they're at a point where they've tried everything.
So with the military,
Like,
what
I mean-
from what I understand, that how it benefits them is it goes back to what James was saying. I know it sounds like kind of hocus pocus shit, but somehow it rewires their brain
yeah,
to because there's these, I guess from what I understand, there's these certain neurons that are firing off that puts them in like basically fight mode 24/7. And when they do that and they experience that, it helps them to kind of put those flames out, and they're able to basically calm down, and they have that realization that, hey, you know, it's chilled now. You know, like we can experience family, we can experience peace, we can feel what love is again. But
That's what-
that's a whole nother.
but can
like,
you say
Yeah.
they're weak minded?
I mean, to a
I
cer-
mean, maybe I guess.
Because,
to a
But
like,
if
cer-
you want to go that, if you want to, like,
yeah,
go
I mean,
there, yeah,
I think
guess
that's the easy way to say it. I mean, if you wanted to put it in that aspect,
because
I only
honestly,
say-
when I was in the whole depression mode, dude, I didn't know how to get out of it. When
That's
you're
what-
when you're in there, you're not thinking like this.
Yeah,
You're not
exactly,
Thinking like,
right.
well, why the fuck wouldn't you exercise?
Yeah,
Do this
Yeah.
shit. Do this shit. But it's like when you're there, you're not thinking.
yeah,
like, bro.
for me too.
You're
Like
not at
I
all.
know. I mean, judging on the way I look, I'm not the super fit person, right? Nowhere near how I used to be.
It's
But
the second
even
time you brought up your body.
well, it's because I'm like because I notice now I'll go through the week and I'll want to drink like a mixed drink, and I'll say, oh, you know, I'm taking the edge off of work, I'm just chilling, and then sometimes like I'll be dealing with like life stuff, you know, just general stress, and I'll be like, you know what, I need to make me a drink. But now, like I'm working on like, you know what, I need to get in the garage and fucking bring up my heart rate and do something on my body,
Mhm.
you know? And dude, after I do that, I'm like, I feel better, but I'm still gonna make me a fucking drink. But at least now I feel accomplished, you know? I'm
You
like,
earned it,
okay,
you earned
I
it,
feel,
you
I feel
earned it.
good, you know?
You earned a drink.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I feel good. Like my mental health is like coming back, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think
That's
yeah,
good.
I think
But-
it all depends on where you're at in your life. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people don't have that knowledge. As
Oh
well
sheesh.
on how to fucking
we're good?
handle shit like that. Yeah, we're good.
You heard that or no?
no, but sometimes yeah. I think at the same time too, I can't talk bad about that because like we don't know what's gonna happen in our life, and I think sometimes like I don't know how strong our mental, like how strong I am as in my mind. So if that's if something bad would happen, it's like especially like imagine your kids, something will happen to your kids, like boy, that's not. There's no way for you to just be handle it straight.
Well,
It's hard.
that's like an extreme, but I mean, just because
Or
that
your
is
job.
that,
Let's just say your job.
well, not even that. I mean, the inevitable. Our parents, you know, like
Yeah,
me,
yeah.
me currently, you know,
Yeah.
I've established in the past. My father's never really been there. I could give a fuck, but my mother passing, dude, I know that's gonna fuck me up because she's been the one that's always been there to hold that foundation together. So I know I'm gonna deal with something going through that, and I don't know where the fuck my mind space is gonna be at that time. You know?
I don't know. Hopefully, whoever the fuck wants to do this shit, you like
Research.
But also, it's different
tiptoe
nowadays.
into that shit. Don't just
Yeah.
fucking you know.
Nowadays, though, there's so much out there, podcasts, credible people, more,
Yeah.
more
Yeah, there's more
available,
resources,
more resources available,
resources.
and all that,
Yeah,
so it's different back then. Because I remember, I've said I've only done it a handful of times,
yeah.
which was weed was as far as I went because I knew I didn't like weed, so I stopped.
Yeah, I
and
didn't
why
like
would I?
weed
Why
either.
would I go past that to more extreme?
Yeah, weed
Yeah.
made me lazy.
The only reason I don't drink anywhere besides from here, honestly, because I do it for the camaraderie aspect of it. Same with the cigar, right? Even like for example, the owner at my job, he smokes cigars every so often. He says he does it when he's playing golf because it allows time for communication, talking, breaking the ice, stuff like that.
But do you feel addicted to cigars?
No, because I don't have to smoke one
What
for.
about
I could
you?
stop right
No,
now.
fuck no,
Yeah, me either. Like
no.
to be honest, like at the end of the week, I'm more looking forward to like a mixed drink than a cigar.
Same.
See, I associate a
Same.
cigar, like when I go buy a cigar, it's because I'm associating it with coming and hanging out with y'all.
Yeah.
Like, we enjoy cigars. I want to bring something new,
So you're
give a little
addicted to
backstory
us.
to it. I'm
Mm.
addicted. I'm
I'm
addicted to,
addicted to
a
dick.
good time. camaraderie.
Camaraderie.
Like
Hanging
this
out
right
with
here,
guys
like
and stuff.
like my wife has no issue with my hobbies because they're all healthy habits. I come over here. I'm
cigar.
local. I come have
Well, it's
fun,
good, man, because
talk.
we're venting. We're all fucking.
We're talking,
venting.
right?
Yeah.
I could be. I mean, I don't know. I
Imagine
know
how many people just wish they could just fucking just let some shit out. You
But
know
that
what?
goes back to
Yeah.
like what Saul was saying, because like, what if you don't have this, and then your only thing is like, okay, what about mushrooms, or what? Like, let me do that, because that's what we're getting here. What they'll get from doing.
Well, it goes back to
that.
me as well. I'll speak first person because I don't like to talk in general because obviously I'm not living in y'all's heads. But with me, when I'm at home and I'm noticing, like, okay, I come home and I want to make me a drink and then I'll have a beer. I'm like, why am I doing it? Who am I drinking with? You know, I had to tell myself this because it's not like it'd be different if my wife was enjoying it with me. You know, nobody's. It's just me, fucking drinking. So then I had to tell myself, okay, what is the point of this? You know, I have to. This is all my self talk that goes on in my head, and then that's what and then that's when I incorporate the working out and shit. And I'm like, okay, all right, let me get back on track because I'm falling off the fucking.
I tried
rails.
that once, and when we moved into our house, brand new,
Mhm.
and I was like, "Oh, like I'm gonna have a drink," and immediately I thought of it as like a celebratory in my own house, 22, I got my house, all that shit, and immediately upon finishing the drink, I was like, "I'm never doing this again."
Yeah, I know. I get the same
Because it
shit.
was like, even my wife too, like she had got home that night and she told me, she was like, "Why are you drinking?" And I was
Right.
like, "I don't know." I was like,
I know, for real, honestly.
so since then,
Same,
dude,
bro.
like I'll never just like pop a drink just because, like, same way it goes back to like, why? I don't know. Why would I? I don't need it. I'd rather have a liquid death, honestly, have a podcast on. But also going back to the viewers and this whole thing, that's the whole point of the podcast too, is the camaraderie that we have. We associate and involve our viewers, so
Right.
they have us essentially to come into. Like Mike Tack, he comes in.
I mean, he legitimately asked a question about DMT, which I answered, and I said I couldn't comment on it because I've never personally done DMT. James, I don't know if you've ever fucked with it.
Yeah,
Anybody else?
Nah, but
Yeah, 'cause
Like we
that's-
have Mike,
I mean,
that's
we
a
have
whole nother
Daniel.
level.
I know, granted, we know Daniel, BJ, and all them, but they're still within the comments. We involve them. We communicate. They're involved. It's a
Right.
community, right? That's what it comes down to. So
Right.
they have that aspect to come to.
Right.
If they're watching, they already have their
Exactly.
group. The way I see it.
Right.
But
But-
I feel like
I-
at the end of all this shit, I feel like it's something that does need to be like studied more. Hopefully they do study it because I
Yeah.
personally feel like there is a benefit to it. I feel like it's some sort of medicine if you
I mean-
obviously take it.
Yeah, but you're not
at
the
low
only one.
dosages.
A lot of people.
I mean, it has to be
Yeah.
because I mean,
mean,
even one of the I'm not gonna say hype him up that much, but I mean one of the few wealthiest men in the world, being Joe Rogan, which has an incredibly successful podcast. I mean, he even talks about it, saying like, it is beneficial. However, and he always goes back to it and says it's not for fucking everybody because it could send you into a place
Realm.
that you don't come back from.
Yeah.
And he specifically says that, but he also says one thing that I love that he always says is that he says, "Man, there's times that I just have to take shrooms and I fucking lock myself in my closet." he
he
says that,
said
dude.
that, yeah.
He says I lock myself in my closet, and he's like, "I've had
But
it before."
even-
My
even
wife
then,
comes
he
in
says
and
he
is like,
comes out.
"What the fuck are you doing?" He's like, "Stop, not right
He's
now."
also on a whole other level of like mind is racing with everything he has going on too.
Right.
It's like he has so much things. It's different, right? But yeah. Also, let me ask you this: ibogaine, is that a natural thing?
yes.
See, so
yes.
that's before I was going to say this. I wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that
It's a
because
plant. It's a plant.
I am all in favor of more natural things. Now, granted, I know weed is
Well, so
natural.
is
I'm not saying weed is bad,
DMT
but
is
again,
as
it
well.
goes back to substance abuse because ibogaine can be bad.
I mean,
if it's not
shrooms is
controlled.
one of the most natural things
Right.
you can get.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm not opposed to it, but if it's for a purpose for beneficial reasons,
Yeah, but
And,
it all goes back to what Saul's
So
saying.
I tried telling y'all,
It all goes back to
two
dosage,
sides of the
man.
coin.
Yeah.
Like how I told y'all my story of overdoing it on accident and then microdosing it and my experience with that.
and just being naive and
Yeah, just-
unexperienced with the whole thing. You
man,
know,
fuck it, dude. Growing up, man, I'm like, I don't even
you know what I
once
mean?
I'm
Like,
out
because
of
I mean, that's
those
all of
strides,
us.
I don't
If I would have, so one thing that I would change, I guess I would say I'd change it because I don't know, it was a crazy experience. But if I could go back to like my 18-year-old self or 17-year-old self and say, don't ever smoke that synthetic fucking weed again, I don't think I'd ever do it, man.
Oh, same here.
Because
Yeah, I
it
don't
was,
know why the fuck I
dude,
did
it
that.
was, dude, I'm telling you, it was terrifying.
Did you know it was fake?
I did it because
I knew it, but,
Oh.
Honestly,
but-
my experience, that shit was worse.
dude,
Yeah.
That shit was worse.
so the reason I came across it was because I was
That was
hanging out with a
deadly,
group of
dude.
guys that were already on papers, and at that time, that shit was untraceable with a UA, you know, a urinalysis. So that was their coping method for not being able to smoke weed. They would smoke that shit, but they would smoke it like weed, dude, like cigarettes,
Like back to back.
back to back. And so I saw them, and I was already experienced with weed, so I was like, this ain't nothing.
Yeah.
And dude, when I did it, it hit a fucking reset button for like 3 months because I fucking was still retarded as fuck.
Same.
Dude.
I couldn't, dude. There was certain things I would be just going through my work day,
I thought I was gonna die, bro.
and I would just like randomly get fucking dumb. I would just stand there and be like,
Dude, so I had a
"What
friend.
the fuck happened to me?"
He would smoke
We're
that
at,
shit.
Halftime.
Let me just real quick.
Damn.
Real quick, might be about 15 minutes.
Damn, we're doing good.
So my friend, he used to smoke them, dude, and he would leave the roaches around. Right.
Ooh, that's the
would
worst.
He would smoke both weed and fake, and he fucking left like a fake roach, and his dad happened to smoke too. So he fucking grabbed the roach, dude, and he smoked it. And man, bro, he was like cussing his ass out, like, man, don't you ever smoke this devil shit again? What the fuck is this bullshit? Like, man.
But even he went on a trip.
Oh yeah, that.
Did you
but
ever
that wasn't
experience
because
that,
of none of
James? That synthetic weed? Did you ever smoke
Experience
that?
it right now.
Experience your eyes
No, I mean,
was Fent bent.
I might have done it one time, but I remember my brother did it, and like he scared me. There were
Yeah.
times where he scared me, so I was like, I'm not fucking with that shit. No.
I smoked 2 different kinds. I smoked one called Climax
I
and the
smoked
other
the
one called
spice
Impact.
stuff one time.
Yeah,
Um.
spice. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what they
like
call it.
weird. You
spice.
can get that shit at the gas stations.
Yeah, you
Dude.
can buy it at smoke shops.
The little
at-
fucking
at High
Indian would be
Times.
like,
yeah.
buddy,
You'd be like,
buddy, you want?
Do they still?
"Get you
Do they still? sell it?
Probably. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
No,
Maybe
now,
at the gas
now,
stations.
now because Delta 8 is like legal,
Big? Yeah.
that's everything shifted towards that. They don't sell the
I
space.
thought that
shit
was
no more.
illegal now.
Yeah, I heard they took it away.
No. Abbott
think-
signed. Abbott basically killed the bill.
Yeah, because we're
Like,
gonna lose
there
so
was
much
a-
money on it.
Well, no, there was a whole thing where.
Oh, is it
where,
about money?
What was his name? Who's
Ah,
Lieutenant
sneaky
General? Dan
fucks.
Patrick.
Lieutenant Dan?
Schneider?
Dang,
Lieutenant Dan.
Crenshaw, ain't it?
No, the lieutenant governor of Texas.
Oh, I don't know.
But he came out and had this whole speech because Abbott killed the bill. He was like, he basically wants weed legal in this state. But because they killed the bill to get rid of, because I mean, you look at how many smoke shops have popped up everywhere.
Oh, everywhere.
Their whole
Dude, there's a lot of 'em.
Their whole business model is based on the legalization of Delta 8.
That and
Like
e-cigarettes.
there's you guys know Eighth Wonder Brewery?
I've heard of
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
but I
yeah,
don't.
Eighth Wonder
Yeah.
Brewery, they
heard of
were
it.
a really like popular brewery. They didn't really make good beer.
Was it Houston?
Vape?
Yeah, they're from Houston.
I know.
Okay.
But they shifted to making Delta 8 drinks. And that's where their entire business
They
is
quit
in.
those.
Drinks with
I
that
haven't
shit.
in a
Now,
long
no,
ass
now
time.
it's like Delta 8 drinks where you can buy like low dosage and
Bardo
drink them and
stuff.
shit like that.
What the fuck?
Oh, that
He
shit was
stopped
To
Bardo
where
hard
like
stuff.
He
if
stopped
that bill
Zins,
passed,
all that.
Like,
that's it. Their brewery's done. So like there was so much business that was going to be affected by it. So Abbott killed it.
But how much do you think? How much do you think it was? That was because of money.
Oh, that's
Oh,
all.
it was
all
100% because of money.
100%. That's what he was just saying.
No,
Why not
because
just
like,
legalize it? Like weed. I'm
because
saying.
it's a way to work around like doing a complete like
Revamp.
Colorado legalization to where
Mm.
they can still say,
That
oh,
makes
we're not
sense.
allowed, because they're more worried about like people like growing plants and all that other shit too. Whereas now it's just like, well, now it's still controllable when it's Delta 8.
That's-
So what
that
if I have
makes
some
sense.
real shit and then I'm like, oh, it's Delta 8?
Well, the thing with that is like they decriminalize weed a lot in most counties. For instance,
Yeah.
like if you get caught with less than 2 ounces of like weed on you, it's a misdemeanor. It's not.
But
You don't go.
does
to
it
jail
look
for
like
no.
weed?
Yeah, it
the
looks
flower
just
can.
like it.
Yeah, the flower can.
So yeah, like what if they
It
just?
looks just like
Is there like a way they could
It's even
test it? Pretty
purple
sure,
ones
right?
and
Well,
shit.
because
They wouldn't
no
do
one.
all
Well,
that.
here's the thing. The reason it's more controllable for them is because no one's gonna walk around with bricks of it.
Okay.
Like it's gonna be coming in prepackaged like things to where like if you pull a guy over and he's got bricks of weed,
Right.
you know that's fucking weed.
Well, right
Oh,
now,
that
they're-
makes sense.
They
That makes
actually
sense.
got the THCA now, which is just like
Well,
I
no,
guess
because
before the plant gets like fully
Right.
developed, they just kind of plug it a little early.
Yeah.
But it looks just like it. And
That's
it's called
insane.
THCA.
no, you still get the
That's
same
legal.
effect and
That's
everything. like that.
crazy.
THC is what get you higher now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what's the other one where they remove the THC?
CBD.
CBD.
So what's
And that's been legal for a long time.
Yeah.
That's just healing properties.
But no,
Yeah,
that's
I
just
know
like
that, but
calming
Right.
effects and shit like that. Because here's the thing, like if I were
But you
to,
don't get all trippy.
but if I were to smoke like
is it the same?
weed, no, because if I were to smoke weed and then I took a bunch of CBD, it would kill the fucking THC because they counteract each other.
I didn't know
pe-
that.
The
So
THC
people-
is more just
people-
like chill, but you're
But-
still there.
So people want the actual like high feeling
Yeah. They
instead
want to
of
get high.
Yeah, the CBD is more of like the medicinal, I guess.
CBD is more like, oh, I gotta calm down, or like, for instance, it's helped people with Parkinson's significally.
right.
I've heard
Where, like,
that.
I've
I've
seen
heard that
videos
too.
of
Yeah.
like a person taking
Yeah.
CBD oil and the shakes stop and everything,
Oh,
and they're more
yeah.
normal
It was like a
Right.
kid too that took it.
because it affects it affects different parts of your brain. Like
I
you
said
have
we go-
cannabinoid receptors in your
I don't know
brain.
why you so. I don't know about it.
You have opioid receptors in your brain. You have all kinds of.
He's just playing devil's advocate.
No, for me, I think they should legalize weed because I feel like a lot of the bad weed you get is because it's not regulated. If they legalize it, then it'll get rid of. Well, I'm not gonna say get rid of all of it, but a lot of that will go away. But then it goes to like Joey Diaz, how he always says like it's so expensive compared to just going and buying it from your drug dealer.
Right.
The-
He does
but I
say
think,
that a lot.
but I think a big reason why Texas won't outright legalize it, say the way Colorado has, is because
'Cause the
as
growing
soon as-
and all that
Not just
shit,
that, but
yeah.
as soon as Colorado legalized it, they got an influx of people, and now they have a massive amount of homeless people because people go to Colorado just so they can smoke weed,
Why? I didn't think about that either.
and that's like a legitimate thing where they have way more.
Well, I mean, that makes sense.
homeless
You
people
wouldn't
now.
want like a bunch of people coming over here
and,
just
and
because.
so I think Texas
can do
is
a
like,
certain type
we'll
of
do
drugs.
it when everyone else does it, then they'll legalize it.
And weed is
That makes
addictive.
sense. That makes sense.
Weed is
Because then it's
addictive.
like we're not just
'Cause
gonna go to Texas because it's
Well,
legal.
no, then you
Everywhere
become a
it's
state where
Right,
like, oh,
right.
bring all these people. It's California,
All right, guys, I'll be back after
Washington, all these states that are legalized, they
Right.
have a massive homeless people problem because a bunch of fucking stupid hippie kids are like, we'll be homeless in Colorado. At least we get to get high.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, boys. That was pretty deep. Hopefully, when we come back, it's a little bit more.
Boy, that was a good halftime.
That was
Shit.
good. That was
Rather
good.
not talk about.
We'll be right back.
Oh god.
Dude, I know they fucking left me here. Okay.
That was 6 minutes, and I didn't push B right back. It'll kick back in. All right, guys, we're back. We're gonna try to come in here without being a little bit too
Melodramatic.
yeah. What? What do we got, boys?
Hey, on one note before we get started, I actually like killed my cigar in the first half.
What?
What, Simeon?
I smoked
Shit.
most of mine.
No, mine usually lasts like the whole fucking.
So you liked it?
Yeah, it was good.
So
What about you?
It's really good.
No, it was good.
No, he said no.
No, that was good.
I think you mute it, or you're
No, he's good.
Anyways,
Oh, yeah, you
let's
were.
do the shot first. Let's get that out the way.
okay. Hold on.
I need a bottle. No, there's one.
I love how I tuned in and everyone's missing. Oh yeah, well you fucking weren't watching it then. You fucking.
All right, boys, are ready? So,
Yes,
halftime
sir.
shot time.
Roast.
Wouldn't even announce it or nothing.
July 4th.
I know, so.
God bless
Go ahead.
America.
You got it, James.
All right, July 4th, guys.
Speech.
God bless America, the greatest country in the fucking world. All right.
Let's go.
America.
Let's go.
Amen.
Boy, got that soul in them.
Sound like he had dick in him.
Boy, sound like sinners over there.
Boy, let me spit on you.
Mm.
Yeah, spit on you.
Well, speaking of spitting on,
Immediately gay.
hey, speaking of spitting on, did he
Oh,
trial? Y'all heard about that?
That was a good one. That was good.
Nice segue, buddy.
Dude,
That's
that
fucking
was-
gay.
Isn't that a little go kart?
Anyways, he got out.
Anyways,
He's
but-
getting away with a lot of shit because they dropped like 3 of his charges, right?
He had 5 charges.
Five
He got
They
charges.
dropped
charged-
3 of them.
Yep. He got charged.
So now what is it? Just being a fucking homo?
Shouldn't
be
probably
so
So
party
he was,
harder.
he was guilty on transportation, used for prostitution,
Right.
and probably I think engaging in prostitution.
Prostitution is not legal in New York. I don't
Is
know.
it not? I don't know. I don't think so. No, it's not because they would have a fucking red light district there.
I feel like
100%.
Only
if it was
place it's legal in is Las Vegas.
Vegas.
Wasn't it legal like when New York
And-
was coming up?
And no, it might have been at some point. Yeah,
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
they had that shit here in Richmond.
Well, no, like you have to remember, like throughout most of the 1800s, it was legal. I mean, it was
Right.
legal in every goddamn Wild West
Okay.
town that existed. It was, probably like during the
Mud-
time of
Mud
Prohibition,
Alley.
Yeah.
when like
Boy.
real conservative people kind of were like, oh, we need to stop all this stuff. That's probably when it became illegal.
Boy, that's nasty. Back then it's even worse. 'Cause you ain't.
Oh no, it was, bro, dude. Here, you know what's crazy?
Hold on.
is
I think we got
so
breaking
many
news.
people.
What happened?
What is it?
I don't know how true it is. I'm drunk, and it's on X.
What is
But
it?
it says President Donald Trump has announced that there will be a UFC fight on the grounds of the White House as part of the
What?
America 250.
No
celebration.
fucking way.
I can see it happening.
Oh, he did. Look,
Look
Trump
at that.
promotes
What
UFC
the
fight at White House.
fuck?
Hey, that's tight.
Look at that, dude.
Boy.
What a
Bro,
time
Bro,
we
this is
fucking
this
live.
is not the real world we live in.
This is
Dude, this is a
insane.
simulation. I'm
It
telling
This
you.
is
is
a
100% a
But
simulation.
why not? Because that's like a United. That's
That
like a
is
business,
insane.
American business.
Bro, but that's not what you're supposed to do as the president of
Why
the United
not?
States.
But who says they're not
Well,
supposed to do that?
Why? Why?
Common
It's a-
decency.
No, I think it's good.
Your
That's a good
focus
one.
should your
No.
focus should be on like politics and government, economy, foreign, like not a fucking fight.
You're not
That's
supposed
true.
to show a big dick on a zombie movie either. They showed that.
Somni?
Yeah, I bet.
Are
I
you
was
talking
hoping to
about
hear it.
28,
28 years
I was
later.
gonna keep that
That fucking dick.
fucking
what's
idiot.
zombie?
Zombie movie.
So it
Zombie.
says,
Walk up. You said zombie.
So I guess this
he was
zombie?
like, slob me.
He said they're going to have
Fucking
B-2s
faggot.
and
Fucking
F-22s
shot
and
got me. God damn
F-35s
it.
flying right over the White House.
Hey, that's tight, dude.
So it's
you,
for
James.
2026.
Dick.
I think that's
Is
the
it?
250th year.
250th anniversary.
So
Of what?
that would be next year.
Have you ever been?
What's the
White
White
House?
House?
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Fuck,
I've
bitch,
never
I just
been
became
there.
a citizen. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, Nevada is the only state with legal prostitution.
Boy.
I'm surprised. I thought there would at least be another state, but it's only
No,
Nevada.
it's
That's
only
crazy.
It's not
Nevada.
at least Oregon or something.
I don't know how I know
Have you
that.
ever been out there, James?
No. I've always wanted to. Oh, the White House. No.
I want to go.
Like I've never been interested in that, but I have been interested in like other stuff in DC, like memorials and
right.
Smithsonian and shit like that. But I've never gone. My brother's
Oh.
gone.
That's what I'm into, like the museums and shit.
Yeah, that's what I would go to. But
White House
the White
kinda
House. Yeah, the White House is just like. I mean,
Would you storm it?
like I
Stormy
love
Daniels?
like
In
I
January.
think our founding fathers were some of
That's
the most
fucking
intelligent people
crazy.
who ever existed on this fucking planet. But that itself has never interested me. I'm more interested in other historical stuff.
Oh?
I'll take one. I have to.
Like
Oh,
with the
After-
And we're going
Masonic.
down.
Have to
Oh,
beat the
hey,
demon.
hey.
I have to do. I got sick. James, I got sick.
I'm
that
gonna line
night.
it up for you
Oh,
too.
did you really?
That's why I didn't text you
We,
back.
dude, we took 12.
I was wondering. I was like, maybe he's just busy with some stuff, or maybe
You're gonna intercept it, aren't you?
I thought maybe you were gonna like. Let me reach out
That's a
to
good
other
idea.
people to see if they're cool with it before you.
Right.
Even respond.
Tom Brady,
The-
boy.
The next day, I didn't feel too bad. It was just
Drake.
my phone wasn't here.
Well, no, you were hungover. I remember. I mean, you
I
had to
wasn't-
be right
I
because.
would, no, that's the thing. Like I woke
Or
up
did you
feeling
get enough
good.
sleep? Okay.
It was just that initial hit.
It
It felt like just straight flu, dude.
Ugh.
Did you?
Well, no,
did you
like-
tell him you took 12 milligrams?
Yeah. he
Well,
was
no,
there.
like the
I was
whole
like,
the whole reason I even brought it up was just because
I
like
don't know.
my
I'd have
sister
fast
was
forwarded
like
that whole part.
bugging me, like, oh, I want to do this, this, and this, and I'm like, I got to do a podcast, and then I thought like, oh, everyone's gonna be off on Friday, so we might as well try to do it on Thursday.
that works out. James not gonna be here next week.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be in New Orleans.
So we're gonna have to.
Boy.
Ooh. What you know out there?
Just me and Elisa and a couple of friends were taking a trip
I
out
heard New
there.
Orleans was very demonic. What do you know about that?
Mm,
Voodoo.
Oh, no, there's like a haunted shit there, yeah, for sure.
what y'all doing out there?
Like weird vibes.
We're just gonna like eat food,
Eat
go to the
ass.
World War II museum, go to. There's a museum of death that's really fucking cool.
Boy, the
Oh.
museum of-
Before-
No, you know what that means?
do you
GG's
mean?
Dustin.
Nah.
What do you mean Museum of Death?
Nah.
So it's called the Museum of Death, but basically
Again.
what it is it just has like a bunch of like interesting facts about death, but it also has like a lot of crime scene photos. Like for instance, I
Boy,
went
that's
there.
not gonna
No.
be good.
I went there. I don't know, like 8 years ago with my sister.
Wait, what is
They
it?
have
Museum
the
of
crime
Death.
scene photos.
Then-
Why are you gonna bring
Of,
that bad juju back here?
O.J. Simpson's wife.
What the fuck?
Oh, what the
Wait, what?
fuck?
So here's the thing: they have the crime
What's
scene
her
photos
name?
of Nicole Brown Simpson.
Yeah, yeah.
Nicole.
Dude, I always thought like it was some like, oh, he cut, bro, her head is almost cut off. Like the throat slash is like to here.
Jesus.
Like it's fucking brutal. And then there's a bunch of other pictures
No,
like
but
a
he didn't
guy.
do it. He didn't do it.
I saw a documentary of it.
And then a
it's
guy
pretty-
killed him. Like
Yeah,
there's
I
a
know.
picture of a guy who shot himself in the bathtub. And there's a bunch of other cool stuff.
Jesus.
Like,
Oh,
peop-
that's
like
insane.
there's
How
stories.
is
of
that
people-
cool?
Cause man, it's just fascinating how people die.
I'm out.
Like story,
Yeah.
like things of like, oh, this guy died from this crazy shit and that crazy. It's really interesting.
You're
Wait,
gonna
so
have to
how
get
Tupac-
blessed
they
with
got
holy
Tupac
water before
pictures?
you come back
It's
in.
a whole museum.
Yeah, it's not like a whole like giant museum. It's a very small. It's a small museum. It's not like huge, but it's still real interesting. It's got
Well, what
a
is
lot of
that?
cool shit in
I
there.
thought she
What-
died
what-
like
what-
in I bet. I thought this is in. I thought that happened like in Cali.
Yeah, I think
No,
it's
it did, but
Florida.
it's pictures. It's crime scene photos.
So they just did it a whole little segment and
Yeah, what about Tupac?
Is it like
Tupac-
the legitimate
there's
photos?
no. There's just a segment of like crime scene photos, and that's
Yeah,
one of the
it's
photos
it's the
in
actual photos though.
there. It's the actual photo of her.
Oh,
Like I'm
I
telling
see.
you, like her.
no.
Like I thought he like slit her throat. Like he almost cut her whole fucking head off, allegedly.
Dude, that's fucking. It's the real fucking photos like that they snapped. Oh,
real quick,
no.
real
Like
quick.
I don't like to see
What do you mean?
videos. Let me explain myself. I don't like to see videos of shit happening, but if it's a picture of something that's already happened, that doesn't bother me the same way.
What the fuck?
Like you see the pictures of mob hits of like the guys laying on the ground, they're fucking dead.
So
But it's
somebody
a picture
came.
of something.
So somebody came on your face and took a video of it. You wouldn't want to see it, but if they showed a fucking photo of
That's
it, you would
something
look
that
at
happened to me. It's not the same thing.
it. You said
No,
you wouldn't buy the picture.
don't try to fucking.
Oh, wait, we have a-
conflate the two issues.
We have a comment real quick. Wait.
See, her head was literally. It's fucking brutal, dude.
Of course, Mike would know this.
Mike.
you got what time is it?
It's because
Mike's fucking-
he
Mike's a-
sold her fucking esophagus.
No, it's
That's why.
because Mike's a fucking encyclopedia, man.
He
Mike-
took out the esophagus whenever he cut the
So-
fucking head.
Mike, I'm gonna call you at 10:30. So
Dude,
have the
on
topic
that
ready.
on that trial though, y'all see when he put the fucking glove on
Yeah.
and he had other gloves on.
Yeah.
And that was the whole fucking like
That night.
argument. It was just the most like I don't know.
Nah, yeah, that documentary. When you see, you're like, this motherfucker did it.
Dude, have you seen the interview with him where he's like
He
talking
died, though.
about
Rest in peace.
he's like talking about
R.I.P.
what he would have
Well,
done.
he wrote a book. If
No,
what
he's
if
like,
I would have done?
This is what I would have done. And
Yeah.
he's like, he's like laughing, like allegedly, if I would have, like
He
he's
said-
having
Ooh, I
a
like
fucking
that. Do it again.
blast.
I think he wrote a book about it. He wrote a book about. He wrote a
Goofy-ass
book about the
motherfucker.
perspective if he would have done
No,
it.
dude, he's acting like
But what
a
if-
person who did it and got away with it.
But what if he didn't do it?
He did it.
Okay, look, but here's the thing. It was either him or his son, and he's covering for his son.
He ran for
Yeah,
12,000
because
yards.
His
All
son
right.
had a whole.
That's
Bo
all
was
that
in a white
matters.
Bronco.
He was with the Lions, in it?
That's what they were
No,
saying.
the Bills.
Was it the Bills?
Yes.
Hey, but real quick, talking about that museum of death or whatever. Have I been to that Body Worlds Museum in Galveston?
That's cool.
Is that the one that we were talking about with the Chinese own it?
Yeah.
Dude, I went in there thinking it was fake. I went
Where
home.
you
did
see all the
research.
nerve
It's
endings?
Those are real people.
No. Like you see all their nerve endings, and it's
Those
so
are
cool, man.
those are
So there
all
was-
Chinese prisoners too, by the way.
So there was this one lady where like
The baby?
her face was like cut like this, and you could see all her like veins and shit. I was like,
That's cool as shit, though, man.
But that's
How?
real. That's real Chinese prisoners.
Well, that's no. See what I
dude.
saw.
So
No.
what
That's
I liked about it,
That's
no,
why y'all no, that's why y'all do shrooms, because y'all trying to erase that
no,
from your
stop.
look,
What
whatever.
I saw, no, time out. I saw something different though. It was something like that, but it was an exhibit at the Natural History Museum in Houston, where like it was like
Yeah.
showing all the inside. Those were all people who donated their bodies to science.
So you think.
So you think
Well,
they could
one
be?
of the guys famously was like, it's him, and then a whole
Noah.
thing of his dog, because he's like, I'll donate my body, but only if my dog gets displayed with me.
What?
They might
yeah.
have killed his fucking dog too. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
so his dog died at the same time all of a sudden?
No, his dog died before him, probably, and he preserved it.
Probably.
That's still weird.
Either way, it's just fascinating to see the inside of the
No.
human
No,
body.
but that goes back because he was probably on shrooms.
You
had a
know the
whole
most-
conversation with his
Oh,
dog.
wicked thing I've
Dude,
done.
it was
Shut
so
up with
weird,
the shroom
bro.
shit.
You know
You trying to
what
bring
the
it back
most
to that. It's
wicked
not
thing
gonna
I've
work.
ever done is in the Natural Museum of Science.
You jerked off?
No,
In the museum?
Because I did.
but I was like in first grade.
Boy, so you're telling me you weren't busting in first grade?
Boy, you were.
Boy,
I mean, my dick was getting hard, but I wasn't
yeah.
busting
I didn't
yet.
know what the fuck was going on.
No, my dick would get hard, and I'd be like, "What is happening to me? Why am I so excited?" That's all that happened.
Damn, y'all had a lot of testosterone.
y'all remember the first time?
Oh, it all disappeared then.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Let's
I
not
do.
talk about that.
But that's a different story. But no, my crazy experience with the Natural Museum of Science was they used to have solid.
Natural Museum.
That's what it was called, right? The Natural
Natural
Museum.
History Museum.
Whatever the fuck.
What do you call it?
The Natural Museum.
It's all
was
built
nat-
out of wood.
It was fucking natural. Anything.
It's all natural, baby.
Anyways,
Same shit.
Anything. Anything. That's it.
Hey, that fucking
Hey,
Zen in
let's
the
do
shot
another
got
one.
me.
That-
I'll do it.
IT got to stay over here.
I'll do it. But anyways,
Struggling.
anywho,
ahead.
they had a solid frozen block of ice that you could touch, and that was like supposed to replicate.
Got
what-
your dick hard?
No, that was what supposed to replicate what you had
It
done
was at first grade.
in the Titanic
still could get
when they were
hard.
trying to come out of the water when they were drowning.
Oh, like that's what it felt like.
Yeah,
That's pretty
And s-
crazy.
And so I like touched it, and I was like, "Yeah, I would
My
have been
dick's
like,
hard.
You know what always got
fucking
me?
did."
Was that damn thing. It was so stupid too. It was like that damn thing where it would have like dominoes in a circle,
Yeah.
and then it would just like swing.
The pendulum.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would sit there.
The
just
pendulum, right? You
forever,
talking about the
dude.
pendulum?
Oh, like the one that's like down the big ass
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
We were
yeah.
watching
Talking
it.
about-
I would sit there for
Museum.
forever just watching that.
I
Never
love the
been?
museum.
You never
though,
been to
dude.
the museum?
They still have it.
I have, but like I don't
No,
know
they do.
about
Yeah,
They
yeah.
serve it? Oh.
We went, so
Bro,
I have
you
like
gotta-
a
you gotta-
yearly.
you take your
What is
kids.
it? Wait. Too many people.
I have a yearly pass
Oh,
to it,
okay.
and like we went
You need
there
to go.
like last June, and yeah, they still got that motherfucker going.
go.
Back and
All
forth.
I'll go with you.
Huge.
We should all go.
I'm
should do
down
a
to
vlog.
go.
We should do a
I
vlog.
love-
I'm down. Yeah, I'm down to go.
I'm down.
I went
I'm
when
down.
my kids were like.
I love
tiny.
the no, I love that place. I would
I'll
go
go.
there fucking
I'll
every
go
week
with
if
you.
I could.
There'd be
Let's
so
do-
many. Spend time at each exhibit and actually like talk about it.
Exhibit?
Like you know what's cool?
I said exhibit.
No, but you
The,
should
like,
say
even,
exhibit.
even like the butterfly house is really cool.
I've
Man.
never
Call of
been to
Duty?
Butterfly.
No, it's
Boy,
so
that
like
was
I
a
went with Athena
minute.
and Elisa.
Right.
It was it's so nice,
I
man.
like the Egyptian shit they got.
Oh,
No, that's-
boy, I like that. Too.
Any antiquities
fake.
is my favorite.
Ah.
Any antiquity stuff is like my favorite. I'll like it sucked because
So
when
you
we
just
went
like
with her-
history?
I love it, dude. I like when I went to
They
the
call me history.
the history museum.
Ooh.
It's something gay. You're gonna say something gay,
No, he's history, so you're
Yeah,
gonna come yet?
history.
but no,
Take your glasses off real quick.
stop. Like when I went to the one in New York, because the one in New York is huge.
Shit.
That's
But,
when
like,
they filmed
I'll-
that the movie.
Yeah, the movie.
What
But, like,
movie?
I'll go and I'm
not
looking
in
at
the
like
museum.
fucking like jewelry from
The
ancient
Smithsonian.
Mesopotamia, and I don't care. I'm into all that shit.
See that
Boy,
doesn't
that's
I don't,
tight.
like because I know they always
they
have
had
like, the
cool,
little
like,
diamond.
Aztec stuff, like giant pillars of like the Aztec
You
Empire.
got good biceps too.
I don't have
Let me
shit,
see.
dude. I'm not.
You should
even in
go.
shape.
We should
Take
go
your
to
shirt off.
pyramid. Guys.
Hey, go ahead and hit me with the flex real quick.
No.
But no,
Yeah,
like
from
I,
the
even
back.
I still have pictures on my phone of like
Nudes?
Of what? Your dick?
My dick.
He's all being careful. Don't go to the hidden folder.
Nobody look.
Boy, I saw that.
What?
Boys
Slim
hung.
so.
Hung too low?
Boy, hung too wide. Too wide for
this
you.
halftime went south quick.
Boy,
Oh, here we go.
that
That's
shot.
what we needed, dude. That damn.
Like they have
first
like
half
cool
was
shit
deep.
like that.
By the way, to the viewers, you showed me a
Oh,
giant
Aztec.
fucking Aztec dick.
This is my penis. It's mine. It's a
Mine.
real. It's a real picture of my giant dick
From the Natural Museum.
All right, just real
Rock
quick,
hard.
Mike.
that's preserved in the Natural History Museum in New York.
It's Natural
it's
Museum
so
of
huge.
James.
Mike has a comment. He said, "I went to the exhibit a few years ago, and dude,
Columbus, Ohio. One
I-
half of the body was muscle, the other half was skeleton.
yeah, I tried to read
Dude.
when I had those two zins.
Oh, and everything was like
I don't know how y'all didn't stop me from trying to read.
No,
Like,
we
I was
did.
like-
No,
just
you
kept
stopped
pushing-
yourself, honestly.
Yeah, you were
Boy,
power thrusting.
I was like, I had to
I kept
fast
trying
forward
to
that.
stop you, but I was like, you got it.
I had to fast forward that, dude. I looked retarded.
Yeah.
I was like this on the mic.
Yes, you were.
Boy!
Hardcore boy.
A fucking dub. A fucking dub. Certified dub.
I looked like
radio.
I
Well, it
looked
was-
like that black guy.
Oh, dude.
Bro,
Stop.
radio.
No. Are you
No.
gonna say it? The riddle.
Beetlejuice?
Hold on. I got to lock in for that.
The
Hold on.
riddle.
I think I've already fucking went too far.
You're gonna be doing it.
I know. I'm going to be the one. Y'all going to do the riddle on me?
do something on you.
Chill.
But
What
Well,
about
that-
Mexico? I feel like Mexico would have like crazy stuff out there, like museums.
Oh, probably. I mean, they probably got
Think if
really
you
their
go to
cool shit.
churches,
Tulum,
the
they got
churches are
the-
crazy.
What do you mean?
Boy,
Church? Why?
the cathedrals? What?
Yeah.
Cathedrals?
Cathedrals.
Fucking Mexican-
Cathedrals.
Mexican OT?
Well, such a
Cathedrals?
well, cathedrals. Why?
Yeah,
Well, in
that's
Tulum,
wrong.
they
Nah,
got
but
the
the
pyramids and
cathed-
shit.
The cathedrals and the pyramids, those are, I mean, but
you
he's
can't
talking
get close in it.
Yeah, you can.
You can.
You can touch
Yes.
That's the one. That's the one where.
Beast, Mr. Beast.
No, that's the one where the guy like he's standing on like you'll be in
the
this.
very top of it.
Yeah, he'll be on the top, and then like he'll just be
You
like,
can
hey,
climb up to
and
it?
It sounds like you're like right here, but he's way the fuck out
Oh,
there.
that's
Yeah,
tight.
Yeah, no,
Well,
it's badass.
You know, there's one in there where they were able to like when you're in the courtyard and you clap, it replicates a bird sound from
Yeah.
the
What
edge
What
of the
about,
top of the
what
pyramid.
about if you
Imagine-
clap with your ass cheeks?
It probably has like a lot of birds. There's like a whole flock of birds up there. But like
Yeah.
to be able but to be able to do that
That's good.
back then and create that is incredible, dude. They probably had help from aliens.
Could you imagine there's some fucking
Some of
hu-
them.
some huge bitch with a giant cake twerking on it?
No,
And
Now
then
there
they're
will-
like-
now there
it sounds
will be.
like it sounds like pterodactyls and shit.
they
coming
didn't
in.
do that back then.
Pterodactyls.
Yeah, like dinosaurs.
Yeah, but I know what pterodactyl is, but I'm saying, how do they sell?
Boy, from
Oh,
Yeah.
Boy,
twerking is that?
yeah. It sounds like this.
That sounds like a
What?
fucking.
Like big ass fart.
Boy, perfect.
What the fuck? You need a button and everything.
That was
James,
crazy.
you know what we need? I just realized this. We need you to draw a smiley face on top of your head. So
Why
that-
him?
Because when he laughs so hard, we can see the smiley face. We'll have a countdown. Just one.
No.
Boy, I'll do that with you because I have a bald head too.
Yeah, but that's my choice, you bitch.
I bet. It's so funny because I have this conversation on a daily. How about you shit on me
What?
about not being a real
Did he?
bald headed guy?
Yeah, you're a fake bald guy.
Kinky.
What kind of? Let me see
Dude,
your
my
chest.
receding hairline is trash.
It's
though.
not compared to mine, dude. Mine's here.
Well, mine's like halfway.
Somewhere he's all trying to feel for it.
It's like, wait, where did it start?
You can see it. Yeah, that's right here.
It's bad, dude.
Boy, is it like this? Boy, hit him with the fucking karate
No, dude,
chop.
my brother and sister used to make fun of me because he'd be like, salute from right here.
Dude.
That's crazy.
God, dude.
Dude,
That was it.
boy to the sky.
R.I.P.
Boy, I had to go like this.
Nah, no.
This shit ain't that bad.
They're
Joey.
brutal.
Dude, my shit's fucking bad. Oh, yeah.
I should get in
You
there,
probably got
man.
like a
Fuck.
slight widow's peak. You.
I do have a widow's peak like a
Bitch.
motherfucker.
I was born with the widow's peak.
Boy, you don't look
I
like
was
you.
born with a big ass forehead.
Pick it up.
My forehead's been fucking.
You know my grandpa.
big.
So
He
what,
said, pick it up.
my grandpa looked like.
He's just got
Well,
thin
it's just
hair,
like-
dude. His shit is like fucking.
Toupee.
That's fucked up.
Trump shit.
It's just a toupee.
Right now,
yeah.
I'm actually. This was supposed to be top
What?
secret,
Whoa.
but I'm actually trying to create a product, a hair product for regrowth
What are you
using
putting-
natural stuff.
Cum?
Shrooms.
No, it's like a
Well-
hair ointment.
Okay.
You should try it on James.
I well no. Listen.
Try it on me.
Front on the front.
I'm kind of like a month in, 2 months.
How's it? You
But
think it's working?
It's progress.
You think it's working though?
Boy,
Yeah, a little bit.
That's
Well,
why
I
he has
saw
the fish.
this.
He's using fish shit.
I'll show it in about.
Shot.
No, because it takes about another month.
So apparently, I saw this this interview with this guy, and apparently, like scientists in India have like legitimately cured
Did you
it.
look it up?
Yeah.
No, because I don't want to get my hopes up. All right, but apparently they like legitimately like they're still doing trials and stuff like that.
I heard it'll be
But
like in
they've
5 years or something.
tested like they've like reversed it
oh,
completely.
did you see Mike? What he said? Dia de los Brujas in Spain is pretty badass if death is your thing.
I bet that's pretty fucking awesome.
Boy,
It's fucking scary as fuck.
That's what
Fuck
Ilya
that
does.
shit,
It's
dude.
like they got the catacombs
Day of the
in
Witches, ain't it? Day of the Witches.
well, they got the catacombs in Paris where
I
they
watched
have
the
like
and then
Oh,
right
yeah.
right before you exit the exhibit, you're gonna get fucking knocked out by Ilya Taporia because
Hey, but serious, can you,
here experience death real quick.
hits you with the right
Knocks you
hook.
up.
Fucking right
Hits you with
hook.
the right.
can you look that up? I want to see what it looks like.
I died for a second.
Probably
I
very
bet you it's
witchy.
Thanks a
creepy
lot,
as
buddy.
shit.
But one day I am for sure gonna go to Spain. Like,
Oh, I want to go
wanna
to Spain
go
so
too.
bad,
That's
dude.
one of the.
Is that
You can
my
fit in,
friend?
though. Your
It's
wife
very,
booked it.
it's super cheap.
I want to
my
go.
friend said.
I want to go to Spain, Italy, and
I'm,
Greece.
I feel like if
I
I,
wanna
go,
go
No,
on
no,
that
no.
shit too.
Brujas. Brujas. Yeah, you. That's the good.
When it's in Spanish, I don't know what's going on.
Bru.
Brujas is like witch shit.
Oh, well then it's fake. Y'all believe in witches?
You believe
No,
in
well,
you believe
they-
in good?
Well, hold on. Stop. They always say brujeria, right? Hold on.
Brujeria, yeah.
Well, they say that that's what people experience down in New Orleans. It's like witchcraft, like fucking voodoo shit.
But y'all
Type-
believe it?
Put Spain.
Hell yeah, dude.
Believe-
Oh, dude. So hold on. I don't want to go too far off the rails because this will go on forever. But just a quick story. Like
It's gonna be long.
I'm just talking about like no. I'm
15 minutes.
No.
I already heard this whole quick shit.
No. I'm paraphrasing. So basically, my grandmother, not even my grandmother experienced it. She saw it was real. They prayed on her, came back. That was it.
Type Spain, yeah.
Yep.
Damn, what the
Well,
fuck?
no, like a
No,
lot
that
of
shit
people.
really-
Like,
I
have
mean,
you ever
that's true.
had anyone do the egg thing to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do it.
and
Used
they
to love.
fucking crack it.
No,
and it's
I
black
do it
and
on
shit.
people. I do it
Yeah.
on people and
I
shit.
used to love that shit, honestly.
Oh,
my
yeah,
my aunt did that to me one time.
A
It
little
was-
cold egg? Bye.
I do that on my wife all the time because she gets bad headaches, and
but she-
most of the time she'll get or fever. She'll have fever.
I don't believe it, dude.
I mean,
If you believe there's good, then you have
Yeah,
to believe that there's
there's an
evil.
evil.
It doesn't
Look,
exist without it.
They're evil, but I
Each
feel
other.
like a witch just going out there doing a bad thing.
Boy, there's definitely evil. out
Listen,
there.
it might not be like the way it's portrayed in Hollywood, where it's some supernatural thing. But there are people who have evil intentions who do evil things.
Yes.
There was a witch in distant
No,
like
part of my family.
there are like
yeah, I agree with that, but I'm saying like a witch. Like I don't.
No, dude. There's evil. I promise you, Gabe. I'm not even lying to you, man. There's the bad shit out there.
No, I know there's bad stuff, but my thing is like, dude, like even the egg thing, like you have a fever, of course that's gonna get like right now, if I do an egg, I'm pretty sure it's gonna look the same way.
Well,
you
no.
know, like
But I mean, like, I'm like talking where they rub it all over you and then they crack it
Yes.
and the egg is black because they pulled something out of your body that was there spiritually.
but what if the egg was already black before you even started? You never try to cook an egg and then it's like two yolks,
Not
or
black.
I've never
I've
seen
had
an
a
egg
2
black
yolk egg,
before.
but not black.
I've never seen
What,
it.
what about even with blood?
They get green, they get rotten, but they don't get black.
That's what I'm saying. What about have you had a bloody egg?
Again, that's not black.
That's more of a organic.
Okay,
egg, though.
but what if you pick that egg, you do it on yourself, and then you open it? It's
The,
like
the
blood?
likelihood of
Boy.
that happening,
all of a sudden, it's
the
like
likelihood of that happening multiple
I like
times is very rare.
but it's rare. But what
I
if it
actually
does
had an
happen?
aunt do that shit, and when she cracked it, she was like, "Bitch, this is a boiled egg."
Hey, now look.
It's already all hard and shit.
Bro, they're like, "What the?"
While we're on this topic, because we're on it already, since you gave your story, I'm gonna give a paraphrase story as well.
I paraphrase.
And I'm gonna.
He did it like in 2 minutes.
It's like some retarded
I did it less
shit.
than 30
Oh, that
seconds.
really
Yeah, but
happened.
honestly,
That is some
there was no
retarded
context, so it lost
Start
me.
the timer. Start the timer.
All right.
30
All I'm
seconds.
gonna say is, yes,
we're
that stuff
I
is
thought I'm
real.
done already.
That stuff is real because, and this is local people, so I'm not gonna say no names and like that. But I mean, there's 2 houses next to each other. One person has a couple in there that I know. It's somebody's parents, and then the house next to them was another family member, not my family, somebody else's family. And put it like this: for years, life has been good, great, good job. And on house B, house A has had this older couple, right?
You're out of time.
They start beefing. Okay. Whatever happens between the beef, whatever. Does house A, the lady starts doing the brujeria, throwing things over, putting dead chicken heads, all kinds of shit, whatever like that.
Boy.
I kid you not, within months, and this is legit. I mean, it's legit. Within months after that, man loses his job, starts drinking, gets deported. Wife, they lose the house, cars, everything falls apart.
Boy.
Months
so
after.
that kind of comes to a small explanation. Like, have you ever told somebody a plan that you're gonna do? Somebody that you don't even know that they don't like you, but you tell them, and then your plans just shatter
Because you spoke it out loud and they wished fucking bad.
because intentionally they're like, "And I hope this shit don't happen." And
Yeah.
for whatever reason, you're like, "What the fuck, dude?" Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's
I mean,
people who would
so
like
that's a
legitimately
very-
like that's why like
But that's
some people,
everything.
But I
Like,
mean,
there's
some
always
people say
haters
like
out there.
if you have a dream, speak it into existence. But then some people are like, no, keep your dreams to yourself because if you
Yourself.
speak them out,
Yeah.
people will fucking actively
Somebody
work
will
against
tear
you.
them down.
It goes
Like,
down to your spiritual belief too. So if you're a believer, this stuff you have to believe it. Essentially,
You're a believer in a witch.
No. evil.
You're a believer in
No,
good
no.
and evil.
No, I know
And
there's
evil.
good and evil, but I feel like if you would just
But do you
Have
not
your-
think that evil is fucking powerful and
It's
people
powerful,
working
but-
for it can fucking
I mean, it's the
conjure
same.
things
So,
the
but
same
I'm saying
way.
like
It's-
you
it's-
wake up every morning, you do your prayer. So
Well,
in your
it's-
prayer, you say like whatever you want to say, like, hey, today I hope is a great day. I hope whatever in your prayer. Then you're saying that the evil is more.
No, that's why you're praying.
That's what I'm saying.
well, I
No,
mean,
yeah,
it,
you're
it
praying
comes
for
back
what?
to
but listen, the evil has a stronger
What?
presence on Earth, and I'll say it like this. I mean I don't know how you guys have felt about your faith, but I've waxed and waned with it. Like there was times where I didn't believe in anything, and then there's times where like, or specifically like when I'm like, okay, I go back and I say I talk to God again, and I start trying to really develop a relationship. All of a sudden, bad shit starts happening to me, and that's
Yeah.
very obviously because
Yeah.
the devil doesn't care if you're not talking to God; he'll leave you alone.
right.
But the second you start talking to God, he's
Yeah.
like, I can't lose him.
So-
let me fucking plant
Hold
doubt
on.
in his mind and have bad shit
Hold
happen.
on. So I just want
and
to.
that's fucking real.
I'm just gonna piggyback off of that. It's not gonna take long. So I knew an old. I mean, race isn't really, but he's wise. He's an old black man, and he basically he's a pastor in the church, and he told me. He didn't really tell me, but he just told the group that he was talking to, and he said, "Look, for those happy-go-lucky people that say, God's been good to me, I got this, and this going for me," he said, "Y'all be ready." He goes, "It's the people that have already experienced shit in their life. Y'all are good to go." He said, "But those that haven't experienced anything, y'all are the ones that need to be worried about because God's got a plan for you." He goes, "And if he hasn't tested you yet, just wait because it's coming." He always says, "Just wait because it's coming."
No, but see,
Man, bring that
that's,
dude to the podcast.
but
dude.
but listen,
He's like
that's
almost
the
80.
that's the whole point
Yeah.
of the story of Job. That is the entire point.
Right.
It's not, oh, God
That's right.
had this person and took it away
Right.
from him. It was, can you maintain your faith when
Throughout it.
the
Yeah.
devil comes and tears everything from
But,
you?
Right.
but that's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying, like
And
you
that's
said,
real.
That's
but
real,
that's what
man.
I'm saying. I'm saying that God knows what He's gonna do.
Right.
He's gonna test you. So if you have a good life, you're going good, and then all of a sudden all this bad stuff happening. It's because He's trying to test you. It's not because
No. But
some person
dude,
throwing chicken heads over your fence.
Well, dude, evil is
no,
real,
but
man.
there's
But
people
no,
that know how to harness that.
It's not only God
Exactly.
testing you,
Yeah.
it's also the devil trying to push you away from God.
the devil will be the
Both
first one. The
things.
devil will be the first one to come to you in the form of a saint.
The devil is
But
the
that's
one
what I'm
that's like, I want to.
boy.
When things are going well, he leaves you alone because he knows, like, I don't worry about this person because even if they think they're close to God, they're really not. But when people really start to try to develop a relationship with God and start praying, then all of a sudden bad shit happens, and it's because what the devil wants to happen is for you to be like, oh, God, you don't care about me, you don't love me, you're letting these bad things happen to me,
But
and you move away from it.
But is that evil, or is that God trying to test you to see your faith?
But it's both.
This could be both.
So,
But the devil,
I mean,
because the
why-
devil's still here and he's still doing his business and
Right.
he's still challenging you and putting shit on you to move your faith away from God.
But God is clearly testing you to see if you're gonna go to that side, or
Well,
you
we
just
went
gonna-
deep again.
or you I know,
No, I know.
or you
This is good though.
look. I know there's evil. I know there's people out there that do all this stuff, and I know
Boy,
that you'll do a prayer, and I know there'll be a time where God will test you. My thing is like, is that God testing you, or is it the chickens getting thrown over the fence?
boy. I don't know.
All I know is this: like, whatever you might think it is, don't ever forget that the devil's real.
Right.
Like,
well,
don't
yeah.
ever think it's all God
Yeah.
doing everything for, because the devil is real.
But
and
that-
he's
There's
doing
a
stupid
quote.
shit.
There's a quote by Mike Tyson.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right? I
Go
know
ahead.
y'all know this one.
Go ahead. Go
When
ahead.
you're favored by God, you're
Yeah.
also favored by the devil. He's coming for you too, so you've got to be strong and stay on the right side.
Like I
There's
love,
a reason
I
why
love
you
that.
pray.
But no, I love that quote. I know it's not.
Boy.
It doesn't originate in there, but I know it's in Constantine, where he's like,
Boy, Constantine's
well, no,
a
when it's
fucking
like-
badass.
Keanu
"You
Reeves.
should believe in
Boy.
the devil.
That was
You
a
should
badass
believe in the
movie.
devil because the devil believes in you."
For sure.
But I'm not saying that I don't believe in the devil. I'm saying the people that worship the devil.
Yes,
are-
dude. They definitely
are
have
like
that
the
power.
witches. For me, it's like
You never seen Talk to Me? Ah, see.
Well,
for me, it's like they're harnessing the devil's power. But then, as long as you continue to show God, like, hey, I know all this bad stuff's happening. I'm still being faithful to you.
Well, that's what he's trying to do.
I'm still going out there, trying my hardest.
Right.
I'm still doing my thing. And then it all comes back after you go through that little phase. Then it's like, then you prove to God, like, hey,
But it never ends there. It never
Yeah,
ends
no,
there. It's
no,
a constant
well, no.
journey.
Nah,
Like,
you,
that's
you
what
can
I'm
be
saying.
you can be like top notch, pray every day. You're 80 years old.
you're still gonna have- yeah.
You're still gonna have people harnessing the devil on you.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, wait.
Absolutely.
See, going back to what you said about
Go ahead.
like how you said like
but if you're a witch, you're watching, don't put nothing on me, please.
how you said, if you haven't experienced or whatever
Yeah.
because of what you accomplish or whatever.
Right.
That's why I'm at the point now where everything that I have, I'm thankful and it's a blessing. But I've been through the ringer already to know where it's like I'm appreciative, but I'm not gonna be complacent because
That's the same with me.
Or
It's the
you're
same
not
with
gonna
me.
have that like hubris or arrogance of like, "Oh, I'm good, I made it."
That's-
like, no,
that's
the-
dude.
there's always a challenge
Dude,
around the corner.
that's the same with me, man. Like I've been there. I've had everything stripped from me, and I'm building myself up now. But if it gets taken from me again, it's like, you know what? This is what you want, dude.
No,
so I'm
that's,
fucking.
like-
I'm,
We got a
I'm
comment
right.
from Mike Tackett.
I'm
I
right
don't know
where
if
you
anybody
need me,
wants to
dog.
read it.
Okay, not a coincidence that the evilest temptations are present in the worst time of your life, but during the best time of your life, those temptations are minimal or non-existent, coming from an atheist. So Mike is an atheist.
Sheesh, Mike, you selling fucking body parts.
That's
Mike.
deep. That's deep. Only because you
Dude.
said you're atheist.
I-
No, that's deep. That's deep.
I
was-
don't wanna.
He meant ass enthusiast.
You shouldn't be an atheist.
And what's crazy
Like,
too,
acting
because going through the ringer and going through those times, despite whatever it was, or how level of how bad or whatever, it was always like I look back at it, I'm like, damn, like where I'm at now
Is where right where you need to be.
is right where I need to be. But also like what I went through was crazy because I had those doubts
Right.
in your faith and all. And you're like, man, like
That's what
Like,
you prayed for.
that's it's like
Yeah,
you pray,
exactly.
but I've had those conversations too where it's like I'm having a conversation, but I'm coming with some like just frustration.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking back to now, and I'm like, damn, it worked out.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. But the thing is, there's this bubble around you that's
Right.
placed around you, right?
Right.
And all these sticks are coming from the evil. So that's what I'm saying. It's all about keeping your faith and weathering the storm.
One
That's what it
more
comes out to.
one more little thing. I'm just gonna consider this as knowledge to y'all or whoever's listening, really. But one thing that my grandma always told me, God bless her soul, she's still alive. But she always told me, she said, if you're really praying, she said it's better to pray in silence.
Mhm.
Don't like, you know how if you're laying in bed, you're kind of just doing that number. She said, don't do that. She said, just pray in your head, because one thing that the so-called devil can't do is interfere
Yeah.
in your head. But if you pray it out loud, he can manipulate it and twist it. That's what she always told me.
Honestly,
She-
whenever I do have them
Yeah.
fucked up thoughts, I just pray to God again. Take
But
these
I'm just
thoughts out
saying,
of my head.
she's always told me that. She said, whatever you do, mijo, just pray in silence, because he can't go in your head. That's one thing that God said to him way back in the day.
The one place he can't enter is
so-called
in
way.
your mind.
I'm just saying this like quotation marks, because we don't know nothing, right? We weren't there when the Bible was written, yada yada yada, so on and so forth. for people like Mike Tackett, but and just other people that are skeptical, right? They're on the fringe. But one thing that dude, I hold this dear to me because I know for my grandma, she's no long, she's her days are limited, right? I mean, I hate to say it like that, but this is the way it is. But she always told me, she's like, if you're gonna pray, just pray in your head because he can't fuck with you there.
But I think that's, I'm not gonna say it, like, I know that's from your grandma, but I don't know about y'all, but there's sometimes I'm praying quietly, and then I start getting like thoughts while I'm praying.
Mm-hmm.
So is that not the devil, like?
I don't know, man. That's just for
coming
you.
into your prayer.
So
For me personally,
Well, I think-
what I do is I start the prayer all over.
Well, no, like
that's good.
I think it's also like your own mind and your own intrusive thoughts, and sometimes you
Right.
can allow you because there's times where I'm like praying and
Yeah.
then I'm immediately like, God, I want to be a better person, and then the worst thoughts come
Yeah,
into my head. But
exactly.
it's because I know they're there.
Yeah.
And I'm like trying to get away from them,
Right.
and it's like at the time that I shouldn't think about them is when I start to think about
Yep.
them the most.
Dude, I'll
And it's
laugh.
like,
But
it's a
just-
battle.
but just-
It's
Dude,
like-
I'll
it's-
laugh.
And I
I'll
like
laugh.
tell
What I
God,
do.
like in my mind,
Bro.
I'm like, God, you know me.
I am-
ignore
I
this
am-
shit because it's
I'm
like
like
Whenever
a-
that
I really
happens,
need to
dude,
think about.
I ask God, like, man, get these thoughts out of my head.
Exactly.
Dude,
yeah, yeah.
dude,
Immediately they're gone.
for me, dude, y'all think I'm bullshitting, but you can even ask B because there's times I'll have like the most cynical jokes about God. Like I'll be like, man, you know what? Even though I fucked up a lot and I'm crazy and I don't give a fuck, like I know he's gonna want to fucking take a shot with me when I get up there. You know, I just know. I'll just say stupid shit like that. Like I just know it. You know, like he's gonna have when I get up there, he's gonna have like he can be like, you know what, you made it somehow. I don't know how the fuck you made it. You made it, but there's a bar over there, and you keep your ass over there. You know what I mean? Like these are just jokes. But like I'll be praying and like I'll say stuff in my own head, like I'm talking to him, and I'll be like, you know what? I don't even mean that. You know, I'm just bullshitting with you. You know, like these are just things. You know, these are just things in my head, and I'm like,
No, for sure.
You know, and I'll have to like, I'll be like, you know what? I'll like back, like if I'm typing on the keyboard, I have to backspace all that and be like, you know what? I didn't mean that. Let me get back at it the right way.
Oh yeah, bro.
You know,
I'll call
but dude,
bullshit on myself
dude,
in my prayers.
I do that all the time when I'm
ChatGPT.
dude. I'll do that all the time, and I mean it, dude. Like when I'm talking to him, dude, it's like fucking deep. Like I'm like, dude, what are you doing with me? You know, like why am I here? You know, because
Oh yeah.
I'm just fucking up.
No, but it's a test, dude. I think God is testing.
Right.
But let's
Right.
go back to Diddy, dude. I don't.
Diddy?
We went deep.
Why don't
No,
you
it's
like
good.
deep?
I know deep is good. That's because we have.
But why did he of all things?
I was trying to get a little.
That's the devil.
Segue.
He's
That's
trying
the
to
voodoo in you.
he's trying to fucking make you put baby on everybody.
Nah, boy.
we didn't already talk
I
about
was the
that.
only one that
He beat
had to
it.
call a little freaking devil's advocate over here.
Mike,
Yeah, you are.
I know you're not I know you're an atheist, but I would, and I know you're smart enough to know about this, but I would still ask you to look into Pascal's wager and think
Boy,
twice about atheism.
I don't even know
please.
about this shit.
Oh, is that fireworks?
Well, didn't the person that was on here
Gotta piss.
recently didn't
It
he
costs you
convert
nothing.
didn't he convert to atheist? Not gonna say names.
It's not a conversion. My problem with the atheists is they act like it's a belief system. It's the absence of a belief system, but they treat it as if it is one. It's not one. If you don't believe, then you don't believe. You don't have to explain it
Yeah.
or describe it or any of that shit.
Oh.
But then again, and I'm not telling anyone what to believe in, but Pascal's wager is it costs you nothing, man.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think it's at the end of the day, you just have to be a good person.
I knew an atheist, and he strongly believed in the dark energy.
The
No,
thing
I,
is,
I convinced myself for a long time that that's what I was.
the thing is, majority of people in life they raise one way, they go another way, but as they get closer and older,
Yeah,
they start to
dude.
become more like, okay, I'm coming right back. Shit, Rogan's the main one.
No, but
Him
no, but
too.
yeah, that and then like so like I became a godfather and then like we had to do the classes and even she said she's like when you're like 1 to 18, you're all about God because your parents are kind of showing you the way.
Yeah.
And then from then on, we lose a lot of the younger people until about like 40. And then at 40, they come back around. They start coming back to church. They start doing that, pulling that back into their life. And then she's just like, that's just something that we always see.
Yeah, because the way it is pretty much, and this I've heard this before, applied to
And-
many things.
R.I.P. to that lady because she passed.
RIP. But you'll just like also this was said with your parents, but it'll also have been applied to like spiritual beliefs. You'll when you start off, it's going to be you'll like for you said from 1 to 18, you idolize,
Mhm.
right? Whether
Yeah.
it's spiritual, God, your belief, or your parents or your dad, whoever.
Yeah.
Then you demonize because you separate. You start having your own thoughts. You start having your own way of thinking. Right. You might deviate from that path that you had on 1 to 18. Right. And then as you age, you've gotten through idolize, demonize, and then you humanize spiritual or parents, and you understand why everything happened the way it did.
Yeah, I was the same way. I got one.
James won one.
Did I give it to you?
Oh,
Right
yeah, right
there.
there.
Oh, my bad. Who wants it?
I mean, everyone's different.
Fuck, my bad. Joe
No, but I think it's
Flacco.
good because how many
I'm lucky
podcasts?
because God has always talked to me even when I didn't believe in him.
That's
But
what I'm
dude,
saying.
you know what movie I recently saw? The Passion of the Christ.
boy.
Oh,
you seen that?
dude,
That was my first time watching.
that's a heavy
Dude,
fucking
wait,
movie.
what
dude.
did we took?
That movie's heavy, dude.
That shit
Time
fucked
out.
me up.
Super fucking heavy.
Two things I want to say about that. Did you watch it
Yeah.
on Netflix?
I did.
You know,
Did I? I think I did.
they took away the quote from Isaiah that's in the Old Testament.
Why?
Because in that quote it says, "And they pierced his hands and feet," which was a prophecy of what was going to happen to Jesus before it happened. They took it off of Netflix.
Well, why?
Why?
Why do you think? Because there's a fucking attack on Christ. Second of all, and I think this is an important thing that people should
Why?
know, because you watch the movie and you're affected by it and it influences you. That's a cakewalk compared to what Christ actually went through.
Right.
Like what you
right,
see
right,
in the
right,
movie
right.
is not even half of what
Yeah.
he actually.
Who was the one
suffered.
that made that movie?
Mel
Mel
Gibson.
Gibson.
Mel Gibson.
He's gonna
Mel
make a
Gibson.
resurrection. He's gonna make a resurrection.
Whoa.
movie.
So
He's
you know
working on
what's
that right now.
crazy? So he said
Part
that
two.
when
Part
when
two.
he was studying all this shit, he said he found out that they actually crucified him underneath Adam's burial site or some shit like that.
I mean, I know that there's the cave of the patriarchs there in Jerusalem, where
Which
you know,
has a
apparently
significant
Adam-
meaning. You could look it up, but I'm
But
pretty
like
sure it's
I've heard
when-
about that too.
in the Bible.
Yeah, I can
like
look it up.
Wait, Eve was crucified.
I think it's I don't know if it's
Eve
Luke.
was crucified.
No, he said Adam.
No. Adam wasn't crucified, but there's a cave of the patriarchs there in,
Oh,
in-
wait,
in
yeah.
Jerusalem,
Mhm.
where Adam supposedly is buried,
Oh.
where Abraham, where
Right,
Moses,
right.
and all of them are buried.
I thought you meant Adam was crucified.
But like I don't know if it's in Luke. There's in one of the gospels where they basically say that like when the Romans were done torturing him, they couldn't tell whether he was a male or female.
Yeah.
Because he was so mutilated. Like his spine was exposed.
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
Like what you see in there isn't anywhere near what he actually went through.
Yeah.
And it's just like I view like the Passion as like when I feel like I'm suffering in life, I'm like, you're not suffering.
You're right.
Like no matter what I'm going through, no matter like how hard something is, I always like harken back to that. Like, this isn't suffering, man. Shut up.
Dude,
and-
that's tight.
Yeah,
and it-
bro.
no,
That's
it
I was making
pushes
a joke, but I couldn't make it.
like it pushes me through so much, dude. It pushes me through so much.
That's what Cassie
So-
said.
to where I'm trying to like complain to myself, like, oh, I'm miserable. This sucks.
Dude, for
And I'm
real.
like, no, this isn't suffering.
I know,
Shut the
man.
fuck up.
Yeah.
And like, I
yeah,
just
that movie
think back
pretty
on
much
that.
pretty
Like,
much taught me
it-
like forgiveness for sure. You know, because even
Oh,
at
dude.
the end of it, he was
It
just
teaches
like,
so
man, forgive
much.
these people, man.
Well, no, to go through all that and then to still be like,
Yeah, he did.
forgive these people, like, or to speak to tell the thief on the cross, like, today you're gonna be with me, you know.
Dude.
And even when you know people, because people always try to be like, you know, when he's on the cross and he says, oh, my God, why have you forsaken me? That's not he's not talking to God. He's quoting from Psalms,
Right.
like a direct quote, a fulfillment of prophecy in that moment.
Right.
Which is crazy, man. I don't know.
Dude,
That whole movie,
That's
though, dude.
heavy.
Dude, that whole movie, I wanted to just stop it and just take it off, and I'm like, just keep going, bro. I have to keep watching it, man. That shit hit me so
Because
hard.
if you look up that direct quote, it's my
Yeah.
God, why have you forsaken me? My enemies, they surround me. They pierce my hands and feet. Like, this is Psalms when David was alive, 1,000 years before Christ.
Damn, dude.
And I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Timothy Alberino,
No.
but he was on Sean Ryan's podcast, and he's like kind of like a lot of people describe him as like a modern day Indiana Jones, except he's a Christian. And one of the big things he talks about is the Book of Enoch, which in the Book of Enoch,
Yes.
it tells the story of when the angels fell from heaven and then had there's
Yeah.
there's the Watchers and then there's I don't
Billy
remember
Carson kind of piggybacks off
what
of
what
that.
the second one, but Billy Carson's full of shit.
Yeah, he is.
Goddamn.
And he's black.
But he talks about how the second book of Enoch, like one of the reasons it's disregarded by the Jews is because so much of it points to Jesus Christ.
Is that it?
Yeah.
So you finally watched that podcast?
Yeah, I finally watched it. It's fucking great, dude.
Yeah, it was good.
I went on a whole Timothy Alberino
Why he's
trip
all
after
red
that.
as fuck?
I watched when he talks about the Book of Enoch, and then I watched one where he talks to the other dude about like the giants in
Dude, he's like
fucking,
a fucking sponge, dude.
like he like that dude is awesome, dude.
Yeah, that pod was badass.
No, it was a great podcast, man.
But even it goes back to like how at the very beginning too, like God, even when he did the whole Noah, he killed everybody, and even he was like, I shouldn't have done that.
No, he recognized like
Yeah,
like
That's
that
why
was
we
a
have
covenant.
rainbows.
No, that was a covenant. Yeah, that was a covenant
Yeah.
he made with, and that's why a lot of people believe that movement is evil, is because they co-opted the symbol of the covenant Noah and God made,
yeah,
which was the rainbow.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
and that was
Yeah.
the,
See, I
that
didn't
was a
know that.
symbol of their covenant,
rainbow-
which is
Yeah.
I
I'll
didn't know
never
that.
do this
I didn't know
again.
that.
And the rainbow was a
Yeah.
symbol of that covenant.
yeah. Because after he killed everybody, he was like, why did I do that? So he created. It got everything. All the water levels went down, and then he was like, you know what? When you see a rainbow, that's always going to remind me, God, of what I did.
Of what I did, and that I'll never
Yep.
do it again.
Yep.
Dude.
I don't know.
And-
All that shit in the Bible, dude. I
That's
know a lot of
fucking
people don't
deep.
believe it.
I didn't know that.
I believe it just because
Boy.
I believe
Boy.
it. I don't know.
That's
what the
good
fuck
shit,
it is.
though. Like,
I
I'm,
believe that just like Jesus's parables, everything in the Bible is meant to teach us something about
Yeah.
ourselves. It's not just a like a historical record. I think it's all of it is a
a
lesson
lesson.
in some way or form. Whether it be Job, whether it be Jonah, whether it be Daniel, whether it be Joseph, all of it is a lesson.
Boy.
And like the thing is that if you talk to like a biblical scholar, most of them will tell you you don't read the Bible like a book.
Yeah.
You don't read it from front to back.
Right.
You read it by like, what are you going through? Read this book.
Mm.
What are you
That's
are you
how my-
experiencing?
my
You're like,
grandmother
are you
always told me to do it.
experiencing a crisis of faith? Read Job.
Yeah.
Do you need do you feel down? Read Psalms. Do you need inspiration? Read Proverbs.
Even financial shit, it's in there.
Like
Dude.
everything, like when you need something, you don't read the book. You read
Yeah, you don't
read
go
a book in the Bible.
And that's so crazy because
Yeah, you don't go to
so
shrooms.
long ago.
Back again, dude.
Hey, I'm sure they did.
Back
Hey, I'm sure
again,
they did
like-
shrooms.
Like
I'm sure they did.
herpes.
You go to Tunas.
He's like,
no,
like
no.
tunas?
Hold on. Since he said that, let me
I'm sure they went to
let me
shrooms.
let me
You know
talk
what that
about
is?
something. Let me talk about something interesting.
That is?
I know.
Hold on,
What tunas
real-
is?
real-
Tunas.
Tunas?
What is
It's
it?
good. They're good. It's like fruit on cactus.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the
The
little
prickly pears?
The,
Yeah,
the
prickly
red,
pears.
Yeah.
the red part.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
American.
Time
That
out.
fourth.
Listen,
They're full of
guys,
seeds.
because you brought up shrooms again. I want to
Like
talk
your
about
dad?
something that
Well,
it's
you
really
know,
interesting.
What's that like?
So look, Joe Rogan talked about this. There was a priest in the early 1900s who went
search
through
it.
all of the books in the Bible and like did all this research, and then he wrote this book. I forget what it's called.
Who was this?
But he basically said, I'll look it up in a minute. But he basically was like, oh, Christianity is a mushroom cult, and all of the books in the Bible are about doing shrooms. And like that's what he came up with when he did all the research. It was like fucking
Hard right.
All right,
It was
cut the
crazy, but
shit,
Joe-
man.
but
No,
Joe
we're
Rogan
bad.
talks
I
about
love
that
shit.
shit.
You know
Is
how,
that
you know
kind of
how,
shit?
you know how he said it, and Netflix took that thing out, right?
Hey, watch. You almost poked them.
That's good. You know how Netflix he said they took that thing out?
Yeah.
Have y'all ever watched maybe y'all haven't, but Iron Man
Never
on
haven't.
Disney Plus?
But Capri's of Iron Man.
They took out the beginning part where he gets blown up he gets out of the Humvee
Yeah,
and he gets blown, all the shrapnel's in him.
yeah.
They took that scene out.
Why?
I don't know.
Why did that have to do with that, dude?
Because just the way they take stuff out,
Well,
it's
no, they
crazy.
take stuff like okay. So for instance, going back to them taking stuff out and the original Lilo and Stitch,
Oh God.
she goes into the washing machine. Do you remember that?
Yeah, they took that out.
Yeah.
And
Because
they
all
took it
people-
out because a bunch of kids went into the washing machine. And
No.
it
It was because a lot of the they were getting stuck in the washing machine. It's like, hey,
That's what I mean. Like,
hey,
it's-
step bro, stop.
oh, fuck, that's what you're talking about, you pervert.
No, but like the Iron Man thing, they took it out. Like I remember watching it because I watched it a lot and over, bro. And I saw that show, I was like, "What the fuck?"
But y'all were team Marvel. And did you see what?
Nah,
they
that's
just
the
did to
Mandela effect.
That's what I say.
That's what I was thinking.
Well,
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Hey,
That
so
shit-
you know, there's some
Ever
people
since
believe-
CERN came out, Mandela effect.
that's
been on.
no, that's what I was gonna say.
CERN?
As soon as CERN like started
You know what CERN
smashing
is?
atoms.
What is CERN?
So CERN is
They're
like
trying
an
to create a
8 mile
black
wide.
hole.
So CERN is an 8 mile.
They're trying to create a black hole on Earth.
Hold on, time out. This is in Switzerland.
What do you mean?
There's an 8 mile wide Hadron Collider.
How do you spell
where they
CERN?
smash
S-I-R-N.
atoms with CERN, where they smash atoms to each
Yeah,
other. And
particle
some
collider.
people believe that during their experiments they
did
put
it.
us in a parallel universe, which is why we have the Mandela
CERN.
effect, and we believe a lot of things that didn't happen.
S-E.
Because we're living in a parallel universe right now.
CERN.
What's that? Is it-
Like, what's that?
So pretty
What's
much
that-
they made a fucking
Hold on, hold on.
wormhole. Pretty much.
What's
They
that
made a
fam-
Hadron Collider.
What's that
where they
famous-
smash atoms to each other.
What's that?
CERN, space.
What's that famous movie with
CERN Hadron Collider.
the? They say it's Shaq, but it was somebody else.
Oh, Shazam.
Shazam, because it was another guy. It wasn't
Oh,
Shaq.
19 hours ago?
No, they think that Sinbad
Sinbad was it?
made a movie called not Shazam.
As a company?
It was another movie.
Yeah.
Boy, what the
Now
fuck?
they started this shit.
But see-
Okay, they started this shit like in 2012,
2008.
Bro.
Oh,
Oh, is
I
it?
bet.
Yeah.
2008. So that what they started doing was they started smashing atoms because they wanted to
Where at?
create
Where?
antimatter in
Where?
Switzerland. This is in
Why?
Switzerland because they wanted
They're
to do
trying
experiments.
to. They're trying to make an artificial black hole. They were studying.
And they're
No,
trying to
exactly.
weaponize it too.
So they're trying
Boy.
to create antimatter to
Yeah.
prove it exists, and antimatter is essentially more powerful than any nuclear weapon could be.
Timothy talked about this on
Timothy?
Sean Ryan show.
But a lot of people believe that when they did that, they
Yes.
thrust us into a parallel universe, which is
Yes.
why we're all experiencing the Mandela effect.
Yep.
And we're imagining a past that no longer exists.
No,
For instance,
seriously,
The
dude.
Fruit of the Loom
Why-
Corpiconia.
why
I
are you
remember the
not gullible
Corpiconia.
at all?
Fruit of the
Yeah.
Loom.
Dude, I don't believe
Doesn't
that.
exist anywhere.
You can't.
find
You
it nowhere.
can't believe that you're just
Pull
in
up the
a-
Mandela effect
in a-
images.
No, that's a theory.
Berenstein Bears, all that
That
shit.
you-
Like Mandela dying in prison. That's where it comes from.
No, I
but
think
you
How
heard
do you
Timothy
not- how
talk
do you
about
not
that on
believe
Sean
the
Ryan show? The
superstition?
antimatter weapons and bombs.
No, really.
No,
This is a
because
question for Gabriel right
antimatter-
here.
Two people,
Antimatter, you need
Gabriel.
a very small amount to create a massive explosion, and you can create a bomb way more powerful than any nuclear weapon
Right.
using a small amount of antimatter, which is what they believe they're trying to do. They say they're trying to do it to just simply prove that antimatter exists, but they're like the scariest part about it isn't that. The scariest part is this is an 8-mile Hadron Collider. The Chinese are building one that's like 4 times as big
What the fuck?
right now.
Because they're trying to weaponize it.
So
What
it's like
they
they
might
send
do
one
in
atom,
that
and
is
they
terrifying.
and they try colliding them and.
But
At the speed of light, or borderline the speed of light.
It's a theory, though.
So what
This
happens?
is real.
What happens
Yeah.
if it
I
goes
know,
wrong?
I know. But what I'm saying is like you're saying how that they already did that, and that's why we have.
Oh yeah, that's a theory.
Mandela.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
no,
all-
no,
these
no.
are
But
all-
they already like smashed atoms together. They already created mini black holes.
So you think that happened there? That's why Mandela.
But people believe that in the
People-
process of that, people believe
Right.
that in the process of that, they thrust us into a parallel universe where the things we think used to happen now no longer exist
I don't
because we're
believe
not
that.
in the same
Have y'all
universe
not
they
seen
existed in.
Spider-Man into Spider-Verse with the collider?
This guy.
It's the same concept though.
But you
Like, I mean, you have
Said
to.
that's
Okay,
it.
like
regardless
you have
of
to
what you believe.
try to believe these things.
Well, no,
Like, you have
regardless
to-
of what you
in
believe,
order
you have to
get the
believe they're doing
concept of it.
something that's affecting us in some way.
Oh, for sure,
there.
dude. Because I remember all that shit with the Capricorn, the fucking Sinbad, all that shit.
All right,
because
so let's
they're-
look up some Mandela effects.
Corpiconia.
So let's see. Let's see.
No,
Same
but my
shit.
my thing is like, why does
No,
it? Why does
Capricorn is a zodiac sign.
I'm on your team, you fuck.
Why does it? Why does it affect only some people?
What do you mean some? Let's look at the Mandela
Bro,
effect.
honestly,
My
everybody-
No, but it's not ever because
do you-
there's some.
do you
Let
know
me see the
why?
keyboard. Let me see the
Hold
keyboard.
on, Gabe. Do you know why it doesn't affect only
Everybody.
affects some people?
Why?
Do you know why it doesn't affect everybody?
Why?
Because 90% of the population on this planet is fucking stupid. And they don't
but-
know
so-
what the fuck is happening
No,
around
I-
them
I don't
most of
believe
the
that. I
time.
don't believe that.
100%, dude. Like
Bro.
George Carlin had a famous quote where he was
Yes.
like, imagine the dumbest person you know and realize that most of the world is even dumber than that.
Okay, so
And that's a fucking fact.
No. Okay,
Dude.
but wait, because what if you read about these Mandela effects and then
Preach.
like somebody says, "Oh, I didn't see that," or "I thought it was different in the movie," but then somebody comes up,
Dude,
like, no, it was
I
always like that."
vividly remember Sinbad being with that other fuck.
Because they're a part of the
what I'm
matrix that
saying,
now
dude.
exists.
No, but okay, that's what I'm saying. What about the people that see it like, "Hey, that's always happened"?
No, I used to think
So
like that.
they're
Those
stupid.
no, they've always existed in
All right,
this
so hold
parallel
on.
universe.
So is the peanut butter Jif or Jiffy?
It's Jif.
It's Jif.
Okay, so
It
they're
obviously
doing.
says Jiffy.
Dude, it's always been Jif.
That's just That's
Dude.
true.
No, but
It's always
No,
been
so is it
Jif.
Answer
Oscar
it,
Mayer
answer it, though.
versus Oscar Mayer?
Jiffy.
No,
No,
is
it's always
it,
been Jif.
is
dude.
it Oscar Mayer or Oscar Mayer?
Oscar Mayer.
Meyer.
What is it though? I don't know.
Sex.
God.
No, it's M.E.
See, it was Sex and the City.
It's always been Sex and the City. That's what I'm saying. Like,
But see,
I don't
that's
know about Sex and the
you.
City.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about Sex and the
No,
City.
no, we are the champions
I thought
of the
it was
world.
Sex
Okay,
and
no,
the
we are
City.
the
Wait,
champions
hold on.
of the world.
Okay, wait.
We
No,
are
no,
the
go back. Go back to
champions.
Sex and the City. Go back. So what
What is
happens
that?
when somebody really likes that show and
It's
then
the
they
champions
remember?
of the world.
That's the whole
No.
point of the Mandela
So
effect.
he never says we are the champions of the world.
What does he say?
He doesn't say it.
Boy,
But
we're
that's-
the champions of the world.
Word.
Boy.
Does he not say that? Or
He
was that what you're
says that.
saying?
They're saying he does. They never say of the world.
Believe it.
See?
This one I'm not being.
Exactly, because that's
But-
Queen. That's
No,
Queen.
no. I'm saying
For instance, Luke, I am your father. He doesn't say that.
no.
What
He
does he
doesn't.
say?
He never said that. He never said that.
Okay,
He
I don't know. I don't know
never
about
said
Star
that.
Wars.
But no, he never said it. But that's what I'm saying. If you're
What do you
like,
say?
I've always been freaking. No, it's always misquoted. Same thing about the moon. You know how he says like, "This is one step for mankind," and then
It's
He
one
never
small
said
step
that.
for man.
he never
One
said that.
giant leap for mankind.
But he never said that. If you look it up, the real quote, he never said that.
well, because he meant to say, or what he said was, it's one small step for a
Here's
man.
George.
Yes, thank you.
But he got
So-
cut out.
But that's what I'm saying. Everybody
cut out.
Then everybody
I
when
don't
they
know
release
nothing.
this, when
I
they
heard
release
that,
it, it's
but I don't
like
know.
all of a sudden Mandela effect.
Man, I can't.
No.
They don't fucking Pikachu's tail.
Pikachu's tail was always there.
No, but like, remember had a dash in it or whatever.
No, that
It
was
did.
Raichu. Raichu had the
It-
dash.
No,
So
it
he
always had
never
the
did?
little black thing. The little black thing was always on his tail.
No, Raichu had the black thing on
Kit
his
Kat.
tail.
It
Did it
did.
have a
No, he
dash
was a
or
bad
not?
one, right?
The Raichu was a like
Like
It was like
evolved,
the-
like
yeah.
evolved.
No, see the one on the
Okay,
left.
so wait,
the
wait,
one on
the
the left is
monocle
how
is-
I always known Pikachu. The one on the left with the
What about the
No.
Monopoly guy?
No, they're saying he never had a monocle.
He always had a monocle.
Well, go
But
back
they're
down.
saying he don't.
He always
He
did.
always had a monocle,
But
dude.
that's what I'm saying. It all depends on the person. Like, what if
Dude.
you're all about Monopoly? You're gonna
He
know
always
that.
had a monocle.
See, they're
But
saying
how big were you on
Pikachu's
Monopoly?
tail
Dude,
never had the
huge.
black tip.
No.
See, look,
That's
no,
all-
no, no, no.
we used to
Pikachu's
play-
tail never had one.
So in my
That's what
grandma's
I
house,
said.
we
He
played.
always had it. He
We
always
always
had it.
played
But-
Jacks,
wait,
Yahtzee,
go
and
back up.
Monopoly.
No,
Then
go
I
back
have
up.
it at home. He has one.
Man, what the fuck? These
Monopoly.
No, go,
That's what I'm saying.
go.
If you have it at home and he has a freaking
No,
I have
see,
one.
yeah,
I
Field
have
of
one.
Dreams.
But then
it was
they're
always
lying.
if you build it, they will come.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. It's not Mandela, whatever.
They will come.
Manila?
It's not
What?
Mandela
He said-
effect.
Manila folder.
Kit Kat. I don't even remember that. I
They're
thought
gonna
it
say
was
that
a
pretty
dash.
soon. They're gonna say it was Mandela folder, not Manila folder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's gonna say my nigga folder.
That's what I'm saying.
That.
I think if you're like,
Shazam.
Oh, okay. See, right there, Shazam. I've
They're
never.
saying it doesn't exist.
I thought it was always 1A. From what
to be honest,
No,
Okay.
it wasn't the A thing. It was the fact that it doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, it
The
doesn't even
Shazam
exist.
movie with Sinbad.
It
doesn't
was.
It was a
exist.
white
Shazam.
guy.
It was Shazam.
It was Sinbad.
I never watched the movie.
Boy.
Now they did Kazam with Shaq, but
Hold on,
but
hold on.
a lot of people remember
Wait, no, go-
Shazam with
Hold on.
Sinbad.
Hold on.
Go
Stop
back
for
up
a
to that stupid one
It
that
was
said
a-
Febreze.
It was with the same the same kid that was in
down,
the
go
Bronx
down.
Tale.
Go down, go
The
down.
Bronx Tale. Who's that young
Right
kid?
There, that one.
Yeah, I always knew it was this though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's always been the double
it's
E's.
clickbait.
Yeah, it's always
Dude,
been
I'm
double E.
sorry, dude. I don't believe in.
No, but see, the thing is, the images is where it gets
No,
you.
go
For
up,
me, it's the
go up.
images.
Yeah.
Go up. Hello, Clarice. That
Where?
happened in Silence of the Lambs. Go down. He just says good morning. No fucking way. Everyone quoted that shit.
I didn't.
Hello, Clarice.
I didn't.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go to images.
I watched that movie like once.
I watched it once and I got scared.
That's what I'm saying. So
The- there was a big hole in the ground, right? It was a fucking
That
big.
was Buffalo Bill.
Oh, Buffalo Bill.
I thought that was Silence
I
of
thought
the
that was Silence of the Lambs.
That
He had
is
the girl in the
Silence of
bottom?
Fuck yeah.
But I'm saying Buffalo Bill had the hole in the ground. I'm talking about when Anthony Hopkins meets.
I thought that was the same movie.
It is the same movie.
No, it's Mandela effect. Never happened.
Oh, I bet.
That's
I'm
what
fucked up.
saying. It's clickbait.
You know what it is?
I'm
It's
sorry.
you know what it is?
Clickbait.
It's not Mandela effect. It's Modelo effect.
Hell yeah.
I'm just fucked up.
Dude.
It's this shit,
Dude,
man. It's
Nobody
that
knows
was-
Funk Du.
Dude, that was perfect, dude.
I can't even remember that.
That's what I'm saying.
So this
No,
bitch never had a star. I don't know.
No, she never had a star.
I don't believe this. I'm sorry.
Oh, Brittany with the headset. Remember that? They said that she
Okay,
never.
Looney
She never
Tunes
wore
or
it.
Looney Tunes.
She
was
never
always
wore a
Looney.
headset.
Looney Tunes.
No, it was 2 O's. 2 O's.
So it's saying it's Tunes.
No, it was 2 O's.
There's no way they never spelled tunes right,
I don't believe it. I'm sorry.
dude.
Now there's some stuff obviously I'm like, there's no way.
I think they're reaching. I think they're reaching.
Fruit Loops was the crazy
Reaching for
one.
what?
Which was Fruit Loops?
Like
What's
it's
that?
just
The Glock?
clickbait.
The
No, but
Glizzy?
like even the little Pikachu. I was big on Pokemon.
So
I
you correct
knew-
me on that, yeah.
Yeah, and then I was right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just if you're like real locked into that, like even the Star Wars thing. I like Star Wars. I knew all about it. But if you ask me about like Kit Kat, I'm not gonna remember. I just
Well,
buy it.
Pikachu growing up for me had the black thing on his
Yeah,
tail.
me too.
It
I
didn't.
always saw
It
that.
For me, and that's how.
Raichu had the black thing on his tail.
So how does
Okay,
Raichu
so look,
look?
look. The Fruit Loops had this shit or no?
Yeah, it always had that.
It
I don't
says
know.
it don't. It says
No,
it don't.
don't
it
know.
always had that
I know.
fucking.
That's what I'm saying.
It always had that little basket.
See, the thing is, it doesn't matter if you know or not. You've seen it before. You know these
No,
logos.
but- okay, at work, tell me how much stuff that you read a
Look.
day that you don't care about. Now tell me what you read.
No, I know there's stuff I don't read. I'm
Boy,
talking about
Captain?
pictures,
What is that?
But a picture too.
bro. Pictures. These are all staples from my childhood. If it
Dude,
looks,
it was always
it's always
Captain.
been cap in. No, it's cap
Captain?
in. It's cap in. It's always been cap in. You
I
cap
don't
in.
even know.
That's
I don't even know that
cap.
one.
That's
You
cap.
capping.
That's
He's
cap.
capping.
That's cap.
No, but the cap is red, not blue.
What cap?
Cap.
Coca-Cola.
What was it called before? Nuka-Cola?
I don't know.
It said Nuka-Cola down there.
Nuka. No, that's from the game. That's from Fallout.
What else is there? What else is there? I guess that's it.
Curious George?
But
Yeah, they say something with him.
Yeah. See, for me, so who's Raichu or Rikachu or who?
was
No,
like-
he
it was
was
like
like the
Pikachu.
evolved. He was the
Yeah.
evolved version.
he wasn't involved.
To me, he was the bad version of Pikachu. That's
it
how
was
I.
like-
That's how.
Well,
It
what
was like
color was he?
a boy, just, almost the same color. But he's the one.
He-
He's the one that had the black tip.
And
on
I-
his tail.
So I knew that because I used to watch fucking Ashton all the time. Fucking fuck up the verse.
Oh, Ash.
See, boy, I
What?
thought. See, I was. I
That's my
thought
boy.
I was-
Him and-
Okay,
uh,
so here's one.
What about?
Mona Lisa. Was she smiling or not?
I
smiling?
don't know.
She's not. She was no smile.
No,
smile.
wait. Time out.
She was like
the,
this.
The whole point of the Mona Lisa picture is that as you're looking at it, sometimes it looks like she's smiling and
Yep.
sometimes it doesn't. That was the illusion that
You ready?
Da Vinci created.
So tell me right now.
No,
No
but
smile.
Like, but like James said,
Smiling or not
Never
smiling?
been a smile.
No, it's
Whatever you see.
depending on your perspective.
Four.
This
Motherfucker.
bitch is all smiling.
It's
and
a
shit.
motherfucker.
Look, that's her.
yeah,
Mona
she's
Lisa.
smiling.
I never made fun of you for stuttering.
You should. It's free game.
$12. The Mona Lisa, the real one.
No, the real Mona Lisa,
No,
she has
yeah,
the real Mona
No, it's
Lisa has.
Mandela effect.
So listen,
It's a
time out.
Mandela effect.
The real Mona Lisa is almost like a split effect. Like half of her
Like
face
ass
looks
cheeks?
like it.
No,
With a
it's the
finger?
Mandela effect.
and
With the
half of it
finger.
doesn't look- oh, fucking Christ.
With
Nah,
the
she was
fucking
never.
finger.
She was never
Sorry, Jesus,
smiling.
I didn't mean to say that.
Who is Mona Lisa?
No, go down. That's Mandela.
They don't know who.
the real,
There's speculation
Go
on who
down.
it was, but they don't
Go
know.
down the real Mandela right there. Boom. Right
Is
there.
it?
Boom. That's the real Mandela.
Yeah, so it originated by they thought this dude was dead. but
Well,
he
no,
never
because a lot of
died.
people remember him dying in prison, and he didn't. That's something that I don't
Yeah, he
ever
did.
remember.
Which
don't
they
remember.
have video recording of him walking out of prison.
No, I don't remember him ever dying in prison. I never understood that part of it.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's up to you, like the person. Like if you're so locked in,
I think we're in a
Boy,
parallel universe.
hold on, go back. Go back.
I exited.
There was a
out.
Snoop Dogg one.
No
Hold on,
way,
that was a
dude.
Snoop Dogg one,
No,
dude.
because
can't
I've
be
seen
honest.
I've seen the Mona Lisa. Like it genuinely
Look at this
is
shit.
like
It was
an
this
effect.
one.
Hold on. Didn't
There was a
Snoop
Snoop Dogg
Dogg
one?
for a little bit
people,
become
two
Snoop Lion?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, just make sure.
Mandela effect. He was never.
When he was a
Rasta.
Rasta.
He was though.
When he's
When he was a
arrested,
Rasta.
Mandela effect.
He
Yeah.
was.
and he didn't wear no deodorant.
Like I've seen the Mona Lisa
He
in
was.
person. Like
Yeah, he looked like
it's,
that right there. Look,
Huh?
he looked like that.
Mandela effect.
Okay, so do you believe in parallel universes and shit?
You have to if you watch Spidey,
no,
Yes.
Spidey,
Multiverse, Spider Verse.
it's not that I don't believe. I know
Doctor Strange.
there's crazy stuff happening, but it's just like it's not enough proof to
Boy,
show.
I don't know because I look at it like
Because I think a bunch of scientists
what
believe that there
what the
is.
purpose of that would be.
But a
you
bunch
saw
of
that
don't.
guy. You saw that guy walking out of HEB. Looked like me.
I saw the picture I took on HB.
Yeah, but like if you with 8 billion
Typical
people here,
behavior.
you're
I'm
gonna
looking at it
find people
tomorrow
that
and
look just like
no watermelon in the freaking
Boy, it's just gonna be
Cart.
straight grape soda.
Mandela effect.
Man, who is Mona Lisa though? Literally, man.
Fuck
What?
that
no, they don't
bitch.
know. They
Kendrick
don't know
Lamar?
who she was.
Mona Lisa.
Like they speculated it could have been like an
Maybe Little Wayne.
aristocrat in Venice. Where,
So
where
what
DiCaprio was
made
based
this
in.
picture
Oh my
so
God,
famous?
this zen's hitting.
because
Well,
it was
guessed
viewed
up.
as like
I took another one.
a masterpiece of the time.
Uh,
Like when you watch when you
same
look at
time.
the picture.
it's like, damn, that's a good
Yes, same
picture.
Well, no, when you look at the picture,
Yes,
it's
same
like
Let's go.
because,
Come on.
for instance, some people can look at it and see a person smiling, and some people can look at it not. Like the picture itself is half of it seems like she's smirking, half of it doesn't. It's
It's how you view it, I guess.
I forget what the art style is at the time, but it was essentially mastering that style.
It was contrast.
I don't believe Mandela effect.
It might be that.
I do.
I
It's like
kind of
the
don't. I
Rock-
kind
my
of understand
fucking
your
sleep is on.
thing.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Or
just
like a company could have just fucking threw a letter off or whatever.
Bad.
But I do believe in like altering the reality.
You know when I'll believe it? If you walk in here and that hat says Bass Shops.
No,
Or
no,
it
no,
says ass shots.
because I mean it's been
Back pro shop.
it's
Back
been
shots.
it's
Back
been proven
shots.
multiple times that your memory is just fucked up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Most of your memory is just wrong.
Like we're so busy, we're not looking at like the actual label. We're just
Except for
oh,
James. James has that shit
I
on
like
lock.
I like a Kit Kat. I'm gonna buy it. That's all we're looking at. We're not looking at. We're not sitting there studying it. Of course, there's people out there that just love Kit Kats. They're gonna study the whole thing.
Man, I don't know.
See, hold on.
I'm a firm believer in the fact that I remember this stuff vivid. I just know. I just pay
Listen,
attention.
You
to stuff.
forget stuff all the time. What does your
Listen.
wife tell you? Bet you don't remember everything she tells you.
Listen,
Exactly.
can
do.
I just
What I
can
care
I say
about,
something
which is
real
food.
quick? Real quick. There are some people that believe that the Mandela effect is a CIA op.
Oh, see, I'm
Listen,
I'm
no,
out.
No, this
listen.
is good. This is good. This
No,
is good.
listen. This is
Come on,
like
Gib.
legitimate.
Play devil's advocate.
That the
Look,
CIA.
look at all these
the-
comments.
Listen, just
After this.
please let me say what I'm going to say.
Go ahead.
Nah, but
The CIA,
Real
like the reason they believe it is that they believe that what the CIA is trying to do is slightly alter the past in a way that's almost imperceivable to us, so that they can change things about the past without us noticing them.
So they're
What
changing
the
Fruit of the
fuck?
Looms.
It starts small, and then it becomes big.
you have to
That's the
understand,
belief.
Yeah.
We're being brainwashed.
If I wake up
That's the
tomorrow and I have a
belief.
huge
No,
dick, it's
That's
crazy.
the belief is that hey, if we can trick the
That's a lie.
population into believing something that they remember seeing doesn't exist, then we can trick them into believing whatever past we present before them.
Hey, CIA,
and
use
that's
me.
the belief.
I don't believe it. I'm sorry.
Dude, I believe
People don't
it.
believe in anything.
I believe
No,
it.
I do believe it. It's just
It's
Mandela,
like
I
they
don't
say.
believe.
It's like they say.
Going back
Hitler
to
was a
witches?
bad guy.
Going back to witches, I was acting
Was
like
he?
I was on fence.
Was-
witches?
was-
Yeah, they out there.
Oh, hold on. Fuzzy was a bear.
Just real quick,
Fuzzy
witches
had no hair.
witches-
Did he have no
witches
hair?
do exist.
How many woodchucks could a woodchuck chuck?
No, but it was
If
never
it
that.
woodchuck could chuck wood.
Hey, that's a real
But it
question.
wasn't that. Mandela effect. It said woodchuck.
Boy.
Said Fuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy
Did
Wuzzy
he
had
have
no
no
hair.
hair? But did he?
Did he?
Fuzzy
Did he?
Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy,
P.
was
Diddy.
he?
P. Diddy,
Yeah.
Puff Daddy.
Baby
Ooh,
I'm your daddy.
Baby
maybe he was just all oiled up and it looked like he had no hair.
Who's
Hey,
Puff Daddy?
Mandela effect.
Boy, who's a Puff Daddy?
No, he
Who's
never
Puff
went.
Daddy?
He never went by Puff Daddy. He went by Diddy.
That's
Who?
Mandela effect right
Mandela
there.
Diddy?
effect. Yeah,
Boy,
Mandela.
he went by Puff.
No, Mandela effect.
Now, shut
Who
the
went by
fuck
Puff?
up.
See how
Shut
stupid
up.
it is? That's
You're
what I'm
mind
saying. It's
fucking
so,
me.
No, but who?
Hey,
Yeah,
What?
you're
exactly.
the guy. You're the
Mandela.
guy that fucking lets this shit happen because you're like, see, it's all dumb, and
No,
then you
you're
buy
the guy
it,
that
and
stuttered
the
twice
CIA
saying da, da, da,
and
da.
the CIA is like, we got him. We
Boy.
got one.
It's stupid. Oh, Fruit of the Looms.
Hold
I don't
on,
remember.
hold on.
Who's Puff Daddy though?
Is cigar is Garagely fucking
It's never
a
been
CIA
that.
asset?
It's never been that. It's been.
Is it a
Garage
CIA?
Podcast.
I don't know.
Are you a CIA asset?
It's never been that. It's been a
I don't
Garage
know.
podcast.
I don't know. He's got his ties too deep. I don't know.
It's always been cigar.
Are you a part of the CIA?
Yeah, yeah.
Hell yeah, he said it already.
So my bads.
Puff
Just pull it up
Boy, it's a big
I
dick.
know it.
It's a big dick.
on my neck.
Giant
It's a
penis.
fucking giant
That's what they're talking about.
medallion
Fucking
dick.
28
Exactly.
years later, fake
Isn't that
fucking
Diddy?
dick.
Who's that?
No, never happened. Mandela effect. See, you don't remember.
Puff Daddy's G. That boy G baby.
G Diddy.
Boy, he's over there fucking
All right, James, we need you. Finish a cigarette.
Hold on, did I read these
For
comments?
what?
We
To
need you
read the comments.
Oh, to read. Okay.
I gotta pee.
Okay,
Ooh,
not a
what?
coincidence. Let me preface this by saying I
Boy,
wouldn't believe.
that's
Okay,
pretty
wait. Down. It's Disney, man. Remember Michael Jackson episode on The Simpsons? Disney forever erased it from The Simpsons library. Everyone remembers that episode.
But he
Hold on,
they
we didn't read
erased
the
it.
top ones though, Mike Taggart.
No,
They
Kazam
erased
is
it.
often confused with the non-existent Shazam. We're living in a simulation. What started as the Truman Show has turned into Idiocracy. Have you guys ever seen Idiocracy?
No.
It's really good, man. It's a ridiculous movie, but it's basically like a world where a character, Luke Wilson, gets stuck in a like frozen in a time capsule, and he wakes up like 1,000 years later, and the world is just run by mentally retarded people.
Really?
No joke. I'm not exaggerating. Like they're genuinely all
Where's
retarded.
this on? What is this on?
I don't know. I mean, you could let me see if Idiocracy is on anything.
Like what
But-
streaming services is it on?
Didn't Joe Rogan say something about that? Like,
Hell yeah.
stupid
But no-
people will
Hell
survive.
No,
Hell yeah.
It's
He did
it's,
say that.
It's a great like.
He did say that.
It's
So
what's crazy about the movie is it was made in like 2006, 7, 8,
really,
and like it kind of predicted where we're at in the world
boy,
now.
that's kind of fucking insane.
James, you think I could get one?
2006.
Please,
Dude,
Mr.
I
when it was
kinda-
made.
I kinda
You
want
can watch
one,
it on
too.
Hulu. You can watch it on Hulu. Yeah.
I'm taking the Zen out. I need a stogie,
It's that time. I got him.
boy.
Nah, but I used to
This
not
is-
believe in that shit. But
No,
Noah
listen.
took it from me. Noah took it from me. Noah,
Watch
please.
it on. Oh, I thought you needed to smoke, man. Hey, you want one too?
No, I'm good.
No.
I don't need
Seriously, Hulu. Watch
Little bitch.
Idiocracy.
I don't
Watch
need this.
Idiocracy because
I don't need
it's
it.
an exaggeration of what
I don't need it.
what we're experiencing.
I already
It's-
did a Zen and a
it's,
cigar.
it's a very like close
Just
parallel
take
to
me
what
out.
we live in right now.
Dude, this is crazy.
And no, like the Truman
Guys.
Show. What's great about the Truman Show is the Truman Show predicted
it for? There's
Like-
wind.
the reality TV experience we all lived through in the 2010s.
Right.
Like it kind of died off a little bit because we had YouTube and
As
everything
did.
else, and now we can just experience it firsthand. But like the Truman Show, I mean, you've seen the Truman Show, right?
Right. I've seen that one.
It predicted like the reality TV
Right.
Yeah, bro, you got some big
experience that
ass
we all
titties.
live through now.
Dude, I believe all this shit, dude.
Hey, you know what? What? All right, so I used to not-
This is my fucking problem. Is I believe everything.
Well, this is what I
All
can
right,
tell
so
you.
look,
But tomorrow you're not because you're
Dude, can I tell you? Can I tell you
No
something?
fucking way. No fucking way.
What
Okay,
I
so
do believe is this.
All right, so
Fucking way.
what you got? What you got?
Okay, look. All right, so I never used to believe in like 3D. There's a 3D, 4D, 5D, 6D. You
What
know,
about
I was
double
Boy,
like-
D's?
6Ds?
What about
what I'm
double
saying?
D's? You didn't believe in
Like-
double D's?
Well, we
Like
do know that a
dimensions and
fourth
shit,
dimension
dimensions.
exists.
You know what I mean?
We do know that a
Dimensions,
fourth
right?
dimension, but we do know that a fourth dimension exists for sure.
I'll let you
100%.
explain that. I'll
How do
bring
you
it
know?
back
Hold
to
on,
you.
I never been there.
So
Never watched the movie?
back to the shroom shit.
Oh, here we go.
No, just real quick story.
30
So I
seconds.
this was before. All right, so this was before I was fucking. This was before.
Before you were fucking.
Nah, before I was
30
doing
seconds.
any of this shit, right? So I had one dude do it,
Look
one
at
dude do
Noah.
it. They both did a high dosage, right?
You were testing them? Like,
No, I was just like not into that shit at all at the time. So then one dude was like, they were both like, I guess when you're in that realm, you kind of have like this wavelength,
your
right?
eyebrows
Of
off?
like shit's funny to
Watch
y'all
this on
two.
fire.
Y'all both be laughing at the same shit for whatever reason.
Mhm.
So one was like, "Oh fuck!" Like he got scared.
yeah, 2 seconds.
And so then the other dude was like, "Oh fuck!" Right? So then, long ass story short, because you couldn't fucking short. The dude that got scared first, he said he saw this little elf person like walking and shit, and the other dude that was on the shrooms saw it as well. So that got me thinking, like, okay, how the fuck do both of these people swear on everything that they saw this shit?
'Cause the other
Years
guy was
fast.
high.
Okay,
You don't
hold
remember.
on. Years fast forward. Joe Rogan talks about the same shit. How when he's fucking like out of this planet, when he's on shrooms, he see these little fucking gnomes or whatever the fuck, like giving
Not
him
elves.
love and like come here, whatever. And a lot of people experience the same thing.
But they're not elves.
So how is that?
Mandela effect.
How is that?
Never
Boy,
happened.
I think it might be in a different universe,
Okay,
right?
well, listen.
Wait, what's the topic?
Hey,
No,
hold on.
but look.
Hold on. I just want
I
to
gotta
give
be on the right.
I want to give a shout out to
Well,
Lucky
I wish I
Strike
could have.
Cigarettes.
I wish I could have explained it, but you rushed me.
Hey,
Like
shout out to Lucky Strike Cigarettes,
Okay.
dude, holding it down. Since
No, but
day
did
one.
you know they were never called Lucky Stripes?
What were they called?
Shut the fuck up. Lucky Stripes. Hold on.
monster.
See how stupid it
Real
sounds?
real
No,
quick.
the pictures.
Oh,
Real quick.
I got you.
Pikachu's tails white black.
Okay, so the fourth dimension is how they use to explain the expanse of time and space in areas where they can't explain it, how it exists and how it's constantly expanding. That's the fourth dimension. But I'll put it to you in a way. I remember hearing Russell Brand explain it this way,
30 seconds.
and
Boy, come on.
to me this was the most like
thank you, man. I
sort
love
of
you.
palatable way he explained dimensions in terms of dimensions that may exist beyond our comprehension. is he explained it like this.
Wait, what dimension are we in?
We're in the third dimension.
Okay,
So
we see
this is
How you not
but
know that?
this is how he explained it.
Mandela effect. I didn't know I was always looking
Listen,
at 2 dimensions.
listen.
See?
So we know that the internet exists, right?
Right.
We experience it, right? But to a cat, how would a cat even understand the concept of it? Because it lacks the ability to understand that exists.
Right.
In the same way, dimensions may exist that we simply lack the ability to understand their existence because we are unable to perceive them because we don't have the tools to perceive them. That's where people believe other dimensions exist. Because, yeah, we can experience the world in a 3-dimensional way, and mathematically we can understand it in a 4-dimensional way. But outside of that, we lack the physical ability to understand anything beyond what we can see and feel. But that doesn't mean that they don't exist. The same way that a cat may not experience the things that we know exist out there because it's incapable of
Man, what if they make glasses?
intellectually understanding their existence.
Yeah.
In the same way, dimensions may exist that we don't understand because we are incapable of understanding them. We don't have the intellectual capability. So that's how I view God and angelic and demonic beings
As a 4th dimension.
as existing potentially in dimensions that we are incapable of experiencing. And I'll go back to something you talked about. I believe this was the last podcast because I thought about it a lot. And when
damn.
Lewis
No way.
talked about
What, name drop?
what extraterrestrials might be, and you were like, I think they're demons.
They're
Can we do
demons.
it? Was
No,
that was
and then
I in here?
Well, you were fucked up at that point.
Yeah, you're fucked up.
I was in the 4th dimension.
But no, I've thought about that a lot, and I think you're
was in
probably
Zen
closer
dimension.
to the truth
Yeah, I think
than
they're
anything else. And I
demons
believe
coming
that,
from a different.
and then a lot of it goes back to watching a lot of Timothy Alberino stuff
Yeah.
where he was like,
Timothy?
well, these
He
things
said
may
it is
exist,
Peter.
but they simply may be demonic beings that have like operated in other worlds or whatever, and they're coming to the planet for whatever
Yeah.
various
Coming
reasons.
on the planet.
But
Because
do you think
my thing
aliens-
is like
do you think aliens
James.
beat up?
okay, so my thing is like y'all think demons are like stupid, but like bitch, they've been
Who
here
said
like
that?
Oh no,
most
no.
people. You
They're
know what
not.
I mean? They're
Want another one?
so one question for you.
They're not smarter than my God.
One question for you.
Hey,
Well,
just-
come on,
he took
come on.
mine.
One question
Oh,
for you.
wait,
One question
I
for
know,
you.
but just real quick.
One question for you.
I'm playing
If you
devil's
think
advocate.
demons are
dude.
stupid, then you're stupid.
I'm playing devil's advocate, dude. I believe in witches. I know there's people
Okay,
out
hold
there
on.
doing.
I understand. All right.
right.
Can you grab a Rubik's cube
What? Grabbed
in
it?
your head
Can I grab it?
and like spin it around?
No.
Can I
in
grab
your
it in my
mind?
head?
No. Like, can you picture a Rubik's cube in
No.
your head and like spin it around?
I've never been able to solve
Yeah.
one. Period.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yes.
I can.
All
I mean,
right.
I'm not doing a good job, but I can still experience it.
Fail.
Wait, do you think I say no?
I was like, fuck. I don't
But-
know.
but-
I don't know.
but
Some-
listen-
no.
something.
What's our friend be
Like
like?
but no, but like going back to that,
I
like,
bet.
that's
That's how it
exactly
In,
what.
in my
So
head,
you
I finish
can't.
it.
So you can't.
No, I can, but there's some people that can't.
I can't.
Motherfucker.
Well, no, it's the same
There's some
reason.
people. There's some people that can't picture an image in their head.
Well,
and, like,
I can't.
No.
around.
But there's some. Like, let me ask you guys a question.
I'm a fucking
because
retard.
this was
I'm a
something that
retard.
came up
Too many
in a
people.
lot of different
James.
things. Like when I talk to myself,
Exactly.
Boy.
I hear a voice in my head.
Whoa.
Like a
Like
voice
Kanye?
is speaking in my mind.
some people
Me
don't
too.
even have that.
No, but some
Me too.
people don't have that.
But is it
Yeah.
you talking to yourself or is it a different person?
No, it's me.
Yeah,
Like
same,
when
same.
I'm no, but
Yeah,
there's some people who don't
have
who
that.
don't experience that at all. Like if they're reading a book, they're just reading it. They don't hear a voice in their head reading it
But
to them.
can you read a book? That's the thing about me. I can't read a book because then I get distracted when I'm reading. And
Because you need
I
to
start-
keep
That's
reading.
not what I'm talking about.
No,
but
but
that's
then
not what I'm talking
you
about.
need to practice
Gabe,
reading.
Gabe,
I can't-
Gabe,
I
let's
can't-
Gabe, let's say you're playing a game.
So you're practice
No,
reading.
let's say you're playing a game. Like as you're playing the game, you're plotting it out in your head. Like I'm gonna do this.
No, I'm too
gonna do
scared. I
that.
got my eyes closed. Just
Stop. Listen. But you're like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Right?
right.
There's a voice in your head that's telling you this. Some people do not have that voice.
Yeah.
They don't. Like they
Which is
don't have
weird.
any voice in their head. Which
So
is,
basically, it's
for
like they're
people
never
that
wearing a
do,
headset.
That's fucking bizarre as fuck.
Yeah. Some people don't have that.
No, and like for
Is it
people that
autism
do,
people?
I don't know, but like for people that don't have it, like for people that do have it, like I can't comprehend that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I cannot comprehend not hearing a voice in your head that's like if I'm doing something like, hey, look out for that, look out for that. Like I hear myself
Isn't that
in
like
my own mind.
the actual sixth sense or whatever?
Maybe.
But like there's
thought
some
or
people that don't.
Maybe.
There's some people that like when they read, they're literally just reading out loud.
That's
Like they
me.
don't hear a voice
Some
in their
people
head.
don't have somebody like training.
They don't have an internal
We got a
dialogue.
comment. We got a comment.
They don't have an internal dialogue.
It says maybe our dreams are our entry into another dimension that we're not conscious for. Also, has anyone ever seen an electrical outlet in their dreams?
I have not. What the fuck?
That's one thing I can't like. What is a dream?
Dreams are weird.
It's your
Dude.
conscious.
You know what?
like,
I've never seen
operating
an
at a
electrical
different-
outlet in my dreams. What the fuck is that about,
even,
Mike?
Or even sleeping. Like, have you ever recorded yourself?
Have you seen an electrical outlet in your dreams?
Like,
I
where
have
are
never.
you? Where are you at?
A lot of shit I haven't seen in my dreams.
No,
I have.
but where
I
are
have only because I know I electrocuted myself.
real quick.
In a dream.
where are you at in a dream? When when you're asleep. Like,
Usually,
where?
I take place in,
You're in the mushroom land.
No,
That's what I'm
somewhere
saying.
that I've seen previously, but
Well, have
just
you
it's
guys-
like altered.
Have you guys ever
But
had
where
like?
are you? Your mind? Because like where
You're in
are-
your fucking
soul?
pineal gland.
Where's your soul at?
Oh, I don't
In
know.
your body.
I don't know.
So it just there. You don't remember anything.
Oh, do you
Just-
think you're like astral projecting somewhere?
No, I'm saying like if somebody comes in the house, they're trying to break into your house. Boom, you're back.
Yeah.
But you still have to like, oh, I gotta wake up.
No, you were in subconscious.
Somebody's-
You were in
somebody-
your own
It
subconscious.
still takes you like a second, 2 seconds to realize. Okay,
Right.
It's,
But
not,
you-
it's not like
but
the
you-
movies where
so,
you're like,
so where are you at?
You're in your own subconscious. It's just
Subconscious.
it's incredibly
where's-
powerful.
So-
and
Where's
you
the
can,
subconscious
you can
at?
dive deep in your
Subconscious.
mind.
So one thing that hasn't happened to me in a long time is the feeling where you're falling
Busted.
and then you hit the fucking ground.
I
and
hate
you
that shit.
You wake up.
And you twitch and shit.
Dude,
You're like, fuck.
I haven't had that in
Well,
years.
I
I think that was
always
in
have
school
that.
though.
I
I
always
think that was
have
in school.
Have you guys ever had the same kind of dreams over and over again?
Yeah.
Because I can tell you, like one dream I have over and over again
Big dick.
is like
Your ex?
I'm in a house or a car or wherever,
But it's not the
and
same.
there's like 30 or 40 tornadoes happening around me.
What the fuck?
Like, and that's a dream I've had probably
That's twisters.
30 or 40 times.
Well, there's some times where I'll wake up from a dream and I'll be like, I like that hoe. Let me go back in. And I'll go back in straight to that dream.
right. No, I've done that before too.
Dude,
I've
and I
done it
was
before
like,
too. That's
"Alright,
fucking
I
great.
never had that happen.
How often?
I've been
I've
able to
had
go
that
right
shit.
back into my dream. That's
I'm like,
awesome.
man.
How often do y'all have dreams?
All
I have dreams all the time.
So there's a
Really?
bunch of vitamins. Ever since I've been taking all my
It's been a
vitamins,
long
I have
time.
dreams
my
every
vitamin
night.
has to-
I've had.
But-
all
I
my
have
dreams
dreams
all
every
the time.
night. I just don't remember all of them like
I haven't had a
vividly
dream
and concisely.
in a lot in like months maybe. But what does happen is, which this might be completely different, but I'll
Go
be
ahead.
asleep in bed and I'll be
What
falling asleep, and like I'll be falling asleep, like I'll feel myself like shutting down, but then I'll talk, and then I'll wake up, and then my wife's awake, and then I'm like,
Like
did I
you're
just- I'm
disassociating
like, did I
for
just
a
talk?
moment.
And she was like, yes.
Yeah, no, I've
I'm
done
like,
that.
No way,
what the
man. I used
fuck?
to do
No,
that.
no. It's almost like
Hey,
you're
I've done that
fighting
before.
you're fighting yourself trying to fall asleep.
Yeah.
No, I've done that a
But
lot.
it's like-
where
but-
Dude, there was one time.
where like
Dude,
you
too many people, too many people.
disassociate.
We never
Alright,
read Mike
but hold on,
Taggart's,
hold on.
No, wait. I'm not gonna.
Oh, no, no,
But look, but here's the
Wait,
thing.
no.
I'm falling asleep and I know I am. But the thing is, I'm not just I'm it's like I picture something in my head as I'm falling asleep and I'm responding in
To
real
that?
life.
Yeah.
And then it's like I'll be like, yes. And I was having a conversation in my head while I'm falling asleep, and then I say it, and then I'm like, what the fuck? Like
You're like kind of
like
half.
I know I said something out loud. I tell my wife, I'm like, did I just talk out loud? And she was like,
Yeah.
yeah. And I'm like,
Dude, one time,
what the
dude.
fuck?
It's like, yeah, you were saying
No,
BBLs.
one time I was having a bad dream. I was having a bad
clap
dream.
them. Clap them cheeks real quick.
Yeah.
Clap them fake ass cheeks.
All right, bad.
clap
Hey,
the
give me-
fucking
real
cheeks.
quick, real quick.
What'd you go to?
I was having a bad dream.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
No, so
You're on the timer.
10 seconds
was-
gone.
I was having this bad dream, bro, and in my dream I was like trying to wake the fuck up. So I was like, wake up, like
What?
fuck this, dude. And then like when I wake up, I'm like waking up, and I look at my wife, and she's just like, "What the fuck's the matter with you?" And I'm just like, she was like, "You were like, like."
Bro,
I'm like,
see, but I want to
dude.
know I want to know more about that because that shit's weird. That
No, no,
happens
no, no.
Did he?
more times than you
I
would think.
think what it is
so I
because that's happened to me a lot. Where what it is I think you're drifting into sleep, but your mind is fighting against it for whatever reason. Like you don't want to commit to it, and so like you're still dreaming, but you're dreaming and you're semi-conscious. So
Yeah.
you're speaking out loud what's in your dream, and then you pop back away. Because I've done that so much.
Dude, it happens to me at least like once
He's
a
getting
week.
deep.
No, I've done that so much to where like
It's like you don't want to.
so many so many times
Yeah.
like I think like last week Annalise was like, yeah, in the middle of the night you started talking to me
Boy.
about something, and I'm like, what was I saying? She's like,
Big
I don't
dicks
know.
in my
It was,
ass?
like, speaking
Yeah.
gibberish, but it was like it's because I know and I
Gibberish?
remember that night because I was asleep, but I was fighting it like
Yeah.
in my mind.
But it happens to me when I'm like really
Fighting
tired.
demons.
Like when I'm like
No,
really
that's
tired.
the worst. No, but that's the worst because like mentally you know you need the sleep.
Yeah.
Like, and you know you need to fall asleep, but there's also a part of your brain that has like almost like an anxiety because you so desperately need to sleep that it like fights against it, and so you have that experience of like being almost in the in between space.
Right. And I get that, but it's like, where do the thoughts come from of the scenarios?
Boy,
or
From the
that
dove?
that's
It's
in
your
my head?
it's your subconscious,
of the-
like the same thing that causes
I
your
got lots of
dreams.
thoughts.
It's existing, but in a more lucid air, like a lucid state.
I like when
When
James
dreams
starts
you're still
explaining.
you're still
Yeah.
kind
Boy,
of awake.
fuck yeah.
Okay, James.
Yeah.
James.
No, because I've done that a lot.
Wait,
where
real
like,
quick, real quick.
Wait, what about
like,
this? What
I'll
about this?
be-
I've had
I'll
this
be-
experience.
I'll
That's-
be,
that's
like,
Professor
especially when I sleep
James.
on the
I'm
couch.
next.
I'll be
Tom,
asleep
please.
We gotta read
and
the
I'll
comments.
be dreaming.
You can wait.
Like, okay, like
Ah.
the other day I fell asleep and I was watching
Mike, take its minute.
a documentary
It's
on
in cold.
like Nazis.
Mhm.
And in my dream, where I'm half awake, because I remember I woke up in the middle of it, I'm dreaming that I'm in the Third Reich, and I'm like, "Hey
Sleep paralysis
guys,
on
how
top of
should
it.
we do this?" And then I pop awake, and I'm like,
Mike,
it took
call.
me a minute to be like, "Oh, that was a part of my dream." I'm bringing in this thing I'm watching on TV into my dream, and sometimes it's what you experience, and sometimes you will create random
Like a Dr.
thoughts
Yeah.
in your subconscious. Because like I've had
Hey,
stuff that
doctor.
makes no sense.
Doctor, I got one. So, you know, I don't really have too many dreams. But you know, the last time I had a dream, and I wasn't even close to my grandpa was when he passed. And then
Well,
I had a dream like back to back. We're like at his
I
old.
want to talk about this, please. I'm
Yep.
next.
Hold on,
And-
but do you know
and-
why?
But going back to spiritual, so I'm somehow asleep in my grandma's and grandpa's bed, and he's at like a little, like a chair. What's it called? Like
Yeah,
a
like
a rocking chair?
rocking chair.
Mm.
And then he's just smoking a cigarette, and I would wake up in the dream. I'd wake up, and then he just smoking a cigarette, and then he would look at me, and then I wake up twice back to back.
So here's the
do you
thing
know,
with
do you
this.
know, but do you know why that happened? Is because even if you didn't think you were thinking about your
Still in your
grandfather, subconsciously he was in your mind, and he was in your mind in a way that you couldn't or that you didn't want to like
Erase.
not erase it, but like
Turn it off.
confront it.
But where you
And
at?
so you confronted it in your dream because maybe you didn't want to think about it, or maybe you didn't think it was important enough to think about. But somehow, some way, it was in your subconscious.
So what about dreams
and
that
it
you don't
came out
remember?
in
So
there.
yesterday I was actually scrolling through TikTok.
Well, we don't remember most of our dreams because
Yeah.
we have about 1,000 dreams a night.
But what about those?
The only ones
See-
that you remember are the ones that
No,
are
I
important. enough
fucking
to
had
remember.
next.
I was gonna say,
But where are you at? Where are you at in
yeah.
that moment?
In
No,
that
it's all
moment,
good.
well, no, but in that moment, it could be a million different things. It could be your anxieties from your life. It could be your job. It could be your
yeah,
your
traumatic
relationship.
things
It could
too.
It could
So-
be anything. Like, why do I always dream about tornadoes? Why?
Why?
Because I have this
weird.
weird obsession
Dude.
with them.
James, I'm not gonna
Hold on,
lie.
come on, I was
dream.
next.
I dream about tornadoes a lot. Just saying.
No, like I dream, and I dream
We can
about
look it
them.
up what it means.
I have
Well, no,
Wait,
I have
I
a
don't
big
believe that.
fear
I
of
don't believe that.
tornadoes.
But when I
That's
dream,
not the
no,
only-
when I dream about it, because I want to see them. Like I'm obsessed
No,
with seeing them.
I'm
up
I'm
close.
afraid.
Oh, real
But
quick.
when I dream about them, I dream
So-
about 40
Oh, yeah,
or
real
50
quick,
of
I
them at
forgot.
once.
No,
So-
every
so,
Never
uh,
one.
so I was
Appreciate it,
like,
appreciate it.
Never one.
So yesterday, actually, I was scrolling through. My bad. Before y'all fucking. All right, so I was scrolling through TikTok, and I actually came across that where like there was this post of this lady. She pretty much said like she was dreaming and she saw somebody that had passed away in
You
her
on your
dream,
phone?
and within her dream, she was like, "Hey,
Speaking of dreams, dude.
why are you here? You should be dead." And that person
What?
like looked at them, and then that person said, "You shouldn't have said that." And then the dream ended. And I
Boy.
scrolled through the comments, and there's like everybody saying the same shit. Like their dead relative comes, and then they pretty much say like, "Oh
Like
shit!"
they like they come.
they snap out of it through the dream, and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing here? Like you should be dead." And then they're like, everybody just kind of stops in their motion. They look at them, and they're like, "You shouldn't have said that." And then
I was just trying to go back to sleep
the
in my
dream
dream.
ended.
No, I mean well, the thing is that like when I not to be depressing, when I go through a period of my life when my mom is on my mind more than normal, which she's always on my mind every day because it's your mom, and when she's gone, you're gonna think about her every day. At least in my experience, I think about my mom every day in some small way. You know, whether it be like a question I wanted to ask her, but like when she's really on my mind, that's when I have dreams about her, like a lot.
So what do you regret? Because I think we all got our moms. So I think this would be good for all of us.
for sure.
Like, what do you regret the most that you wish you could have done when your mom was here?
Oh man, I don't even want to talk.
Boy,
about
that was good question. Good question.
Nah,
Good question.
It's a great question.
No, it's a good question. Come
but
on,
it's
James.
a painful one because I don't want to.
Well, it might help you, man.
When my mom was
Mushrooms
in the
were-
hospital, so like she had her cancer had spread to her intestines. It started in her intestines. It was colon cancer, and then it spread to her liver. But there was a night in the hospital where she was really struggling because nothing would pass through her intestines.
Right.
So she like threw up, and she was suffering. And I remember I had to go to work the next day, and she asked me to stay with her at the hospital. And I was like, "Oh, Mom, I got to work the next day." And because my mom was like such a strong person and the type of person to be like, "No, it's okay." She's like, "Okay, no, that's fine. Go home." And I went home, and I wish I would have just stayed with her that night.
So
And it
spending
wouldn't have,
time.
it just to be there for her.
Right.
And it wouldn't have changed the pain she was in, but I would have been there.
Right.
And for the rest of my life, I'll just wish I wasn't such a little bitch who just wanted to go home to get a good night's sleep when she was suffering in a way that I'll never understand or experience. So, yeah.
Well, with what you said,
I thank you for being.
that will change. That will change.
No,
a
that
lot,
was good.
A lot of
Yeah,
it, for real,
James,
bro.
I thank you for being honest.
Thank you, James.
Like,
thank you
like
for coming out with that, man.
If you ever go through any of that, doesn't matter what your circumstance is, your suffering is not the same, and you can deal with it. Like, just go through it and be
Right.
there for whoever you can be there for. Because I wish I would have, and I was there in every way I could be, but like that one specific thing was like, God, why didn't I just sleep on the stupid little shitty sofa and stay there with her that night? Like, that's a huge regret that I'll always live with for the rest of my life.
No, I appreciate
Good shit,
that,
man.
James. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Thank
being
you,
honest.
James.
Man, yeah.
I have nothing else to say, but thank
I
you.
learned a lot from that fucking shit. My dad's in the hospital right now, dude.
No, it's
The one in
Over
jail?
there right now. Huh?
One in jail.
No, he's not in jail no more, but he is
well,
very sick.
you know, I will say this. I think a lot of the times, like when you lose someone, or you think you're gonna lose someone, or whatever, I think we a lot of the times we view our suffering only through our
Us,
own lens.
us, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's even in mourning. Like, because I've gotten mad at my family because a lot of the times their mourning, it feels very selfish.
Yeah, because it's
Like,
like,
it's
you're
not
so focused
like,
on yourself.
No, it's not
Yeah.
like like I remember what my mom said and what she wanted. And so despite whatever I'm going through, I try to do those things.
Right.
And then I hear, you know, my dad or my brother or my sister, and when they complain about or they moan about what's happened, a lot of it is just me, and my suffering. And it's like, that's not what mom would have wanted though. So shut the fuck up
right.
and fucking deal with it. And like, I remember I wrote a short story
Boy.
Read it.
about it, and one of the big things was
Where can I buy this book?
we don't mourn what we lost. We don't mourn what was lost. We mourn what we lost.
Mm.
Like, a person lost their lives. That should be the focus of your mourning.
Well, why don't
Not
you share that?
what you lost yourself. Like, a lot of the mourning people do when someone's died is incredibly selfish and self-centered. Like, oh, it's me. I lost this, I lost that. But you didn't lose your life. Someone lost their life, and that should be your focus. Like, the person that lost their lives, and what did they want, and what did they want you to do, and how did they want you to handle it, and you should fucking work hard to fucking be that, to do that, what they wanted. Not what you want, because you're selfish, and your suffering is selfish. A lot of the suffering...
Exactly. Nah, exactly, dude. Yeah.
But did you ever share the short story?
Oh, no,
Like-
that's mine. It's
Okay,
somewhere.
okay.
Hold on, real quick,
I feel like that would
James.
be deep, dude.
James.
If
I
you
know.
wrote a-
No, a lot of it was a lot of anger, like...
We got a
Still,
bunch
I
of
think-
comments.
I think that would be good to share, dude. I think that.
Mr.
Okay.
James.
I woken up on countless nights to hearing my mother's voice saying my name. I felt like she was standing over me trying to wake me up. I know what that feels like. What were you going to say?
No, that was
Sorry,
your
bro.
ex.
This is like very off topic, but I
Word.
just wanted to know, like, how did y'all find out she had the cancer?
Okay, so I remember it was 2019. It sucked because like she had said she had some pain like in her body. She went to the doctor, and at the same time, it was like a really shit situation. I just got out of rehab because I had to go to rehab for some reason. And as I got out of rehab, they were like, "Oh yeah, mom had to go to the doctor for some like tests." And then it was like, "Oh, she has cancer in her liver."
Did she have
and then
cancer
it was-
before?
So she kind of knew about this. Like,
Well,
a lot
no,
longer.
like it was around the same time I got out of rehab that we found out, and then you
For the
know
first
I
time.
was, like that was the first time we knew any of it, and
Okay.
when we heard what the like diagnosis was, like officially, I was trying to be so optimistic because I was already going through my own shit, and I was like, "Is it good?" And it's like, it's stage 4, and it already spread to her liver, because it started in her colon, and then it spread to her liver. And that was sort of, she died because of liver failure.
So is that like how cancer works? Like once you detect it, it's kind of too late.
Well, it just depends on the stage. Like she had stage 4 already, so it was too late. And the problem with the cancer she had colon cancer. 5% of all people with colon cancer survive.
Damn.
Like, and what's crazy is 5% survive past 2 years. She died 2 years later, like almost to the day of like when
Really,
she got
dude?
diagnosed.
And
Yeah.
she did chemo and all that shit.
She did everything. We even went to a place in Arizona that was like a specialty for like personalized cancer that would personally attack not just overall chemotherapy, but like specialized for what you have
In that
And,
area.
and it still didn't work. And it was super quick. It was like
How old was she?
she was 58.
So
Dude.
did they ever like
Young.
pinpoint what the fuck caused it? Like,
No, and that's the thing is like my mom, and people might say this, but I say this without exaggeration. My mom was one of the healthiest people I knew, dude. She like rarely ate red meat. She was super healthy. She constantly like microgreens and fucking healthy shakes and all that bullshit. And she did that way before.
Boy.
But yeah, like she had to get a colostomy bag. What is it called? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a shit bag.
Yeah. She had to do that, and
Boy, yeah.
We
but
did,
like,
dude.
but
we
no,
did,
but
dude.
like it happened so quick. Like I remember this. I went over there on a Saturday. We were playing games. Sunday, she said she was in pain. Monday, she was unresponsive, and a week later, she was gone. And she died. She died. Funnily enough, Super Bowl Sunday when Tom Brady won with the
I bet.
Buccaneers. Like no joke, the
Yeah,
Super
but-
Bowl. The
He
Super
wasn't
Bowl
with
is going
the
on.
Patriots, though.
The Super Bowl
he
was
lost
happening.
against the Eagles.
And like, luckily, we were lucky enough that what the worst part about it was during COVID. So the options were hospital where we couldn't be close to her, or hospice where we could be.
Isn't
We
that
chose
such
hospice,
a shitty time, though?
And we were there with her when she died. Like we were in the room when she passed.
When she saw the Eagles win one.
Well,
Shut the
Mr.
fuck
James,
James is all respect, dude.
No, but it
With all
sucked.
respect.
Like
Nah,
the
yeah.
hospice people were great, but like we had to watch them take her.
Yeah.
It was shit, man.
That shit is
man,
different,
rest,
bro.
Rest in peace to your mother, man.
Yeah,
I
rest in
love her
peace.
very much.
Yeah.
It's coming from you, man.
Look, like
I've been
I know
through
a
the
lot.
same
I
shit
know a
with
lot
my
of people say
grandmother.
this, but my mom was like a genuinely good
cancer?
person. Like
Yeah,
a
but
big.
but it's through you too because you're a good person too, dude.
I try to be, but I don't think I am.
Boy,
But
Lon?
I'll say this
you loved it.
because that's your cousin. But
That's why I
I will
wanna
say
smoke.
like a big reason why I fell in love with Annalisa was because she reminded me so much of my mom.
But some people say me and Annalisa look the same.
I'll have sex with you.
But
No, but
That's
seriously,
a good
like,
shit, dude. That's
like,
good shit.
my mom was like I love my mom. She
Right.
got on my nerves like everyone's mom
yeah,
does.
yeah.
But like she like what the great thing about her was that she like very like outwardly expressed her love. So like everyone knew how appreciative she
stop.
was
Motherfucking crap.
and how much like there was no doubt that she loved you.
yeah.
That she cared, that she was appreciative of everything she experienced, which is why all of my family was like, deeply affected by it because of how my mom was. She was, but just like my mom, Annalisa gets on my fucking nerves.
Stop. I don't look like that over there. Look.
You locked
Fuck-
in, dude.
Boy. I look
But,
at that
you know,
fucking bear
listen.
over there, just fucking.
No,
hugging.
but I think your mom's living through you dude, because like
But no, I try to look at it like this. You know, I don't know if you guys know who Alan Watts is. If you don't, I
Yes,
highly recommend.
I know you're talking
I
about.
highly recommend you listen to him because
Michael Watts.
No,
Alan
boy.
Watts. No. Alan Watts is like he was a British
DJ Michael
philosopher.
Watts.
He was a British philosopher, but he brought a lot of
Yeah.
like Zen philosophy to him.
Yeah.
But he talked about a lot about death and what it
Who's
means and all
Zen's?
that shit. Zen.
Boy, Zen,
But
not
anyways,
Zen.
Is that next?
Oh, he fucked
I
you
look
up.
at it like I'm grateful enough that I got to live to 35 with my
Dude.
mom.
Right.
I got 35 years of my mom.
Mhm.
And rather than be like mourning what I lost, I'd rather be grateful for what I had.
Yeah.
And I had
Yeah.
35 years of my mom.
Boy.
And I wouldn't trade that for anything in the world.
Well, unfortunately
James.
for us, man, we're all gonna have to live through that shit.
James, you know
No.
what?
Now if we die first.
No, I just want to say,
That'd be the worst thing.
you
I
know
would
what?
rather-
Just
I'd
tell,
rather-
no matter how
Yes.
annoyed you might be by your mom, just tell her you love her
Dude,
and be grateful for
You
it.
know what
It's-
book scares me the most in the Bible? The Apostle Paul and what he went through.
Oh, God, yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Have you read Paul?
No,
Yeah.
what did he do? What happened?
Dude, he just
Dude, Paul,
he
see,
took the devil's dick right through his ass. You know
Well,
what I
look,
mean? Like it was
so-
essentially that. Dude, he
One
went through
thing-
everything.
well, no,
dude.
one thing I find like compelling about, you know, Christianity in general and the New Testament is,
Dude.
you know, people like there's a passage in the Bible where like Jesus says, you know, the people that think, you know, you're working for me, I never knew you.
Mm,
And it was his
boy.
way of saying like
That's deep.
he talks about like he picks the people that aren't perfect.
Right.
Like for the sole reason that like someone like Paul.
outcast.
Well, no, but someone like Paul. Paul was Saul, and he killed Christians. But no, he was
No,
Saul,
no, yeah.
and he killed Christians.
He with
Now-
the gun too.
But no, but like imagine
What's
this.
up like this?
Imagine a guy you know that kills Christians, and then all of a sudden he comes to you and
Jesus.
says, "God spoke to me, and Jesus spoke to me in the
Dude,
desert."
it's a
And he
powerful
said,
dude. You
what
gotta
we're
listen
doing
to this
wrong.
shit.
You listen to that guy more than you listen to the perfect guy.
Hell yeah.
If there was another person who lived a perfect life, you'd be like, "Yeah, that's you, though. You're perfect." And of course, you would say that. But
Jalen
for
Hurts.
someone like Paul, who lived a completely opposite existence, to come back and say, "I renounce that existence. Jesus spoke to me. I give it all up, and I embrace persecution to
That's right.
spread the word of Christ." That's more powerful than that. But that's why God picks the outcasts. He picks the imperfect. Noah was a drunk. Abraham was a
Jeez.
piece of shit. David was a fucking
Hey, go ahead and grab me one.
No,
was a
it's the New Testament.
what's the word? Adulterer.
said
Like
you.
David was an adulterer who like literally killed an enemy so he could steal his wife. Like God doesn't
My
speak
boy.
to the perfect people.
That's
He
why we ain't got
speaks
no
to the
Davids.
outcasts because they will spread his message in a more believable way than the perfect person would. Because you expect the perfect person to like say all the right things. But when
Right.
someone comes along who didn't believe in that, and then all of a sudden they've done a complete 180, that makes you question
Dude.
everything. Like, why would that happen unless he experienced something profound and real and true?
Damn, dude.
Boy, realize,
fuck, dude?
realize,
Dude,
realize.
Dude, I'm
Hey,
telling you,
honestly, bro, we should get you this drunk and have you write a fucking book.
dude, I'm telling you, one book that I always related to the most was Apostle Paul, man, because this boy was like locked up in
Yeah.
a prison,
A lot of
and
people
like
reference
one
it,
of
man.
the kings, I don't remember which one of the kings, they literally had like a lion just fucking, just like chipping at him, like just
Yeah.
fucking with him, man, and they were like, just give up already, because this dude isn't
No.
real.
It's
You know-
like
It's like more sophisticated than that, but I'm just like fucking.
But did he go?
Watch
did he
the
go to
fiction?
shrooms?
Huh?
Did he go to shrooms?
He
shut
may
up.
have. He may have. I don't know.
But if you
I
look at the
would've to
early
get
if
through
you look
it.
at the early church fathers and like for instance Justin
Dude.
Martyr, which martyrdom is based on, it's like
Ooh, I didn't know that.
when you Justin Martyr was who martyrdom is the word
More
martyrdom is based on.
dude. Martyr.
But like those people, that's
deep.
what spread the faith of Christianity is people who died despite the fact that
everything was
people
against
said,
him.
"Hey, if you don't renounce this shit, we're gonna kill you."
I don't give a
What's
fuck.
a more convincing?
I don't give a fuck. Just
What is
kill
a
me.
more convincing argument for a faith than a person who would face death for it?
Nobody.
Most of us wouldn't. As much as we say we would,
Nobody.
That's way more terrifying
I'd
than
be
we
like-
maybe think.
I'd be like, hey, I'm out. I don't believe
And
this shit.
that's another reason why,
I
I
would die.
You know what I mean, though?
Came back-
It's just bullshitting, but you know what I mean?
because like every single one of the 12 apostles died a horrific death because they refused to renounce what they saw when they saw the resurrection of Christ.
That's why they all had a table.
The only one that may not have died that was John.
Why?
The
What did he
only
do?
one.
What
Well,
did he do?
because they believe John also wrote the Revelation,
Oh, okay.
and he's the only one that died But
What did he do? Like,
Thomas was killed, Andrew, Nathaniel, Peter was crucified upside down.
yeah.
All that shit,
Bartholomew
dude?
was skinned alive. Like they were all.
Oh my
like,
god!
It wasn't, and this was
was
like
all by the Romans.
yeah,
Yes.
Romans are the pagans that they were trying to convert, but none of them died like a peaceful death. They all died a horrific death, and if there's no way they died for a lie.
So once they all died, did the Romans end?
No, like what happened was people saw that and were like, this is
empire
something
collapsed.
real.
That's how it collapsed. pretty
And
much.
how
they
collapsed.
spread. Well, no, the empire collapsed because of
Christianity.
the invasion of Germanic tribes and stuff like that. Like the Roman Empire collapsed outside of Christianity.
That's
It
what I want to
collapsed
start
I
getting
think it
into.
was
like-
They
Christianity.
were invaded by a lot of Germanic
Bitch.
tribes, like the Gauls, the Visigoths, the Goths.
There was a lot of freaky fuckers out there.
a lot of
Freaky
Germanic
ass
tribes, the
niggas.
Lombards,
69
the
gods.
Franks. They all invaded various parts of Rome, and
Right.
and that's what caused the collapse of the Roman Empire. But then they all converted to Christianity because they all saw the power of it.
It's heavy. That's why I was asking
Like-
whenever. Hold on.
Man, this podcast ain't long enough. I gotta.
No.
But going back to
Hold
his,
on.
Nah, fuck
No,
that.
no,
Let's
because-
talk to Mr.
Hey,
James.
no, just real quick. James, G Baby 2000 said that he has been reading the Bible, so I thought it was cool because
No,
I'm not by any means
I have
well versed.
been.
I'm not.
I've been reading at least.
Well,
15
I'm not-
minutes.
I haven't
But
not-
read it.
No, hold on. I'm not well versed in it, but
read it.
I know a lot of the important stories only because of how James explained it earlier. My grandmother always gave me, so she would see what I was going through in my life, and I'd be like, I'm dealing with this, you know. She'd be
Yeah.
like, well, you know what? And dude, I have like 8 different Bibles, just little,
Listen,
like.
So even
no,
hold on, I'm talking about
hold on.
on iBooks. It's free.
No,
Well,
but
listen,
I have
Get that
like
bitch free,
8
and I
little.
read 15 minutes.
Hold
a
on,
day.
hold on. I
or
have
even
like
YouTube.
8 little study Bibles.
I
But
want to
dude,
say something.
my grandmother, I have them, dude. I keep them because I want to pass them on to my girls.
Right.
But she always handed me a little Bible, and it just looks untouched. And the first page would always be like, "Mijo, you're the best grandson anybody can ask for. Thank you so much for all you do. You're a blessing." You know, she would always leave me a note, and then I would just kind of like look through it, and then when I would open it, she would highlight like a verse,
Right.
and she'd be like, "This is what you need."
Damn, that's
And dude,
perfect, dude.
I have like 7 of those,
Dude,
7 or
listen,
8
let me
of
get
those.
them.
Okay. No, wait. Listen.
That's badass.
listen. I would obviously
fucking
recommend
powerful, dude.
that everyone
It's
read the
fucking
Bible,
powerful.
but I would highly recommend a very specific Bible, and that is the NASB 1995 edition Bible.
Well,
Okay,
I
so
always,
hold on, time
I
out,
always
time
read
out.
them when I'm drunk.
Well, no,
There's like a complete. There's a
and
complete.
the reason is because so
can't
many
read.
Bibles when they're
I go like this, upside down.
translated are translated in various ways. The
Get the riddle.
the NASB 1995
Get the
is
riddle
one of the
ready.
most like true to the original text that you can find, because the problem is, for instance, there's the Schofield Bible, which is now it's a very notorious Bible because in the 1920s and 30s, the Rothschilds commissioned a pastor by the name of something Schofield, I forget his name, and they sort of retranslated the Bible to be much more Israel friendly, which is why, and they created the term Judeo-Christian values. That was because of the Schofield Bible. So that's why a lot of like modern Protestants are very pro-Israel, is because the Bible was sort of translated and changed to benefit or to be more pro-Israel.
Fucking bitches.
So you have to watch.
So
From I talking
Fuck
to my
'em.
friend. Listen, just
Hey, fuck
talking to
'em.
my friend who is like has read the Bible multiple times and is the person I trust to tell me the truth. He said it's the NASB 1995, and you can buy it on Amazon for $17.
Boy,
Buy
It's cheap.
that Bible.
Boy,
Was that
we
before terrorists?
So hold on, talk about
need- No, absolutely not.
This is a
Hitler
complete,
was
like,
before that.
Kind of a right turn. But Mr. James, where was Muslims? Where the fuck were they at during this?
Oh, that's a
time?
whole different. That's the Quran.
But here's the problem. So
Oh, really?
So,
That's way
so
different,
yeah.
yeah.
So
That's the
first of all,
Quran.
Islam is the
Wait,
Quran.
Did y'all see
Islam-
Sugarland?
But that's, dude. Hold
Sure,
on,
man.
James. I just didn't want to chime in on this, dude. The Quran is fucking badass, dude. It's badass.
Hold on.
But
I think it's
I
based
am-
off the same shit.
No, it's
Nope.
it's
Let me
kinda-
stop. Hold on.
Okay,
Time out.
go
Let me
ahead,
stop
go
you guys
ahead,
real
go ahead,
quick. Let
James,
me
'cause
stop you
he's
guys.
way more
But
First
did
of
y'all
all,
did y'all
first of all,
see the politician that just came in and instead of putting his hand on the Bible, he put his hand on the Quran?
fuck
No.
him. Listen.
Why?
What's up?
Why?
Fuck, let
This
me
is why I'm
hold on.
asking
Let
you.
me
I
let
wanna
me
ask
explain
you.
it to
It's
you.
way
Let me explain
different.
it to
It's
you
way
real quick,
different.
real
It's way
quick.
different. Way different.
So first of all, the Quran. Muhammad lived in the 700s.
Right.
700 years after Christ.
Okay.
So the big thing with the Quran is if you believe the Bible,
Yeah.
in every single instance that an angel came and spoke to a person,
Mm-hmm.
it was, be not afraid. I come in peace. It was a peaceful interaction every single time. When the angel spoke to Mary, when the angel spoke to every single prophet, when the angel spoke to Abraham, every single time. When the angel spoke to Muhammad, he was terrified.
Mm.
They pressed him against the wall and threatened him. And he went to his wife and hid under the covers and claimed he was so terrified of the angel that spoke to him. I personally believe that it was not an angel that spoke to him. It was something else.
It was a demon.
And that is why so much of the Quran is based in violence. And their philosophy is based in kill the infidel if he does not convert.
Right.
I don't believe that angels spoke to Muhammad.
Honestly, because I'm just gonna be honest, man. I think
So what-
angels.
what- okay,
hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
Hold on. I think angels were fucking badass. I think if
Yeah, dude.
I feel like they would press you
Scary
up against the
motherfuckers.
walls, but I don't think it was the angels that came down because God really didn't let that shit happen. He was just like,
So
you
what
know
happened to him?
I think it
So-
was demons, man.
No, I believe he was, first of all, he was a merchant. He,
Have you read it?
yeah, I have the Quran.
So this is
Um,
what I don't know anything about them, but from what I think I know is
I think
that
it was
like they
demons,
pretty
though.
much base everything. They just exclude Jesus.
Well, no. So
No,
what
no,
they
no, no,
believe,
no, no, no.
what Muslims believe is that Christ was a prophet,
Mm-hmm.
but not the son of God.
Oh,
And he's
okay.
just another prophet in the line, and Muhammad was the last prophet. The problem with the
He
Quran
was
and
brown.
Islam is if you take all of it at face. First of all, here's a big problem. The Bible, as we know it, is essentially the same as it's always been. Like, no, absolutely. You can go back. They've recovered the Coptic text from when it was written originally in
Go
Greek.
ahead, go back.
And it's very, and almost none of it was changed.
They took out a lot of stuff.
I got
No,
it pissed.
almost now.
They took out like 2
Protestants-
books.
Protestant took out 2 the Maccabees, yeah, but in terms
But we
of
did
like
a lot of
the
well, I'm
word
not gonna
for
say
word,
we, but
the
they
only
did a lot of messed
the
up
on-
stuff too, though.
The only no,
Well, they
see,
took
here's
the Book of Enoch or
but
some
here-
shit.
No,
or what was
but
it?
here's the problem.
Like,
Here's
they
the
did
problem.
a lot of sacrificing too.
No, I'm not talking about what Christians did.
Right.
Everyone can justify their horrible behavior by hearkening to a book. I'm talking about what the Bible is, but the Quran has multiple versions of it. There is no standard version of it because
But we have multiple
immediately
versions
that's
too,
the thing,
though.
too,
But
huh?
immediately after the death of Muhammad, the reason you have Shiite Muslims and Sunni Muslims was that happened right after Muhammad died, where some people followed his son-in-law and some people followed his daughter. And then you had the Shiites and the Sunnis, and there were multiple versions of it. But I can tell you this, in the Quran, they justify the marriage of Muhammad to an 8-year-old girl. They justify constant fucking acts of violence. They justify pedophilia in a way that does not happen in the Bible. Now,
But well, wait.
you may have-
But the Bible does have adultery
but again, that was David.
and
But you also have to remember something, that the Old Testament is the way it was,
Yeah,
but
that's-
the
but
New
you-
Testament is the way it
It's the new-
is.
but you just said we don't have multiple versions of the Bible. We do have multiple versions.
No,
of the
we have multiple translations, but they're not
translations.
versions of
Bible.
it.
But that's versions because
No,
No,
it's
it
not.
ain't. No,
yes, it is.
It's
because
it's mistranslations are not
It's
the
probably
same
like
as
a word off.
changing
No,
completely.
it's not.
Too
No,
bad. Nah.
mistranslations are not the same
Exactly.
as changing the book itself, which is what you have in the Quran.
That's
Now
what I'm
you
saying.
have mistranslations,
But are you-
and you have perversions of it by the wrong people.
Right. I gotta be on the fence. Sorry. You're biased because you believe in what you believe in. So it's kind of hard for people that believe in.
But I follow biblical scholars who say that at its core, nothing has been changed in the
But the
Bible.
scholars don't know because you can see it in
No.
UFC whenever
No.
they
No. Time out.
translate.
No, because when the scrolls of Nag-Hammadi were uncovered and they found the original texts that were written, and they
In
went
what?
back and
Written in what?
written in Coptic Greek, which
So
is
every-
what all the Bible were written in Greek. Some of them were actually written in Aramaic, but when they went back and looked at them, they cross-referenced them and researched them and said nothing substantial has been changed at all.
So they say. That's what all I'm saying. I'm saying it's a grain of salt. You have to take it in. I won't ever, if somebody believes in certain religion, it don't matter whatever they believe in. As at the end of the day, if they're just trying to be an honest person, they're a good person. It don't matter what religion they believe in. Then so be it. Me and you are going to be friends.
No,
Because I
but
believe
you're
in the
talking-
Bible.
But that's cool. But you're talking about at a personal level. I'm talking about like what leads to your salvation.
No, that's
what
cool.
leads to
but
you
see,
good
you
in
know-
heaven.
you know-
Listen,
I think
here,
that's where we split again.
no,
because-
but here's the thing. This to me is why I believe Christianity is the absolute one true faith. Is in Judaism and in Islam specifically.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, in Islam, there are the 5 pillars of Islam,
Right.
where you have to do these things to be considered a good Muslim.
That's what
And then
sacraments are.
allegedly, but listen, allegedly you get into heaven. But in Christianity, there is nowhere in the Bible that says you get through heaven through your works. No, the only thing that gets you into heaven is your belief in Christ.
So what do you say about Catholics? About baptism?
What about it?
If you're not baptized, then you're considered like evil.
No, but that's bullshit.
But okay, but that's what I'm saying.
Hold on,
because-
hold on.
Hold on, what did you just say?
But tell me,
Because-
but
Hold on, time out, let me see it,
quote-
let me hear it,
but
let me
no,
hear
but time out. But quote to me in the Bible
No.
that says if you're not baptized,
You ran
go
out
to
of
hell.
timeouts.
No, but because that comes back to like what you just said, like commandments. We all have the commandments that we have to follow to help us get to heaven.
But listen, time out. Let me go back. Nowhere in the Bible does it say the works you do get you into heaven. The
Right.
only thing that gets you into heaven is a belief that Christ is the Son of God and He
That's
is the
it.
way.
Hold on.
And listen, this
So
is
you-
the
all you gotta
important
do-
thing.
So you don't
But
believe
time
in
out.
baptism?
But listen,
No.
this is the important thing. And to me, this is what differentiates Christianity from every religion is that Islam, you can be a bad person, a genuinely bad person. But if you follow the 5 pillars, you get into heaven. That's their belief.
Right.
The same with Judaism. You can be a bad person, but if you do these things, you get into heaven. Christianity, all it says is believe in me
I think
and you get in. And the big reason why that's important is because if you really believe in Christ, if you truly believe in Christ, you don't need anyone to tell you to be a good person. You
That's
will
what I'm talking
become a
about,
good
Mike.
person. You will become a good person by believing in Christ. Because once you believe in Christ, you say all these things I'm doing are wrong,
Right.
and then you start to follow them. But it doesn't demand that you do those things.
You know what? One
It
thing that
simply demands belief. But through
See-
that belief, you become a better person.
you know one thing
And
I love
that is
about
why
Muslim.
That is the most powerful.
I like how
thing
they're
in
so
the world.
faithful though.
No,
Like,
you know
they
one thing I
really
like about
practice
Muslim
shit.
is their burial services. So I have a close friend. He's from Iraq. He's Muslim. He's what are the 2 type of Muslims? There's the
Sunni and
Shin-
Shiite.
He's a Shiite. I think he's a Shiite. If you're not, my bad. If you're watching, I don't think he is, but just in case it ever comes across his fucking feed. But because those two,
No,
they
they hate each other.
will fucking fight to the death.
They kill each
Yeah.
other. They
Yeah,
hate
so-
each other.
I think he's a Shiite, but
What would you call me?
no,
It's the shit.
boy, he is the shit, dude. One thing that I love about it, I think it's so beautiful. I don't know nothing about the religion. I will put my hand up and say I have not read the Quran. I don't know nothing about it. But one thing I love about it is that when somebody passes, they have like man, I think it's like a max of. I'm gonna just go on the ledge here, but I think it's like 3 days. But
A celebration.
no, to bury them and put them away. But I think it's within 2 days. So as soon as they pass, they hand wash the body.
Yeah.
Because he explained it to me. He's like, they hand wash it. So it's the corpse. They take it to the whatever the fuck that is they go to,
Mosque.
the mosque, and they have a celebration. Dude, it's fresh. It's not even 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And they hand wash it. It's a naked body. They're hand washing it.
They get
And then-
embalmed
and
or no?
No, nope. They don't believe in none of that shit. So they hand wash it and then they wrap the body in like a pure white
Linen.
blanket, like linen. Yes, perfect.
You know.
And then they lay it, but they don't lay them on their back or they lay it not on their stomach. They lay it to the side. And then I had asked him one time, I was like, why do you lay it on their side? And he said, it's because if you lay them on their back or their stomach, when you bury them and throw the dirt on top of them, there's a chance their soul can't leave their body. So they bury them, and it's to leave a perfect route for their soul to leave, because they highly believe that within like those first 24 to 48 hours, their soul leaves the body and they go on to wherever they go. And dude, when he told me that, I was like, that's powerful, dude. That's badass. I don't know what else you believe in. I don't believe in no goat fucking or nothing like that, but fuck you, you know?
I'll say one more thing about
That's true
about-
though.
Yeah.
But I'll say one more thing.
I'm fucked up. I don't even know.
When Muhammad would talk
That's
to his
kinda
wife,
badass,
he
though.
said that the
Yeah.
angel told him that if
Got
he was
a close friend. He's a close friend of mine.
if he was a false prophet, he
He's
would
also a tow truck
die
driver.
of
Shit breaks
of
down.
being attacked in his heart, and that's exactly how he died. By the way, just in case you don't know,
What is it?
he told his wife that the angel told him if he was a false prophet, he would die by being attacked in his heart.
Who said this?
Muhammad,
Okay.
and then he died by being
He's a
attacked
fake
in his
ass
heart.
motherfucker.
Well,
Like
I don't know.
Basically,
it's
God
there in
said-
Quran.
The reason why
so basically what you're saying, God said that's cap. He said that's cap.
100%.
the reason why I brought this shit up, the reason why I brought it up is because I actually like Muslims, dude. They're so
No, they're
down.
devout. They're devout. They just want to
real
kill
their-
everybody.
no, but they're real to the religion.
not
Yeah,
all
they're
of them.
devout, but they kill
Well,
everybody.
no, and I understand what you mean, because like the problem is like we see our fellow Christians and
Yeah,
we know almost all of them are full of shit.
exactly.
And then we see Muslims and they're way more committed
Yeah.
than we are. And you respect that commitment.
What about
100%.
Mike Tyson?
That's what I respect for sure.
You never call.
But it doesn't matter to me because it's wrong.
Yeah,
Mike
like,
Taggart,
I
call
think-
in.
I think
Christ
if-
is the only way to heaven.
I think so.
but it's crazy how
I
they
think we all-
they
And that's-
kinda-
and
they
that's
both-
why the
they both
sacrifice
believe
was
in the
made.
same. Thing.
That's why
Yeah,
the
that's-
sacrifice was made.
yeah. They
That-
both
that's-
believe in the same
yeah.
thing, though. You know what I mean?
But that's why the sacrifice. So Christ being sacrificed is an incredibly important
Yeah, exactly.
aspect of it, because it almost mimics Abraham. When God told Abraham, walk to the mountain, take your son, you will sacrifice him for me. What
Christ.
did Isaac carry on his back? He carried the wood on his back that he was going to be sacrificed on. And then at the last minute, God said, no, sacrifice a lamb instead. What is Christ? He's the Lamb of God. What did Jesus carry to be sacrificed on? The wood on his back. All of it goes back to Christ.
Yeah.
All of it.
But I don't think it's. I think.
And
I think,
Christ was the final sacrifice, because the reason it's important is because before Abraham, human beings sacrificed other human beings. And that's what Isaac represented, was the human sacrifice that people were doing. And then when God stopped him, he said, no, sacrifice this lamb, as sort of telling him, from now on, no more human sacrifices. You sacrifice these animals to me.
But he even did that to
And then-
Abraham though, because
When Christ came, Christ said, no more animal sacrifices. I am the final sacrifice. I am the final lamb. I am the lamb that is sacrificed for your sins, because there's no amount of sacrifices you can do that will absolve you of your sins. But if I take them and I am sacrificed for your sins, now you are absolved, and all you have to do is believe in me.
What about when Abraham was going to sacrifice his son because of God said? He
No,
wanted-
and then God said no.
No, it wasn't God. It was an angel. Angel came down and said,
Either way,
"But no, but that's what I'm saying. That At the end of the day, I think if you're a good person, doesn't matter what you believe.
No, I don't believe that at all.
So you're saying a prisoner that done all kind of bad stuff just because right when he's about to die, he says,
That's why it's called the good news. That's literally why Christians and Peter went around and said,
Boy.
"Hey, hear the good news."
Okay, but
No
that's what
matter
I'm saying.
what,
So,
that's why the prisoner, that's why
I'm
the
out.
thief on the cross
Mm-mm.
was absolved.
I don't believe
That's
it.
why it's called the good news.
Okay, so you're telling me a Muslim that believes he's always been straight, been real nice, done everything good, just because he believes in something different, he's going to
Yes.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe. Maybe it's not a hell. Maybe it's a purgatory. But the whole purpose of Christ's sacrifice is that.
Right, but God did the same thing. He killed so many people off, and then it's like,
Listen, hey, you want to argue with God? You can argue with God all you want. I'm not going to.
I'm not. No, I'm just saying.
No, but listen.
Yeah, exactly. Nah, I'm with the Bible.
At the end of the day,
No, but the Bible.
at the end of
just
the
say-
day,
but okay, but we're different because we're okay. 'Cause
The
then- 'cause
information
then
exists to
he's
all of us.
Christian, He's Christian and we're Catholic. So then what happens to us?
what
So
are you
in-
talking about? We're all Christians.
But okay, but
I'm
that's
Christian,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
Christian,
No,
I'm Christian.
Okay, but
Catholics are all Christian.
I'm
Yeah,
Team
but-
Jesus.
But you just said you
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
believe
yeah.
in the baptism.
Sorry,
You didn't
guys.
believe in the sacraments.
H-Town,
you
hold
believe-
down.
As long as you before you die, that as long as you believe in
listen,
you believe in
listen.
Christ.
Hold on,
That's it.
Gabriel. Time out.
R.I.P.
Time
Pimp-
out. Time out.
Pimp
Time out. Time out. First of all, let me
all
correct
Catholics
you.
are Christians.
Exactly. Let me
know.
correct you on that. Like
No.
every Catholic is a fucking Christian.
Yeah,
I
but
was
all-
raised Catholic.
yeah, me too.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, what about the whole thing about being baptized? You're not baptized. What does that mean?
You don't have to.
I
You don't
dip
have
my
to be
dick in
Catholic.
it.
I think that's just like a.
Gabriel.
looked at it.
Gabriel.
Wait.
No.
Let's see what Saul says. Let's see what Saul says.
I think being baptized is more of like a ritual towards that church.
Ooh.
A Catholic
Because,
church.
honestly,
A
You're in a
Catholic
cult.
church.
You're in
Yeah.
a cult.
Gabriel.
That's what I'm saying.
Gabriel.
Okay,
Do
but-
you think?
no, but
do you
this is-
think? But do you think? Do you think God's laws like are? Listen, when and this is a perfect example. When Christ
Listen like this.
told the thief on the cross,
Right.
"You will be with me today," he was not
Sheesh.
baptized.
Right.
God will make. There are
Speak, brother.
like specific requirements simply to get into heaven. The requirement is one, and that is a belief in Christ, and that is it.
Speak,
That is
brother.
the only requirement.
Preach.
All these rituals, and
fucking
shit,
Mike Tackett, bro.
all these rituals, it doesn't matter. The
James.
belief is one thing. It's
What I'm-
Christ.
You know what? One thing that I know about tonight, whether y'all believe it or not, James has a big dick.
I do not.
You know what? Jesus believes it.
I'm just saying.
Well, I believe that's since day one.
You go out
For
in this
real.
world. You go out in this world, dude. Just be a good person.
Real quick, let's read some comments.
That's all it is, dude.
We got a
Comments?
Comments.
We got 3 timeouts per half.
Oh, but
That's
Joey,
fucking
that's-
Boy,
correct.
Lex
That's-
and Eric. Oh,
Make
God.
sure y'all
Here we
like
go.
and subscribe.
Tuned
No,
in.
Gabe, because
Hey.
that's the
I'm with
atheist
Joey.
argument too. And I
By the
don't believe
way,
in that
James
shit.
is a huge fucking hog.
But that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. You have to be open minded.
No.
Right now, you're closed minded.
No, I'm
No
not
way.
closed-minded. I understand.
How is he
this.
closed-minded?
No,
Yeah, how is he?
I
He's not.
no.
No, what do you
How is it?
do?
How is he
I understand
closed-minded?
this one thing.
He's
How's
not
he
close-minded.
close-minded?
He's not
Gabriel,
close-minded.
But at the end of the day,
Gabriel,
dude.
no, Gabriel.
Oh
Here's
my
the
God.
problem.
Eric, we keep inviting you.
No,
Don't
no,
keep, you don't
Gabriel.
come.
I know.
Here's the
Hey,
problem.
look at this seat right here, man. Right here.
Eric, I
Right.
told
I
you.
was an
since day
atheist
one,
for a
Eric.
long time.
I'm not an atheist, dude. All I'm
You-
saying
but no,
is-
I'm not saying you are. But what I'm telling you is this:
Oh, shit.
this is Pascal's wager.
I heard a mini bike.
But
A belief in Christ costs nothing,
right.
and that's why it's the good news.
But that's what I'm saying. Okay, at the end of the day,
Because
I believe
it costs nothing,
Okay.
and if you deny it, you're denying the sacrifice,
Okay, what I'm saying.
and
Can I
you
talk?
you
What,
won't get into
what,
heaven
Noah?
because
say
of it.
something.
Can I talk?
Say something.
I'm
say
saying
something.
what.
All right, look. Hold on.
Wait,
Come on,
wait.
come on.
What I'm
Hold
saying is, at the end of the day, I believe in Christ, but I don't think a Muslim at the end of the day being a good person just
Yeah, I know,
because
for sure.
just because they say, "Oh,
It's
I
the
believe."
Modelos.
It's the same thing. Just like you sat here and said, they
Yeah.
believe in almost the same thing. I think we're all looking for
They
the
don't
same
believe in
thing.
Christ.
Yeah.
But that's okay,
That's the one difference, though.
but maybe a different name.
No, they don't believe. They don't. They believe. They do not believe in the Trinity. They do not believe that Jesus is God. They do not believe that God sacrificed His Son.
See,
They
I
do
think
not
that's
believe
hard.
in the suffering
Remember,
of Christ,
You remember
and that is an important
Gaza
aspect
Fierce,
of all of our
where
faiths.
Vin
You
Diesel
have
goes
to
this way,
believe in that.
and Brian goes this way.
Ah, boy, Brian died. You're not Brian,
I'm
right?
saying.
He's coming back.
But,
Is
Well,
he?
where'd he go?
Yeah, 11.
AI?
Yeah.
AI?
Where'd he go? Though?
I don't know. Maybe
No, they're bringing him back for the next Fast and Furious.
No, they're gonna bring his son
Listen,
back.
We got
listen,
Oscar Isaac.
listen.
Wait, comment. Hold on. Wait, comment. What's the last comment say?
I'm just saying it's 12 a.m. Also, I agree. with Gabe.
Annalisa, be quiet. Don't sully my
Like,
house.
I don't
Oh
know.
shit! It's
I
already
don't-
4
I don't,
hours. Damn.
Listen,
Hey,
I don't-
gents,
I
this
don't- I don't
was.
It's pretty deep.
I don't
At the end of the
devote
day,
to
James,
one.
we got to wrap it
to
up,
one
dude.
no, no,
church.
but it.
I'm Christian.
If
Me
you
too.
believe,
Me too.
You know.
but if you
Me too.
believe that anyone can, then
I was
Christ's
raised Catholic,
sacrifice
though.
meant nothing. That's
Yeah,
the
for
problem.
sure.
That's the problem with that belief.
But
Is that if you
but-
say, "Oh, anybody can," if you're good, then the sacrifice Christ made meant absolutely nothing because you don't need to believe in it
She said
to
amen.
get into heaven.
But
She
what?
said amen.
Amen. But what I'm
Say
saying, I'm
amen.
gonna have to keep going back at it.
No.
You're biased.
Closing statements,
Got it.
Noah.
Bias, of course. I
Man, at
believe
the
in
end of the
Christ.
day, at the end of the
Hold on,
day,
hold on.
My veins
Go
not even
ahead,
coming
go
out of my
Go
head.
ahead, Noah. Closing statements.
at the end of the day, believe in what you believe in.
Thank you.
Be a good
Amen.
person. Do right
Amen.
by all morals,
Amen.
and live life and enjoy where you're.
But I got one question
Amen.
though.
Salt. Nah, closing
But
statements.
you won't get into
I have
heaven
one
for it.
question.
Close
Nah, it's
statement.
all love, guys. You know what it is, man. It's all love.
It's all love.
And got a couple comments right here saying amen. Next. Amen to that, baby.
All right, let's go.
So with that
G-Baby.
closed captions, let's have
G-Baby.
a good night, baby.
G-Baby.
And let's have a good weekend.
G-Baby, you
4th
know,
of July
close
weekend, baby.
statements.
Everybody have a good one.
Closing statements.
We
all
appreciate all of y'all.
I thank you for coming. Be a good person. Be a good person. That's all I ask.
around. Sound like this. H-Town, hold down, baby.